Chapter 570. In a corner of Yang Kai's mansion, there was a bustling crowd of people. The mansion was densely packed with people, almost all of whom had gathered here. Even the immortal Ascension Boundary Masters weren't sitting in meditation, instead craning their necks to look forward, their faces filled with anticipation and anxiety. More than a month ago, when the ash-gray cloud evil land had launched a large-scale invasion, they had all been terrified and desperate. Yang Kai had wanted to lead them out of here, but in the end, Yi Xian Ro and the 7 masters from the Seal Temple had prevented them from leaving. Everyone thought they were about to die, but in the end, it was Meng Wuye who summoned the Heavenly Palace to protect everyone's safety, allowing them to finally relax. However, they were still confused about the future, about their own path, because in this big world, besides Yang Kai, they couldn't find any other safe place. But today, more than a month later, all of these cultivators were filled with excitement, their faces brimming with joyful smiles. Every one of them was full of energy, full of hope for their future and prospects, completely different from the state they had been a month ago. A few dozen meters in front of the place where these people were gathered, there were 2 huge pools filled with an unknown liquid. A variety of precious herbs floated in the water, emitting a medicinal fragrance that almost overflowed the entire Yang Kai mansion. Smelling this rich fragrance, it gave off an indescribable sense of comfort. At this moment, both pools were filled with people who seemed to be meditating and cultivating. Circulating their secret arts, the pool water gave birth to a mysterious power that cleansed the bodies of these cultivators, cleansing them of impurities. At the bottom of the pool, one could faintly see traces of a spirit array. At this moment, these spirit arrays were emitting a faint glow. Under the influence of these spirit arrays, the medicinal efficacies in the pool water were constantly being catalyzed and absorbed by the cultivator. From time to time, someone would break through the current boundary and successfully reach another level. Whenever this happened, the person who broke through would be filled with excitement and joy, causing the crowd to cheer one after another. Throughout War City, it seemed that because so many people were breaking through one after another, the world energy aura in the mansion had become somewhat chaotic. The pool that High Heaven Pavilion's young lady Xia came out of is said to be even more miraculous than the Yang family's dragon transformation pool. No matter how bad your aptitude is, as long as you soak in it for a few days, you will be able to expel all the impurities in your body, allowing your potential to soar to the sky. A thin young man said excitedly to the person beside him. He clenched his fists, as if he was expressing the excitement in his heart. It's not just a rumor. It's really effective. His companion nodded affirmatively. Have you ever seen so many people breaking through at the same time? I had thought that the Xian pills in the mansion had already transformed our aptitude to an outstanding level, but I never thought that we would be able to go one step further. The Yang family's dragon transformation pool is such a magical place. I heard that in the Yang family, only those who are qualified and have made great contributions to the family are qualified to enter and obtain some benefits from it. Even so, it is a treasure trove that the Yang family members fight to enter. But compared to our residence, what does the dragon transformation pool count for? This is the real dragon transformation pool. The third person was also very excited as he spoke. Have you heard? When the little lord was young, he wanted to enter the dragon transformation pool but was rejected by the Yang family many times. In my opinion, the Yang family members are all blind and short-sighted fools. No matter how strong the little lord is, they still dared to reject him. Don't talk about the Yang family, it won't be good if others hear. The Yang family is unfair to the little lord, but the little lord is still a Yang family member. Yes. Let's just wait to enter the dragon transformation pool. Reflecting Moon Sex Wutian only soaked in it for 3 days before breaking through from the Yuanqi 7th stage to the peak of Yuanqi boundary. Now he's in retreat trying to break through to the immortal ascension boundary. We can't fall behind him. Hehe, the next batch will be our soaring feather pavilion. I'm really looking forward to it. Those idiots from Tianyuan City actually left like this. Not only did they die without knowing why, but they also lost such a great opportunity. The speaker laughed sarcastically, clearly taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. Tianyuan City's Lu Feixing, before the arrival of the ash-gray cloud Evil Land, had led the people of Tianyuan City to leave Yang Kai's mansion and quickly switched allegiance to Yi Xian Rou, causing the people of Yang Kai's mansion to be quite critical of Tianyuan City. However, under the joint attack of the profounding Ghost King and the annihilating Poison King, the people of Tianyuan City had long ago been wiped out. All kinds of discussions continued to sound in the crowd, and everyone's eyes and faces were full of expectation. Yang Kai walked out of his retreat. After such a long time, he still hadn't been able to refine the solitary golden eye. Instead, he felt that it wasn't a soul-type artifact like he thought it was. The solitary golden eye really did look like the eye of a human or monster beast. Although he hadn't been able to refine it, Yang Kai's divine sense had fused with it a lot, but for the time being, he didn't know how to drive it. Smelling the medicinal fragrance that filled the mansion, Yang Kai froze for a moment and looked around, but there was no one around. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai quickly noticed the abnormality and quickly walked towards the place where everyone was gathered. What happened? When he arrived, Yang Kai thought something big had happened and quickly asked. Hearing his voice, Chiu Yimeng, who was standing on a high platform not far from the two pools, waved to him and called out, Yang Kai, over here. Yang Kai leapt up and flew to the high platform. Turning his head and looking around, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Everyone was gathered here, and next to the two pools were many herbs soaking in them. Yang Kai took a closer look and found that these people were all from Blood Battle Gang. On the high platform, beside Chiu Yimeng, the leaders of the younger generation all looked towards Yang Kai gratefully. What's going on? Yang Kai couldn't understand. Many of the people from Blood Battle Gang had yuan qi fluctuating. Obviously, they were on the verge of a breakthrough. About this, you should ask little sister Xia. I don't know much about what she did, but I know it's amazing. Chiu Yimeng smiled and pushed Xia Ningchang forward. Little senior sister, what's the matter? Yang Kai stared at Xia Ningchang, who was wearing a veil. The latter whispered, Didn't you give me a lot of spirit liquid? Alchemy doesn't need so much, and the pills in the mansion won't be used up in a short time. The pill room hasn't been performing any alchemy these days, so I wanted to use those things to help improve their physiques. How did you do it? Although Yang Kai knew that taking myriad drug liquid for a long time could improve one's physique, this effect was too fast. Refining people as pills? Xia Ningchang whispered. Refining people as pills? Yang Kai was shocked. I also found a method from the spirit arrays you taught me. Using spirit arrays and spirit liquids and other rare materials, I can stimulate the medicinal efficacies of these materials in the shortest time possible. Under the influence of the spirit array and medicinal efficacies, I can expel the impurities in their bodies. By using alchemy techniques and methods, I can refine them. Xia Ningchang explained. Other alchemists refined pills, but little senior sister had now transcended this level and could be used to refine people. Her powerful and outstanding aptitude could be seen at a glance. Yang Kai leaned over and asked softly, There won't be any accidents, right? There won't be. Little senior sister shook her head. However, although the effect is fast, and many people can even break through several small realms, it's still not as good as taking myriad drug liquid for a long time. That's enough. Yang Kai nodded gently. For the people in his house, to be able to obtain such an opportunity was already enough to make them feel deeply grateful. Yang Kai hadn't expected Xia Ningchang to be able to use the myriad drug liquid to such an extent. As a result, the strength of the people in his house would rapidly improve and their ability to protect themselves would be greatly enhanced. Most importantly, the continuous breakthroughs and improvements to their physique had undoubtedly greatly boosted their previously low morale. Yang Kai could no longer see confusion and despair on the faces of the cultivators in his house. All of them were extremely excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. After the two of them finished speaking, Chiu Yimeng smiled and said, This batch of people from Blood Battle Gang has been cultivating for 2 days and will be replaced in a day. Every 3 days, a batch of people will take a long time to complete. Huastars was extremely annoyed. It's all my father's fault. If he hadn't called back all the people I'd brought with me, they would have also benefited. And the people from my Chiu family's autumn rain hall, ha! Chiu Meng also felt some regret. The people from the autumn rain hall had contributed a lot to Yang Kai's house during the inheritance war, but at the last moment, they had been recalled by Chiu Shouqing. If they had stayed until now, they would definitely have been able to enjoy such treatment. My father is too hateful, he really isn't fit to be the patriarch anymore. Huastars muttered with a fierce expression, as if he wanted to kill his father to usurp the throne. Don't all gather here, go do what you need to do. Leave a few people here to watch over the arrangements. Yang Kai ordered. Later tonight, remember to come to my room, I have something for you. Now that the existence of the myriad drug liquid was no longer a secret, these leaders of the younger generation in his house, from the beginning of the inheritance war until now, whether it was good or bad, they had always stood by his side, so Yang Kai intended to give them more benefits. Listening to him say this, everyone's eyes lit up and they were secretly looking forward to it. Chiu Meng glared at Yang Kai and said, At least you still have some conscience. Our unswerving loyalty to you was not in vain. Chiu Meng's glare at him was something Yang Kai couldn't bear, but just as he was about to pretend he didn't hear her, a shout came from below. Young Master Yang! Young Master Yang! Yang Kai looked towards the source of the voice and found that it was Li Yuan-chun from the Endless Sea Island's Supreme Solitary Sect. Senior Li, come up and speak. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Li Yuan-chun's figure flickered and arrived on the high platform, chuckling meaningfully as he asked. Young Master Yang, it's been a long time. Has it been a long time? Yang Kai had been in retreat, and didn't know how much time had passed. It's been more than a month. Li Yuan-chun emphasized. Chapter 571. So long? Yang Kai frowned for a moment before smiling. If Senior Li wants to ask about the hallowed treasures, you don't need to worry. My words remain the same. Once this crisis is over, I will definitely return all of them. Yang Kai had no malicious intent towards Li Yuan-chun. Perhaps when he first arrived with the Endless Sea Islands people, Yang Kai was a little annoyed, but as the situation developed, Yang Kai had already made up his mind to keep them here and help him overcome this crisis. The strength of these Endless Sea Islands people was not weak, more than 50 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters and one above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. How could Yang Kai let them go so easily? Now that he was in a life-or-death situation, every bit of help he had was an extra ray of hope. Even if they were all Yuan-chi Boundary Masters, Yang Kai would not let them go, let alone all of them Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. So, even if forcing them to stay in the name of the hallowed treasures was a bit despicable, Yang Kai couldn't care less. Li Yuan-chun had repeatedly talked to Yang Kai about the hallowed treasures, so now that he saw him, Yang Kai thought he wanted to ask for the Supreme Solitary Seal and other artifacts again, so he quickly expressed his attitude. Li Yuan-chun smiled and waved his hand. This time, this old master didn't want to talk about the hallowed treasures. Oh? Then what does Senior want to say? Yang Kai raised his brow, somewhat surprised. Li Yuan-chun let out a hollow laugh and hesitated for a long time before gritting his teeth and saying, I wanted to ask if young Master Yang could allow us Endless Sea Islands people to soak in that pool as well? The effects of Xian Ning Chang's miraculous pool of water were simply too powerful. And Yuan-chi boundary cultivators soaking in it for a few days would at least break through a small realm, at most breaking through 3 small realms. Almost every day, someone would break through in this pool of water. With such a big event happening in Yang Kai's house, the Endless Sea Islands people naturally saw it and became extremely jealous. Everyone expressed their desire to enter the pool of water and cleanse their bodies. Unfortunately, Yang Kai was in retreat. Until today. Li Yuan-chun sensed that he had walked out of the room and hurried over to look for him. After saying so, he looked at Yang Kai quietly, his heart beating rapidly, wondering if this young Master Yang would refuse. After all, he wasn't familiar with those people overseas, and they didn't have any friendship with him. Their purpose of coming here was to get something from him. If he rejected her flatly, that was to be expected. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai actually turned to Xian Ning Chang and asked, "Is the pond water useful for immortal ascension boundary masters?" "It's useful." The little senior sister nodded gently, glancing over at Li Yuan Chun and smiling. "But I'm afraid it won't have any effect on an above immortal ascension boundary master." "I'm fine," Li Yuan Chun hurriedly said. "I don't need to go in either." "Where are the materials? Is it enough?" Yang Kai asked again. Xian Ning Chang pondered for a while and nodded gently. The medicinal herbs in the pool. They had to be replaced every 3 days, which consumed a lot of energy. In 3 days, a cultivator could completely absorb the medicinal efficacies in the pool. Replacing them with a new batch could also ensure that the next batch of cultivator would have a better chance of cleansing their bodies and improving their physique. "Since it's enough, then I'll arrange it for everyone from the Endless Sea Islands," Yang Kai said. Chiu Yimeng nodded, slightly calculating before turning to Li Yuan Chun with a smile. "Senior, the Endless Sea Islands will be placed in the last batch. But please rest assured, even if it's the last batch, the quality of the pool water will not change in the slightest." Li Yuan Chun was overjoyed. He hadn't expected Yang Kai to be so easy to talk to. He also thought that this time Yang Kai might not agree, so he quickly said, "Many thanks, young Master Yang. No need to be so polite." Yang Kai smiled amiably. "From now on we're family. When there are benefits, how could we forget about family?" "Ha ha." Li Yuan Chun's face twitched slightly, thinking that he would be too embarrassed to ask Yang Kai for the Supreme Solitary Seal in the future. But that didn't matter, since he had already said so. He would definitely return those things. It was only a matter of time. Inside the mansion, during the month Yang Kai had been in retreat, there seemed to have been a craze in cultivation. Now that there was no need to worry about their own safety, these people naturally wanted to improve their ability to protect themselves. Not only were the various great forces waiting to enter the pool to improve their physique, but Yang Kai's 9 blood warriors had also entered retreat. Even Yang Wei, Yang Zhao, and the 4 blood warriors who had been rescued didn't dare relax in the slightest. After briefly understanding the situation in the mansion from Chiu Yimeng over the past month, Yang Kai was quite pleased. The people in the mansion had not been disheartened by the invasion of the ash-gray cloud evil land and were still working hard to find a way to survive. After dealing with this matter, Yang Kai left and went straight to Meng Wuya's residence. Inside Meng Wuya's room, there were only Ling Tai Su, Old Demon, and Treasurer Meng. The 3 of them had often gathered together to discuss the Great Tao and the path to the peak. Ling Tai Su had gained a lot from the other 2 and seemed to have made some breakthroughs in his cultivation. On the other hand, Meng Wuya and Old Demon often had conflicting opinions and quarreled with each other. The scene was lively. When Yang Kai arrived, the 2 were also arguing about their own insights, Ling Tai Su listening with a smile, trying to gain some useful insights. Different Daos, different Daos. This was the best portrayal of Meng Wuya and Old Demon. The 2 of them walked different Daos, so naturally there were many points of contention between them. However, the Great Tao was different, and all methods were the same. No matter what path the 2 of them walked, their ultimate goal was the same. "The 3 of you are quite refined." Yang Kai smiled and sat down in front of them. Meng Wuya and Old Demon also stopped quarreling and all 3 of them looked at him suspiciously, inevitably surprised. "You broke through again?" Since Yang Kai broke through to the immortal ascension boundary, his strength had progressed rapidly. In less than 10 days he had broken through to the immortal ascension boundary 2nd stage, and more than a month later, he had broken through to the immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage. Even Meng Wuya, who was experienced and knowledgeable, couldn't help but be amazed by Yang Kai's rapid growth. On the other hand, Yang Kai looked at Old Demon in surprise. After carefully examining him, Yang Kai smiled happily. "Old Demon, you've broken through to the above immortal ascension boundary?" Old Demon grinned meaningfully. "With the good things young master gave me, Old Servant was naturally able to easily break through." Yang Kai nodded gently. Meng Wuya had also said that Old Demon had the foundation and experience to break through to the above immortal ascension boundary, allowing him to gain insight into its mysteries. However, because his physical body had been destroyed. Due to the shackles of his current body, he was only able to reach the peak immortal ascension boundary. With the help of the myriad drug cream, he was able to break through to the above immortal ascension boundary more easily than anyone else. What brings you here today? Meng Wuya looked at Yang Kai and asked. Yang Kai's expression became serious as he took a deep breath. Treasurer Meng, I remember that more than a month ago, you evaluated Demon Lord Yang Bai as the strongest in the world, right? Meng Wuya nodded, his expression becoming dignified. Even if you lifted your seal, you still can't compare to him. You still can't compare? I'm still a step behind him. Meng Wuya slowly shook his head. Then I want to know what level Yang Bai is at, and what level you above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters are. Since you are all at the above Immortal Ascension Boundary, why is there such a great difference in strength between you two? What is the above Immortal Ascension Boundary? Yang Kai threw out a series of questions to clarify the doubts he had held for many years. Hearing him ask this, the three of them glanced at each other. Meng Wuya sighed and said, I didn't want you to understand this realm so early, because the more you understand, the worse it will be for your current development. Are you afraid I'm biting off more than I can chew? Yang Kai raised his brow. I'm afraid you'll be discouraged. Meng Wuya smiled. But now it seems I should let you know what level of enemy you're facing. Hesitating for a moment, Meng Wuya seemed to be thinking about how to explain this to Yang Kai. After a while, Meng Wuya opened his mouth and said, The world calls the realm after the Immortal Ascension Boundary the above Immortal Ascension Boundary because they don't know what it is. But I can tell you now that this realm is not the above Immortal Ascension Boundary. The above Immortal Ascension Boundary is just a name for top masters. Yang Kai suddenly held his breath, secretly feeling that Meng Wuya was about to reveal a secret that had puzzled the world for thousands of years. The realm after the Immortal Ascension Boundary is called the Transcendent Realm, Meng Wuya quickly said. Transcendent Realm? A realm that has transcended the mortal realm is called the Transcendent Realm. Once one reaches this realm, they are no longer mortal and have been freed from the constraints and shackles of being immortal. What do you mean? For a Transcendent Realm Master, anyone below the Immortal Ascension Boundary is immortal, just like a cultivator compared to an ordinary person. Therefore, in the face of a Transcendent Realm Master, any cultivator below the Immortal Ascension Boundary has no power to fight back. Yang Kai frowned. Meng Wuya's explanation was too general. He didn't understand what kind of mysteries the Transcendent Realm contained. However, he was afraid he would have to wait until he really broke through to this realm before he could fully understand. The above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters you've seen are all Transcendent Realm Masters. However, the division of this realm is somewhat different from before the Immortal Ascension Boundary. It's not as detailed, unlike before the Immortal Ascension Boundary where it's divided from 1 to 9 layers. Because once a person's strength reaches this level, wanting to break through again is extremely difficult, but every time a cultivator breaks through, their strength will increase greatly. Oh, then how is it divided? Yang Kai asked curiously. There are only 3 layers. 3 layers? Yang Kai couldn't help being stunned. First Order Transcendent, Second Order Transcendent, Third Order Transcendent, Meng Wuya explained. For example, the 8 people from the Seal Temple you've seen are all First Order Transcendent Realm Masters. In your 8 great families, as well as the entire world, 90% of all Transcendent Realm Masters are stuck at the First Order because they can't comprehend more of the mysteries of the martial Tao or Heavenly Way, so their lifetime achievements are limited. Meng Wuya smiled and said, However, that Li Yuan Chun of the mansion has some foundation. He has probably reached the peak of the First Order realm and is stronger than an ordinary First Order cultivator. If he doesn't have anyone to guide him, it will be his lifetime achievement, and he will never be able to break through to the Second Order. Chapter 572. What about you 3? Yang Kai looked at them curiously. Us? Meng Wuya chuckled and pointed to the old demon. This old demon is just an ordinary First Order cultivator because he just broke through, but since he has already reached this level, with his foundation and experience, as long as his own strength can keep up, he will continue to break through without any bottlenecks in the future. A bright future. Yang Kai glanced over at the old demon. The latter grinned meaningfully and shook his head proudly. As for Brother Ling, a month ago, he was the same as Li Yuan Chun, also at the limit of the first order, but now, he has already broken through to the second order. Yang Kai's expression became serious as he stared at Ling Tai Su happily. Congratulations, Grand Master. No wonder when he saw Ling Tai Su this time, he felt that he was somewhat different from a month ago. It turned out that he had broken through to the first order on top of his original foundation. As for this old master, Meng Wuya hesitated before continuing. After unsealing one of my seals, I'm probably at the limit of the second order transcendent realm. Meng Wuya's words weren't arrogant, nor were they arrogant, they were simply spoken in a flat tone, seemingly quite dissatisfied with the strength he had displayed after unsealing himself. Yang Kai's expression couldn't help becoming strange. Even the limit of the second order transcendent realm was not satisfactory. Just how far did Treasurer Meng's vision go? What about the 6 evil kings and demon Lord Yang Bai? Yang Kai's expression became dignified. Of the 6 evil kings, except for that woman, the other 5 are all second-order transcendent realm. The tyrannical Force King and Lightning Flash Shadow King are even comparable to this old master, after unsealing himself. That woman is slightly worse, only a first-order transcendent. After all, she is still young, but at her age, being able to reach this level of cultivation is already quite rare. Shan Qing Luo has a special physique and seems to have inherited much of her cultivation from her mother. Yang Kai explained. No wonder. Meng Wuya nodded. Meng Wuya was suddenly enlightened. It seemed that he was also quite concerned about Shan Qing Luo and couldn't figure out how she had reached the transcendent realm at such a young age. Demon Lord Yang Bai, you should be able to guess his cultivation. Third order transcendent? Yang Kai was shocked. Not bad. Meng Wuya nodded solemnly. In this entire world, it seems that he is the only one who has reached the third order transcendent realm. Even among your central capital 8 great families, there is no such character. Ling Tai Su sighed lightly. Now you should understand why the 3 of us were able to easily defeat the 8 of them that night, while the other 7 died tragically at the hands of the 3 great evil kings a month ago, right? I understand. Yang Kai nodded heavily. Before understanding the classification of the transcendent realm, no one would have been able to accept that the 7 of them had been wiped out in less than half a cup of tea's worth of time against the 3 evil kings. However, after understanding the division of this realm, Yang Kai also understood the difference in strength between them. These 7 people were only first-order transcendents, so facing 3 second-order transcendents and a 7th-order monster beast, how could they resist? Not only did the world not have a clear understanding of their strength, even they themselves were quite weak in this regard. However, Meng Wuya had seen through this at a glance. Each of your central capital's 8 great families has 4 or 5 transcendent realm masters, but each family only has a single second-order master at most. Some families don't even have such a character, the rest of the family members are all first-order masters. In terms of the number of top-level masters, your 8 great families hold an absolute advantage, but the ash-gray cloud evil land has Yang Bai. His existence is a huge variable. What will the situation in the central capital be like this time? I don't know. Meng Wuya shook his head. Until the very end, no one knows what the outcome will be. Yang Kai sighed softly. That's why this old master didn't dare tell you the secret of the transcendent realm, fearing that you would suffer a blow when your strength is still too low. Meng Wuya smiled and shook his head. You think the so-called above immortal ascension boundary is the peak of the martial Tao, but that's not the case. A blow? Yang Kai suddenly grinned. I didn't suffer a blow, on the contrary, I feel like my goal has become clearer. The 3 of them were stunned and stared at Yang Kai in amazement, but after a moment, all of them wore gratified looks. Before learning the secret of the transcendent realm, Yang Kai's goal was indeed only to break through to the above immortal ascension boundary. But after listening to Meng Wuya, the third-order transcendent realm had become his goal. The 3 of them seemed to be able to foresee that Yang Kai would spare no effort to reach this goal. Perhaps in 5 years, perhaps in 10 years, perhaps even longer, he would be able to climb to this supreme level. After leaving Meng Wuya's room, Yang Kai was full of energy and immediately went to find Su Yan, sat down cross-legged on the ice bed, and began cultivating together. Everything in the mansion was proceeding in an orderly manner. A month later, all the cultivators from the Endless Sea Islands had undergone their meridian's purification, and even the more than 50 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the Endless Sea Islands had obtained great benefits. After receiving the help of the mysterious grade pills provided by the pill room, none of them wanted to leave. This group of people had originally wanted to quickly retrieve the hallowed treasures of their respective sects from Yang Kai, and then quickly depart. But now, the various benefits they had received here made them forget to return. Another month later, Yang Kai's 9 blood warriors finally sent out good news. With the help of the myriad drug cream, after 3 months of retreat, each of them had broken through to the transcendent realm and exited one after another. Each of these blood warriors' breakthroughs brought about an amazing heavenly manifestation. This heavenly manifestation lasted for half a month before the 9 blood warriors completed their breakthroughs. Li Yuan Chun and the other cultivator from the Endless Sea Islands were stunned. In the entire Endless Sea Islands, only Supreme Solitary Sect had 3 Transcendent Realm Masters. But in Yang Kai's mansion they had witnessed the birth of 9 top masters. For a time, all of them were filled with both respect and doubt. It didn't make sense that these 9 people could break through one after another in such a short period of time. The profound meaning behind this was too intriguing. Could it be that the Yang family's young lord was able to create an above immortal ascension boundary master? Li Yuan Chun thought to himself, a thought that made his hair stand on end. If this was the case, then this young Master Yang would be able to cover the heavens with one hand in the future. This kind of person could only be befriended, not offended. Tu Feng and the other blood warriors' breakthroughs also gave them a surreal feeling. Before the start of the Inheritance War, all 9 of them had only reached the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage. Although they had also been working hard towards the goal of breaking through to the Transcendent Realm, everyone knew that their chances were slim. Since the establishment of Yang Kai's Blood Warrior Hall, only Huang Jiuzhou had reached this level as a blood warrior and was honored as a supreme elder of the Yang family. The Blood Warrior Hall's Hall Master Feng Xing and Vice Hall Master Zhou Feng had both been stuck at the peak Immortal Ascension boundary for many years, yet their bottlenecks showed no signs of loosening. Among the 9 blood warriors, only Chu Gao Yi and Ing Jiu's aptitude was comparable to theirs. They were once highly regarded by the Yang family, believing that they had the potential to break through to the above Immortal Ascension boundary. Now, all 9 of them had reached this realm. It was a shocking development that made everyone feel as if they were dreaming. After these 9 people broke through, they were all summoned by Meng Wuya. From Meng Wuya, they gained a huge amount of valuable experience and understanding of the transcendent realm. Such experience was not something the 8 great families could impart. All of them had gained a huge harvest and gained a clear understanding of their future. The 4 blood warriors who had originally followed Yang Wei and Yang Zhao were now fully taken over by Yang Kai and were being vigorously cultivated with the resources of the mansion. After more than 3 months, these 4 had reached the Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage, and after receiving the myriad drug cream from Yang Kai, they had all entered retreat. If nothing unexpected happened, in a few months, these 4 would surely catch up with the pace of the other 9 blood warriors. The strength of the blood warriors was progressing rapidly, and the strength of the cultivator from the various forces in the mansion was also increasing rapidly. After cleansing their meridians and improving their physiques, everyone felt that their cultivation speed was much faster and more efficient than before. This was especially true for the leaders of the younger generation. Their aptitudes were already much more outstanding than ordinary people, and now they had all become geniuses. Everything in the mansion was thriving, as if the terrible situation of the ash-gray cloud evil land invasion had nothing to do with them. However, Yang Kai was also paying close attention to the situation in the central capital. Shan Qingluo remained in War City, monitoring Yang Kai's mansion. From her, Yang Kai obtained a variety of accurate and up-to-date information. The first battle the ash-gray cloud evil land fought after arriving in the central capital was the Gao family, and then, like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, they began to expand their territory. Yang Bai's tyrannical combat power and the other 5 evil kings' strength caused the masters of the 8 great families to repeatedly suffer setbacks, unable to resist. The Meng family, Kong family, and Chiu family all withdrew from the territory they had occupied for countless years, their elites retreating to other families to seek shelter. In just 3 months, half of the central capital had fallen. The huge central capital had been divided into 2 halves. The ash-gray cloud evil land occupied the northern half of the central capital, while the 8 great families, with the Yang family as their core, occupied the southern half. After 3 months of fighting, both sides suffered heavy casualties, with more than a dozen transcendent realm masters having fallen. Most of them were from the 8 great families, with only 3 or 5 from the ash-gray cloud evil land. Below the transcendent realm, the number of casualties was incalculable. The central capital was filled with screams and the stench of rotting corpses filled the air. It wasn't until this time that the fighting between the 2 sides subsided, and the situation gradually eased. The 8 great families immediately issued a conscription order to the entire world, asking all the great families to send reinforcements to the central capital to resist the invasion of the evil land. This was the second time they had issued a conscription order. 3 months ago, when the ash-gray cloud evil land invaded, they had already issued one. However, there were very few responses. The 8 great families had been too strong for the past several hundred years, and with the ash-gray cloud evil land's menacing invasion, no family dared to gamble their elites in the hands of the 8 great families because if they sent reinforcements, the elites of their families would definitely be used as cannon fodder by the 8 great families. At that time, their families would definitely be finished. It was precisely because of this concern that when the 8 great families and the central capital were in danger, not many people had come to their aid, causing them to sigh helplessly. Chapter 573. Inside Su Yan's room, the cold air was oppressive and white mist filled the air. This was a cellar specially built for Su Yan because when she cultivated, she needed to use the ice bed as a medium, and the cold air emitted by the ice bed was not something everyone could withstand. Therefore, since the people from High Heaven Pavilion had arrived, Yang Kai had specially built a room for Su Yan that was unique to her. At this moment, inside the room, on top of the 10,000-year ice bed, Yang Kai and Su Yan were sitting opposite each other, their pure true qi fused together, flowing through each other endlessly. From time to time, a faint glow would blossom from the 2 of them. As the yuan qi flowed, there seemed to be some kind of pleasant change. Little bits of fluorescent light emitted from the 2 of them, and soon filled the entire room, making this monotonous and cold room seem much more colorful. Gradually, the 2 people's yuan qi became one, their minds and divine senses becoming one, as if they had merged into one, becoming inseparable existences. A loud dragon roar suddenly rang out, and in the next moment, a huge and majestic dragon head appeared behind Yang Kai. The dragon head swayed back and forth, separating from Yang Kai's body, its whole body a golden yellow color, shaking its head and wagging its tail as it rushed upwards. At the same time, the crisp cry of a phoenix rang out. Behind Su Yan's back, a crystal white ice phoenix appeared. The noble and elegant ice phoenix chased after the majestic golden dragon, the 2 entangling with each other as they soared into the sky. The wind and clouds surged as the roar of the dragon and the cry of the ice phoenix instantly stirred the world. An incomparably tyrannical fluctuation spread out as the 2 energies of completely different attributes entangled together, giving off a sense of harmony, complementing each other and complementing each other. The entire mansion boiled with excitement as countless people ran out, staring at the golden dragon and ice phoenix that had appeared in the sky, dumbfounded. No one knew why such a heavenly vision had appeared. "I've seen this before," someone muttered. The disciples of Storm House, Blood Battle Gang and High Heaven Pavilion were no strangers to this scene. 5 or 6 years ago, in the Blood Group's mining area, the Dragon Phoenix seal appeared, and the Heaven's Cave inheritance was opened to the outside world. The three sects joined hands and sent their elites to enter the Heaven's Cave inheritance to seek opportunities. Even though the disciples of the three sects who had entered had obtained many benefits. However, in the end, no one knew who had obtained the inheritance of the dragon-shaped phoenix seal. Now that they saw this familiar scene, they immediately recalled the memories that had been buried for many years. It was clear that the person who had obtained the inheritance back then had cultivated it successfully, which was why such a strange phenomenon appeared again. For some reason, the disciples of the three sects all thought of Yang Kai at the first moment. It seemed that if Yang Kai obtained the final inheritance, it would be a matter of course. When they carefully looked at where the golden dragon and the ice phoenix had come from, everyone immediately understood. It turned out that, as they had guessed, the final inheritance had indeed been obtained by Yang Kai. For a time, everyone cheered up. Although they were not the ones who had obtained the inheritance, the appearance of such a phenomenon meant that Yang Kai's strength had improved. His improvement meant that there was a way out for the house. In this chaotic world, with a good leader, one would naturally be able to live longer. In particular, this leader was quite generous to his cultivator subordinates. A dragon and phoenix, a good omen. Meng Wuya opened the window and glanced at the scene of the golden dragon and ice phoenix soaring in the sky, smiling as he spoke. Ling Tai-su stroked his beard and nodded gently, a look of relief and happiness filling his face. Outside the house, Shan Qing Luo and Bai Luo both stared blankly. Suddenly, the Queen Master smiled charmingly. Bai Luo, this is definitely the work of that little bastard, do you believe me? Bai Luo nodded unconsciously, glancing over at Shan Qing Luo and whispering. Master, if you really want to, you should betray the Holy Land and leave. As long as you enter that place, the Demon Lord won't be able to do anything to you. Shan Qing Luo shook her head. I don't want to go in, not because I'm afraid of the Demon Lord, but because I don't want to harm him. Harm him? Bai Luo asked suspiciously. She didn't understand the overbearing nature of Shan Qing Luo's poison widow physique, so naturally, she didn't understand why the Queen Master had stayed outside the house these past few months, and didn't go in to be with that little bastard. The Master clearly liked him very much. Bai Luo had seen Shan Qing Luo's sad appearance countless times. The closer he gets to me, the faster he'll die. Shan Qing Luo smiled bitterly. Even if she only stayed outside of Yang Kai's house, her feelings for him grew extremely quickly. From time to time, the beguiling demon queen would feel an irresistible throbbing in her heart, wishing she could rush into Yang Kai's house and stay with him. But every time, she would firmly suppress this desire. I don't understand. Bai Luo shook her head and sighed softly. She didn't want to see the Queen Master she revered become like this. You won't understand, this is the fate of my beguiling demon queen bloodline. Shan Qing Luo's charming eyes showed a hint of sadness. 100 kilometers away, the central capital. Even from such a great distance, the heavenly manifestation of the dragon and phoenix was clearly seen by the people on the other side. The 5 great evil kings all wore relaxed expressions. Although they were surprised by this phenomenon, they didn't think it was anything special. Only Demon Lord Yang Bai stared in the direction of War City, showing a deep sense of dread. The people from the 8 great families were all discussing among themselves, none of them wondering why such a scene had occurred in War City. Since the ash-gray cloud evil land's invasion, the central capital had cut off all contact with War City, so only the 4th Master Yang and his wife knew that Yang Kai's mansion was safe. Everyone else thought that the entire War City had been destroyed and that no one had survived. Seeing this phenomenon, the Yang family patriarch, Yang Ninghao, suddenly realized something and turned to Yang Ningfeng. 4th brother, is Yang Kai all right? Dong Suju heard this and quickly pinched 4th Master Yang, hinting him not to answer. The Yang family had been unfair to Yang Kai. When the 7 families joined forces to attack Yang Kai, the Yang family did nothing to stop them, causing Dong Suju to have a very bad opinion of the Yang family. The straightforward 4th Master Yang hesitated for a moment before nodding gently. Yang Zhao and Yang Wei are also safe and sound. They are currently in Kai's house. Yang Ninghao couldn't help showing a look of relief, but he quickly restrained himself and said lightly, "If there is a chance, please thank Yang Kai for me." Yang Zhao was his son, so Yang Yinghao was naturally concerned about his safety. However, since the invasion of the ash-gray cloud evil land, as the patriarch of the Yang family, he had no time to deal with his own family affairs. Even now, he didn't know whether Yang Zhao was alive or dead. Now that he heard Fourth Master Yang say this, Yang Yinghao naturally breathed a sigh of relief. "Humph, as long as you don't target my baby son, there's no need to thank him." Dong Suju pouted. Yang Yinghao glanced over at her, a faint trace of guilt flashing across the depths of his eyes. Inside the room, Yang Kai and Su Yan opened their eyes at the same time, looked at each other, and smiled. The art of yin-yang joyous unification had finally broken through to the third stage, heart and soul union. Not only had the art of yin-yang joyous unification broken through to this stage, but after such a long period of meditation, both of their cultivations had also broken through a minor realm. Yang Kai had reached the immortal ascension boundary 4th stage, while Su Yan had reached the immortal ascension boundary 5th stage, reducing the gap between the two to only a single minor realm. Although they had only been in retreat for 3 months, breaking through a minor realm was already extremely fast. However, this was the fastest they could achieve with the support of the art of yin-yang joyous unification. Compared to the previous breakthroughs, Yang Kai was still somewhat dissatisfied. However, breaking through to the third stage of the art of yin-yang joyous unification had diluted the dissatisfaction in his heart. Reaching this stage also meant that he and Su Yan had truly reached a point where their hearts and minds were connected, becoming countless times clearer than before. It could even be said that as long as they were willing, they could clearly understand all the thoughts of the other, which was equivalent to penetrating deep into the other's knowledge sea and prying into their secrets. However, neither of them were bored people, so naturally they wouldn't do such a thing. Only when they were in battle would they be able to connect their minds. At that time, their combat power would soar. Right, I almost forgot something. Yang Kai suddenly remembered something and said excitedly. What? This. Yang Kai flipped his hand and summoned the yin-yang monster ginseng. This yin-yang monster ginseng was something Yang Kai had inadvertently obtained in the Inheritance Heaven's cave. According to Old Demon's explanation, as long as there was a man and a woman who were of the same mind, this world spirit treasure would play its role. However, Yang Kai and Su Yan had never reached this level. Now, it was time for the yin-yang monster ginseng to play its role. It's this. Su Yan smiled, also remembering this yin-yang monster ginseng. It was a world spirit treasure, a strange treasure naturally bred by the heavens. One side was as red as fire, while the other side was as cold as ice. It also had a certain ability to think and know how to seek fortune and avoid disaster. In this world, there were many world spirit treasures like this, but for ordinary people, even masters among cultivators, it was difficult to find them. World spirit treasures were extremely rare. How do I use it? Yang Kai was troubled. The old demon had only said that as long as a man and woman appeared, the yin-yang monster ginseng would play its role, but as for how to use it, it hadn't said. Was it possible for them to each eat half of it? Yang Kai felt strange. This thing already had a mind of its own and was no longer a simple herb. If he really bit down on it, Yang Kai couldn't bring himself to do it. Just as he was pondering this, the yin-yang monster ginseng suddenly reacted. It had been waiting in the black book space all this time and had only now reappeared. Its hazy facial features seemed to show a happy expression, and after seeing Yang Kai and Su Yan, the yin-yang monster ginseng was obviously excited. Turning into a stream of light, it flew around Yang Kai and Su Yan. As it spun rapidly, a strange sound could be heard, which seemed to be the happy humming of a baby. A mysterious energy spread out from the yin-yang monster ginseng's body like silk threads, wrapping around Yang Kai and Su Yan. The yin-yang monster ginseng spun faster and faster, and the mysterious energy within its body also spread faster and faster. When it reached a certain limit, the yin-yang monster ginseng suddenly burst into a crystal-clear light, enveloping Yang Kai and Su Yan. Chapter 574. When the yin-yang monster ginseng exploded, Yang Kai and Su Yan's pores opened involuntarily, absorbing the surrounding mysterious energy into their bodies and invading their 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Somehow, there seemed to be a deeper connection between the two of them. This was the mysterious effect of the yin-yang monster ginseng, connecting the two of them. The yuan qi buzzed, and Yang Kai suddenly found that even if he didn't circulate his secret art, the yuan qi in his body would automatically circulate at a high speed. Feeling it slightly, he found that Su Yan was also doing the same. At this moment, the speed of the secret art's circulation was much faster than usual. If it circulated on its own, this speed would increase again. Yang Kai's heart was as clear as a mirror, and his expression became happy. So it's like this. The yin-yang monster ginseng doesn't need to be eaten, but when he and Su Yan are truly connected, it takes the initiative to work. The yin-yang monster ginseng no longer existed. It had turned into a mysterious force, connecting Yang Kai and Su Yan's bodies and minds. As long as the two of them weren't too far apart, even if they didn't circulate their secret art, they could constantly absorb the surrounding world energy to strengthen themselves. If they circulated their secret art, the efficiency of their cultivation would increase by about twice. Coupled with the support of the yin-yang joyous unification art, this result was quite terrifying. It feels like it's our child. Su Yan touched her chest, feeling the connection between herself and Yang Kai because of the yin-yang monster ginseng. Her beautiful eyes flashed with tenderness and motherly love. You want one? Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her, smiling strangely. Su Yan suddenly blushed and glared at Yang Kai angrily. Yang Kai licked his lips, a look of lust appearing on his face. Seeing his expression, Su Yan immediately knew what he was thinking. Immediately she felt a little flustered, her whole body heating up, slightly lowering her head and remaining silent. Yang Kai's breathing suddenly became heavy. Su Yan's appearance made his blood boil even more. Just as he was about to push her away, he suddenly heard the sound of fierce fighting and shouting. Occasionally, a burst of strong energy fluctuations came from outside the house. Yang Kai's expression became cold and gloomy. Being disturbed at this critical moment, Yang Kai's good mood was suddenly ruined. Su Yan released her divine sense and lightly sighed. It seems someone has arrived in War City and is fighting with the beguiling demon queen. I'll go take a look. Yang Kai took a deep breath. Yang Kai took a deep breath. Yang Kai's expression. No matter what, Shan Qingluo was still somewhat related to him, so he couldn't just ignore her, but he didn't know who was fighting her. After he left the house, Yang Kai's sect head house had, Yang Kai a few. There were quite a number of people, at least 100 at a glance. Almost all of them were immortal ascension boundary masters, all of them staring up at the sky. And in the sky, there were also 3 people besieging Shan Qingluo. Each of these 3 was a transcendent realm master, and had sealed off all of Shan Qingluo's escape routes. Although the beguiling demon queen had now broken through to the transcendent realm, she was still young and had Bai Luo by her side to protect. How could she be a match for these 3? After a fierce battle, Yang Kai Luo was forced to defend herself and Bai Luo, but she was still unable to stop the momentum of these 3 people's attacks. Dragon Lady, surrender and we can spare your life! Among the 3 people, an old man with sallow skin shouted. I didn't expect to run into the famous beguiling demon queen here. Wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search only to find it by chance. Another old man sneered, seemingly determined to capture Shan Qingluo alive. 2 friends, please don't kill her. We can use her as a bargaining chip in our negotiations with the demon lord. The third person shouted. We can't kill her, this dragon lady's methods are too strong. The old man with the sallow skin shouted angrily. Although it was 3 against 1, he found that this dragon lady's methods were extremely strange and the 3 of them were unable to do anything to her. Moreover, if it weren't for the fact that he had to protect the girl beside him, with this dragon lady's strength, she could have escaped at any time. Master, don't worry about me. Bai Luo bit her lower lip anxiously. She also knew that she was being held back by Shan Qingluo, so how could she bear to see Shan Qingluo fall into danger because of her? Without waiting for Shan Qingluo to answer, she suddenly twisted her body and directly escaped from Shan Qingluo's range of protection. Bai Luo! Shan Qingluo called out in alarm, but was still unable to catch her. The old man with the sallow skin stared coldly at Bai Luo, who was rushing towards him, and with a casual wave of his hand, Bai Luo, who was baring her fangs and brandishing her claws like a little tiger, was sent flying. She was only an Immortal Ascension Boundary First Stage cultivator, so she couldn't block the attack of a Transcendent Realm Master. In an instant, her 5 viscera and 6 organs shifted positions, her blood tumbled, her face went white as paper, and her consciousness blurred. Among the 100 or so spectators, an Immortal Ascension Boundary Master immediately flew out, intending to capture Bai Luo. But before he could approach, another person rushed out like a bolt of lightning and snatched Bai Luo before he could act. The Immortal Ascension Boundary Master frowned, feeling that this newcomer was only an Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th Stage cultivator, coldly snorting and shouting, "Let go!" Saying so, he sent out a fierce Yuan Qi punch, not showing the slightest bit of mercy. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he noticed the power contained in his opponent's move, not hesitating to respond with a palm strike. When the fist and palm collided, Yang Kai remained as still as a mountain, while the Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage cultivator let out a pitiful cry and tumbled into the crowd. This scene shocked all the spectators, all of them staring towards Yang Kai, who had suddenly appeared, their expressions cold and gloomy. Most of these people didn't know Yang Kai, but since he had rescued Bai Luo, everyone naturally regarded him as one of Shan Qingluo's allies. "Young Master Yang?" One of the 3 people besieging Shan Qingluo saw Yang Kai and called out, quickly leaping out of the battle. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced over at this man, somewhat surprised. "Elder Lu?" This man turned out to be the Lu family's Transcendent Realm Master, Lu Si. Both of them seemed to be very surprised that they would meet here. Lu Si didn't know that Yang Kai existed in War City, and Yang Kai didn't know why Lu Si would come here. As the two of them spoke, the battle between Shan Qingluo and Yang Kai came to a stop. The beguiling demon queen stared at the 3 people before her tender body flickered and she arrived beside Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes filled with worry as she turned to Bai Luo and asked, "How is she? Her life isn't in any danger." Yang Kai shook his head and flew back to the mansion with Shan Qingluo, handing Bai Luo over to Tang Yuxian, who had just rushed out of the mansion so she could bring her back for treatment. After dealing with this matter, Yang Kai turned his head and began to examine the people who had suddenly arrived in War City. At this moment, all of these people were staring at Yang Kai's mansion in amazement, their faces filled with disbelief. They only knew that War City had been completely destroyed, but today they discovered that there was actually a mansion that was still intact, and inside it, there were countless masters moving about. Lu Si's expression flickered, seemingly thinking of something, and his attitude couldn't help relaxing a lot. On the other hand, the other 2 Transcendent Realm Masters stared at Yang Kai with fear and anger. Qiu Yimeng also came out, and after seeing Lu Si, she asked in surprise, "Lu Si, why are you here?" "Young Lady Qiu?" Lu Si nodded slightly. This Lu received the conscription order from the 8 great families and rushed to the central capital to provide assistance when he saw a heavenly manifestation nearby, so he came to take a look. "I didn't expect to meet the evil king here." As he spoke, his eyes wandered between Yang Kai and Shan Qingluo, obviously not understanding why the relationship between these 2 was so unusual. "So that's how it is." Qiu Yimeng nodded gently. It had been half a year since the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Lands invasion, and although the 8 great families had issued 2 conscription orders to the various forces in the world, only a few had responded. However, the Lu family was supported by the Qiu family, so even if Lu Si was unwilling, he had no choice but to lead his family to the central capital. "These 2 are..." Qiu Yimeng looked at the other 2 Transcendent Realm Masters. Lu Si introduced them. "This is Elder Huang Shao of the Huang family, and this is Elder Jiangzhe of the Radiant Palace. Both of them will be accompanying this Lu to the central capital." Qiu Yimeng nodded lightly. The Huang family, the Radiant Palace, and the Lu family all had a deep relationship with the central capital's 8 great families. It was probably for this reason that when faced with the conscription order issued by the 8 great families, they had no choice but to bring their people. Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhi greeted Qiu Yimeng with an easygoing attitude, but when they turned to look at Yang Kai, their faces were filled with disgust and contempt. In the later stages of the inheritance war, the 8 great families had tried their best to smear Yang Kai's name, accusing him of colluding with evil spirits and plotting to overthrow the central capital. This news had spread throughout the world, and now that Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhi had seen Yang Kai and Shan Qingluo acting so close and flirtatious with each other, they immediately believed it was true. They thought he really was colluding with evil spirits. "Young Lady Qiu, why are you here?" Lucy asked curiously. If they hadn't been attracted by the heavenly manifestation this time, they wouldn't have known that so many people were still alive in War City. "Taking refuge." Qiu Yimeng smiled. "Taking refuge?" Lucy was stunned. "And we're taking refuge here." Huang Xiao coldly snorted. "Young Lady Qiu, what can we possibly avoid here? I'm afraid this place has already become a rear base for the ash-gray cloud evil land." Qiu Yimeng's expression remained unchanged as she smiled and asked, "Why does Elder Huang say that?" Huang Xiao pointed to Shan Qingluo and Yang Kai and said, "One is the ash-gray cloud evil land's evil king and the other is the Yang family's little lord who colludes with evil spirits. Young Lady Qiu, you're still young, so don't be deceived by this slut, lest you regret it for the rest of your life." "Deceived by a slut?" Qiu Yimeng glanced at Yang Kai amusedly and said, "Many thanks for Elder Huang's reminder. Although I'm not as knowledgeable as Elder Huang, I also know what I'm doing." Huang Zhao's expression was gloomy as he secretly shook his head, thinking that Qiu Yimeng had probably been bewitched by Yang Kai and was now completely unable to see the situation clearly. It was a miracle that this small mansion could survive in this chaotic world. Huang Xiao felt that the reason it was able to survive was because of the ash-gray cloud evil land and Yang Kai's relationship. Otherwise, when all of War City had been destroyed, how could this mansion have survived? Chapter 575. The Huang family's elder Huang Xiao was the first to enter, so it was inevitable that he would think this way. Qiu Yimeng didn't want to explain too much to him. In this world, only Yang Kai's mansion was the safest haven for her right now. "Elder Huang rumors shouldn't be completely believed," Lucy suddenly interjected, seemingly defending Yang Kai. Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhi from the Radiant Palace both looked at him strangely, not quite understanding why he was saying this. Lucy continued, "I have dealt with this young Master Yang before, and this old man dares to guarantee that he is not an evil person, although he is indeed very cunning. He obviously still cared about the fact that when Yang Kai was a guest in the Lu family, he had stolen the Yang crystal jade bed he used to meditate. Although it was also because of his relationship with Yang Kai that he was able to obtain a mysterious grade core from Xiao Fuxing, relieving his many years of troubles, that Yang crystal jade bed was still very valuable." "Elder Lu flatters me," Yang Kai chuckled. "Elder Lu says he isn't colluding with evil demons?" Huang Xiao coldly snorted. "Good, this old master understands Elder Lu's vision, so I believe Elder Lu's words, but how do you explain the current situation?" This question was directed at Yang Kai. "What do I need to explain to you?" Yang Kai sneered, secretly thinking that this Huang Xiao was quite interesting. After accepting the conscription order from the 8 great families, instead of going to the central capital to provide assistance, he instead chose to compete with him here. It was a bit unreasonable. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment, and roughly understood why Huang Xiao was acting this way. The central capital was simply too dangerous, and this Huang Xiao probably wasn't willing to go there. Encountering trouble along the way, it was only natural that he wanted to delay the pace and speed of his journey to the central capital. If he made a great contribution here, when he went to the central capital, he might be put in an important position by the 8 great families, which would be of great help to the Huang family. At the very least, he wouldn't be sacrificed by the 8 great families. "You think I'm a bargaining chip?" Yang Kai's heart immediately understood, but his stomach was still filled with dissatisfaction. "Since young Master Yang doesn't want to explain, that's fine too." Huang Xiao nodded lightly and pointed to Shan Qingluo. As long as you capture this dragon lady and destroy her cultivation, this old master will believe that you have not colluded with the ash-gray cloud evil land. What do you say? Who do you think you are? Yang Kai laughed. It seemed like Huang Xiao was really going to go all out against him. To these people who led their own troops to the central capital to help, Yang Kai spoke with a certain degree of respect. After all, they were both on the side of the world and had a sense of righteousness in their hearts. However, Yang Kai was annoyed by Huang Zhao's lack of sense of propriety, especially since Huang Zhao's intentions and goals were not so simple. Sure enough, Brother Lu, what else do you have to say? Huang Xiao turned to look at Lu Si. Lu Si sighed and shook his head. Huang Xiao was convinced that Yang Kai was colluding with evil spirits, so he couldn't say anything. Furthermore, Lu Si was also able to understand Huang Zhao's motives and intentions. During this time, the Lu family, Huang family, and Radiant Palace had all gathered together, and although their progress was not slow, it was not slow. However, it wasn't too fast either. Everyone wanted to stall for time and see if there would be any turnaround in the battle before they arrived at the central capital. Everyone was eager to find some kind of situation along the way. However, along the way, they hadn't encountered anything, and just as they were about to arrive at the central capital, they suddenly found Yang Kai and the beguiling demon queen in War City. Naturally, they had to make a big fuss. Brother Lu, Brother Jiang, the ash-gray cloud evil land is in chaos and an evil king has appeared here. We can't just sit by and do nothing. Huang Xiao suddenly shouted loudly. Lu Si was shocked. Brother Huang, what do you want to do? What do I want to do? Huang Xiao sneered. Naturally, I want to flatten this place, capture this dragon lady and this Yang family scum who colluded with evil spirits, and send them to the central capital for the 8 great families to deal with. Listening to him spouting such nonsense, Yang Kai couldn't help raising his brow, a strange look appearing on his face. Not only did Yang Kai have such an expression, but all the people who had rushed out of the house also wore strange looks as they stared at Huang Xiao in amazement. Yang Kai's house, was it something these people could swallow? Did they not know what kind of power was hidden in the house? Even when the 8 grand elders from the Seal Temple came, they couldn't do anything to Yang Kai's house, so where did Huang Zhao's confidence come from? Thinking about it carefully, everyone suddenly understood. Half a year ago, the 7 great families had joined forces to launch a powerful attack. The 8 grand elders from the Seal Temple had fought against the 3 transcendents from Yang Kai's house, something everyone in War City had witnessed, but the next day, the ash-gray cloud evil land had launched a massive invasion. In War City, there was no one left alive except for Yang Kai's house, so it was likely that the news of that night's battle had not leaked out. As a result, Huang Xiao thought this was just the house of a Yang family young lord who had participated in the inheritance war. The house of a Yang family young lord, even if he had gathered a lot of helpers, what kind of background could he have? The Huang family had sent all of its elites this time, and there were even transcendents among them. In Huang Zhao's opinion, as long as they could deal with Shan Qingluo, they could easily take over this place. Brother Huang, don't be impulsive, this matter needs to be carefully considered. Lu Si was shocked and quickly tried to dissuade him. His Lu family had suffered a lot during the inheritance war because of his poor judgment and failure to follow Yang Kai. Now, Lu Si had a very high opinion of Yang Kai and didn't want to have any conflict with him. As soon as Huang Xiao said this, Lu Si realized that something was wrong. Brother Lu. Huang Xiao looked at Lu Si with disappointment. I don't know what you're worried about, but don't worry too much. Capturing that dragon lady and that scum from the Yang family is a great achievement. With such a great opportunity in front of you, do you really want to let it slip away? Saying so, he turned to Jiangzhe from the Bright Light Palace and quickly asked, Brother Jiang, what do you think? Jiangzhe's face was also filled with hesitation, but when he heard Huang Zhao's question, he nodded and said, Naturally, I will advance and retreat with Brother Huang. Huang Xiao laughed. Brother Jiang is easy to talk to since Brother Lu doesn't want to participate. This credit will be divided equally between our 2 families. Very good. Jiang Zhe nodded lightly. The two of them seemed determined to win, as if they had already captured Yang Kai's house and captured Yang Kai and Shan Qing Luo to the central capital to take credit for it. Qiu Yiming's expression became cold as she shouted, "Two seniors, why are you so aggressive? Does our house have any grievances with these two?" Huang Xiao shook his head and said, "Young Lady Qiu, you have been deceived by this slut, there is no need for them to speak. However, you can rest assured that we will not harm you. My Huang family and the Bright Light Palace only want to capture that dragon lady and scum of the Yang family. There's no need for you to do so, please retreat quickly. If you're too late, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave even if you want to." Qiu Yiming anxiously shouted while secretly observing Yang Kai's expression. She really didn't want to see the Huang family and the Bright Light Palace's people fall into a pit of fire. No matter what, these two families were here to help the central capital. If they were killed here, their existence would be worthless. Qiu Yiming was also clear about Yang Kai's temper. Huang Xiao had repeatedly called him the scum of the Yang family, and such insulting words had already angered Yang Kai. If she continued to pester him, Yang Kai really would kill her. "We can't leave?" Huang Xiao laughed. "We don't intend to leave." Qiu Yiming, stand down. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent as he softly ordered, "Yang Kai." Qiu Yiming grabbed his arm and slowly shook her head, indicating that he shouldn't be impulsive. "I won't take the initiative to attack them, but if they want to die, I can't stop them." Yang Kai coldly snorted. "Shameless boasting." Huang Xiao flew into a rage, his expression cold as he turned to Lu Si and said, "Brother Lu, this Huang will ask you one last time, do you want to participate in this operation? If you don't, then this credit will be divided equally between me and Brother Jiang, not your Lu family." Lu Si hesitated for a moment before taking the initiative to step back a dozen steps to show his attitude. He always felt that something was wrong this time, and his heart was filled with anxiety, as if something unexpected was about to happen. Seeing Lu Si's attitude, Huang Xiao couldn't help curling his lips, secretly thinking that Lu Si was too timid. Although Yang Kai was a direct descendant of the Yang family, news of him colluding with evil demons and plotting to bring chaos to the central capital had spread throughout the world half a year ago. Now that Huang Xiao had personally witnessed this young man's close relationship with the beguiling demon queen, it was obvious that he had truly fallen into the demon path. Capturing him here would not only not offend the Yang family, but would also bring them great benefits. Lu Si actually didn't want to take advantage of this opportunity, causing Huang Xiao to scoff at him for maintaining a neutral attitude. "If that's the case, then Brother Jiang, let's go." Huang Xiao sneered, slowly raising his hand and shouting, "Huang family and Radiant Palace, heed my orders. Follow me to capture Dragon Lady and the Yang family scum. Except for young Lady Qiu, if anyone resists, kill them all." With this order, the Huang family and Radiant Palace's people rushed towards Yang Kai's mansion, Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhe taking the lead, charging towards Yang Kai and Shan Qing Luo. Yang Kai's expression remained calm as he stood in place. Beside him, Qiu Yiming stared blankly at the people rushing towards them. "It's not that I didn't give them a chance, it's that they sent themselves to their deaths." Yang Kai glanced over at Qiu Yiming and said lightly. Qiu Yiming was too weak to speak and simply turned her head away, unable to bear watching. She could already foresee the fate of these invaders. The distance between the Huang family and Radiant Palace's Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters was getting closer and closer, as if all of them were brimming with murderous intent. "Kill them all. Don't show any mercy," Yang Kai shouted coldly. If others didn't want to be polite to him, he wouldn't be polite to them either. Suddenly 9 figures appeared behind him. 9 blood warriors rushed out like lightning to meet the enemy head-on. There were no excessive moves or powerful artifacts, just the 9 blood warriors were like tigers in a flock of sheep. The Huang family and Radiant Palace's Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, who had come with great expectations, were like a raging river that was instantly cut off, their imposing aura leaking out. A strong shockwave spread out, and in an instant, a large number of people were killed or wounded. Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhe, who had taken the lead, screamed as they were sent flying. A few dozen meters away, Lu Si and the Lu family members' eyes bulged as they stared in shock at this one-sided slaughter, their expressions particularly complex. 9 transcendents attacking at the same time caused Lu Si to almost lose his ability to breathe. Chapter 576. The situation had changed too quickly. The seemingly defenseless Yangkai mansion suddenly had such a large number of masters. The Huang family and Radiant Palace's elites were unable to react in time. Even if they had been able to react, they wouldn't have been able to withstand the onslaught of the 9 blood warriors. This was the first battle the 9 blood warriors had fought since breaking through to the transcendent realm, so they had displayed their full strength and showed no mercy. Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhi realized that something was wrong when they first encountered the blood warriors. When the two of them stabilized their footing and stared at the scene before them, they were dumbstruck. The elites of their 2 families were being cut down like wheat under the onslaught of the Yang family's 9 blood warriors, unable to put up any resistance. From the moment Huang Xiao ordered the attack to the end of the battle, only 10 breaths had passed. 60 to 70 elites from the Huang family and Radiant Palace had been completely wiped out, leaving only the 2 Transcendent Realm Masters, Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhi, dumbfounded at this turn of events. The Lu family elites were also trembling in fear. Originally, Lu Si not agreeing to Huang Zhao's invitation and losing the opportunity to earn merits had caused them to feel somewhat disappointed, but after seeing this scene, they couldn't help rejoicing, secretly thinking that Elder Si's vision was truly unique and had great foresight. If the Lu family elites had participated in this battle just now, they would have ended up no different from the Huang family and Radiant Palace's elites, lying in a pool of blood without any resistance. A chill ran down their spines, making all of them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. The so-called elites of a first-class force were nothing in front of 9 Transcendent Realm Masters. Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhi both couldn't believe what they had just seen, and even more couldn't believe that the elites their families and sect had spent so much effort to cultivate were all gone just like that. 9 figures flew over. None of them were the 9 Yang family blood warriors, all of them wearing indifferent expressions. Perceiving the approaching crisis, Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhi didn't dare to remain and hurriedly fled. "Young Master Yang, please show mercy," Lu Si hurriedly shouted. "They are still part of the resistance against the ash-gray cloud evil land." "Yang Kai!" Qiu Yimeng also shouted. Hearing Qiu Yimeng's voice, the movements of the 9 blood warriors slowed down, waiting for Yang Kai's new instructions. This momentary delay allowed Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhi to escape. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't say anything to stop him, Lu Si couldn't help but sigh in relief. The elites of the Huang family and the Mansion of Light had died here. Although the losses were not small, there was always a chance for them to make a comeback. If Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhi also died, then these 2 first-class forces would really be destroyed. "Many thanks, young Master Yang!" Lu Si quickly cupped his fists and thanked him. Yang Kai had a strange look on his face. His brows were furrowed, and he looked unhappy. He didn't say anything. Lu Si's heart was on tenterhooks, the pressure was great, and he could only wait quietly. Yang Kai's attention was no longer on them. When the 9 blood warriors rushed out to kill the first Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, Yang Kai suddenly discovered that a huge suction force had suddenly appeared in his knowledge sea, pulling in an inexplicable amount of energy into it. With the deaths of the Huang family and Mansion of Light's elites, one after another, this inexplicable energy was sucked into his knowledge sea. Yang Kai quickly immersed himself in this, and sent his divine sense into his knowledge sea to investigate. After a long time, he discovered that this inexplicable energy that was being sucked into his knowledge sea was actually the remnant spiritual energy of these Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Every Immortal Ascension Boundary Master had their own knowledge sea, and within that knowledge sea stored the spiritual energy they cultivated. If an Immortal Ascension Boundary Master died, their knowledge sea would collapse the moment they died. When their knowledge sea collapsed, the spiritual energy contained within it would quickly disperse into the void and disappear. It was like a cup full of water being broken, the water inside would only flow out and evaporate. unless there was some kind of special treasure that could preserve the spiritual energy of an immortal ascension boundary master after their death. For example, the soul-warming lotus. When Yang Kai first obtained the soul-warming lotus had been wrapped in a huge amount of spiritual energy left behind by its previous master. However, at that time, Yang Kai's strength was too low, so he couldn't do anything about this spiritual energy, and had ended up benefiting the old demon. But now, the spiritual energy of these immortal ascension boundary masters was actually being absorbed into Yang Kai's knowledge sea. The source of the attraction was the solitary golden eye that was tightly shut. Yang Kai's expression became strange. The tyrannical power of the solitary golden eye was something he had witnessed with his own eyes. He had even gone into seclusion for a month in an attempt to refine it. Unfortunately, he had failed. Only his divine sense had formed a subtle connection with it. At first, Yang Kai didn't care much about this solitary golden eye, but now it suddenly played a role. Clumps after clumps of divine sense gathered together, a total of 60 to 70 clumps. These clumps of divine sense contained the thoughts of the Huang family and Radiant Palace's cultivators, making them look like a hodgepodge, causing Yang Kai to frown. His divine sense was completely immersed in this place, so naturally he didn't respond to the shouts of the outside world. But in the eyes of the bystanders, Kai Yang was deep in thought, as if he was thinking about something very important, his expression constantly changing. After a while, Yang Kai suddenly recovered and turned his head to look around, but did not find the bodies of Huang Xiao and Jiangzhe, so he knew they had escaped. Not wanting to pursue this matter, Yang Kai simply said, "Clean up the bodies!" After giving this order, Yang Kai turned around and walked into the house. "Young Master Yang, please wait!" Lu Si hurriedly shouted. Yang Kai turned his head, a look of impatience appearing on his face as he said faintly, "What other advice does Elder Lu have?" Lu Si's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he quickly waved his hand. "I dare not." In the past, Lu Si could still put on airs in front of Yang Kai, taking advantage of his seniority, but after witnessing such a large and luxurious lineup of subordinates gathered together, and seeing how cruel and decisive his methods were, how could Lu Si dare to give him any advice? If things went wrong, the Lu family would likely lose their lives here. Lowering his posture to the extreme, Lu Si carefully asked, "Young Master Yang, how do you intend to deal with this matter?" "Deal with what?" Yang Kai frowned. "You killed so many, so what if I killed them? If anyone wants revenge, just come find me." Yang Kai sneered. "What? Does Elder Lu want to avenge them?" Young Master Yang must be joking. Lu Si said awkwardly. "This Lu just wanted to say that my Lu family, together with the Huang family and Palace of Light, was preparing to head to the central capital to assist the 8 great families. We were just about to arrive at the central capital when such an incident occurred. If the 8 great families were to ask about it, this Lu would not be able to explain himself." Yang Kai turned around and looked at Lu Si calmly, asking, "Elder Lu, let me ask you, was this matter my fault?" "No." Lu Si thought for a moment before shaking his head seriously. This time, it really wasn't Yang Kai's fault. It was Huang Xiao and Jiangzhe who had been so insistent on causing trouble for Yang Kai's mansion. Their strength was inferior to his, but they had been killed. They could only blame themselves for having eyes but failing to see and offending someone they shouldn't have. If one really wanted to blame someone, it could only be said that Yang Kai's methods were too extreme. He didn't need to kill so many people. As long as the 9 blood warriors showed their strength, the Huang family and Palace of Light would definitely retreat. However, the Yang family's little lord's actions were something Lu Si had also heard about. He even dared to kill the future successor of a first-class family, not to mention these so-called elites. Since it's not my fault, if the 8 great families ask, Elder Lu can simply report to them truthfully. Yang Kai sneered. That won't be possible. Lu Si slowly shook his head. Our 3 families acted together, and the Huang family and Palace of Light suffered heavy losses. Only my Lu family managed to remain unscathed. Once we reach the central capital, I'm afraid my Lu family will become a target of suspicion. What does Elder Lu want to say? Let's get straight to the point. I don't have time to waste with you. Lu Xi's expression became solemn as he declared. Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhi's actions, this old master understands. Their wrong decision has greatly damaged their sect and family's Yuan Qi. Now that they have cleared their name, I'm afraid my Lu family and young Master Yang's name will be smeared together. You're saying you colluded with me to frame them? That's not impossible. Lu Xi nodded. Yang Kai laughed. Then your Lu family is finished. This time, I'm afraid even the Chiu family won't be able to protect you. Facing Yang Kai's gloating expression, Lu Xi didn't dare get angry and sincerely said, That's why this old master would like to ask young Master Yang to accompany me to the central capital. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as a cold light flashed across the depths of his pupils. Young Master Yang has many masters in his house. If you can go to the central capital with my Lu family, perhaps you can resolve the current situation. At that time, the 8 great families will no longer blame young Master Yang and will ensure the safety of my Lu family, which will be beneficial to both you and me. In fact, this old master has never believed that young Master Yang would collude with such evil forces. I'm indebted to Elder Lu for thinking so highly of me. Yang Kai said lightly. But what does the survival of the 8 great families and the central capital have to do with me? I'm simply taking refuge here. Elder Lu, I won't be seeing you out. Saying so, Yang Kai turned around and walked into the house, not giving Lu Xi a chance to speak. After a while, the corpses outside the house had been cleaned up by the 9 blood warriors and everyone else followed Yang Kai inside, leaving only the Lu family members standing awkwardly outside. Lu Xi smiled bitterly. Inside the house, the injured Bai Luo was being treated. Shan Qing Luo also followed in, and after inspecting her condition, she couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. Thank you? Shan Qing Luo stared at Yang Kai faintly, a faint blush appearing on her enchanting face as her breathing became slightly heavy. Noticing her abnormality, Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman both stared at her in surprise. Are you okay? Yang Kai looked her up and down. I'm fine. Shan Qing Luo grinned, a look of infatuation appearing on her face. I just want to eat you. Hey, there's someone here. Chiu Yimeng couldn't stand it anymore. Such blatant seduction, wasn't it too shameless? The good impression she had of the beguiling demon queen immediately collapsed. Are you okay? Yang Kai looked her up and down. I'm fine. Shan Qing Luo grinned, a look of infatuation appearing on her face. I just want to eat you. Hey, there's someone here. Chiu Yimeng couldn't stand it anymore. Such blatant seduction, wasn't it too shameless? The good impression she had of the beguiling demon queen immediately collapsed. Chapter 577. Is young lady Chiu jealous? Shan Qing Luo looked at Chiu Yimeng with a mischievous smile on her face. Chiu Yimeng curled her lips. If you don't leave now, I'll really eat you. Shan Qing Luo looked at Yang Kai again, her beautiful eyes blurred, the tip of her scarlet tongue roaming around her lips, a look of unbearable hunger on her face. The mystery of Shan Qing Luo's poisonous widow body was only known to him and the beguiling demon queen. Shan Qing Luo was certain this had a great influence on her. I'm going to enter retreat, Yang Kai said and turned to leave. Didn't you just come out? Chiu Yimeng snorted, using Yang Kai as an excuse to leave, feeling a little unhappy. I just had some insights, Yang Kai casually explained. Back in his room, Yang Kai quickly sat down and sent his divine sense into his knowledge sea, transforming into his soul avatar as he stared at the clusters of energy around him. These clusters of energy were very different from the pure energy left behind by the Yi family masters who died last time. They contained the thoughts and life experiences of 60 to 70 masters. If he were to absorb them, Kai Yang reckoned that his memories and thoughts would definitely be affected. Perhaps he wouldn't even remember who he was. This was not a trivial matter. A person who didn't even remember who they were was destined to live a sad life. Looking up at the closed solitary golden eye, Yang Kai concentrated on connecting with it with his divine sense. This energy was drawn into his knowledge sea by the attractive force of the solitary golden eye. Furthermore, with his previous experience, Kai Yang now knew what to do. All he needed to do was to use his solitary golden eye to once again release that golden light. Then he would be able to purify all of this impure energy. However, Yang Kai didn't know if he could control this solitary golden eye. Gradually, his divine sense began to connect with the solitary golden eye, and in that moment, Yang Kai seemed to have opened a door. Inside that door, a golden light flashed, making it impossible for anyone to see clearly. The solitary golden eye, which had been tightly shut, slowly opened at this moment. Just like the first time Yang Kai saw it, the majestic golden eye made people involuntarily feel a sense of fear and worship. A beam of destructive golden light shot out from the single eye and slammed into the cluster of heterogeneous energy. *C la la, star. It was like a soldering iron being dipped into water. Among the impure energy, a black aura overflowed, struggling and squirming, but it couldn't escape the golden light, and in only a moment's time, it dissipated and no longer existed. These black auras should be the thoughts and life experiences of those experts. Under the illumination of the golden light, all of them were purified. Soon, the golden light disappeared, and the open eye slowly closed again. The solitary golden eye's eyes, the impure energy Yang Kai laughed heartily, his heart filled with joy. He finally knew how to use the solitary golden eye he had obtained from the 7th page of the Black Book. The only thing he felt a little regretful about was that he wasn't able to establish any connection with the solitary golden eye when the 7 people from the Sealed Temple died. Otherwise, how great of a fortune would it have been if he had absorbed the spiritual energy left behind by the 7 people from the Sealed Temple? However, it wasn't too late to find out now. Walking over to the pure energy, Yang Kai happily absorbed it. Soon, this pure energy transformed into Yang Kai's strength. His immortal ascension boundary 4th stage cultivation had been consolidated once again, and it wouldn't be long before he reached the immortal ascension boundary 5th stage. This result made Yang Kai a little dissatisfied. If he had obtained such a huge amount of pure energy, his strength would have at least risen by another minor realm. But now, it seemed he had thought too much. After all, this energy had escaped from the knowledge seas of the immortal ascension boundary masters. In terms of quality, it couldn't be compared to the energy left behind by the Yi family's top master. Although this amount was huge, it wasn't enough to cause a qualitative change. Yang Kai also faintly felt that he had reached a bottleneck. This was the bottleneck of his understanding of the immortal ascension boundary. Fortunately, when Yang Kai absorbed the energy left behind by the Yi family master, he had accepted his insights into the martial Tao and heavenly way. Otherwise, with the speed at which he was breaking through, his foundation in the immortal ascension boundary would have been unstable. Slowly opening his eyes, Yang Kai fell into contemplation. After a while, his heart began to stir. Half an hour later, Yang Kai exited his retreat and quickly came out of the house. Outside the mansion, the Lu family group had not yet left. Under the leadership of Lu Si, they were still waiting quietly. "Elder, are we just going to wait like this?" Lu Mu, an immortal ascension boundary 8th stage master from the Lu family, asked. "And we wait." Lu Si nodded. "Is that really necessary?" Lu Mu couldn't understand. He was also an elder in the Lu family, but compared to Lu Si, who was a supreme elder, whether it was in terms of seniority or status, the difference was vast. Although he didn't quite agree with Lu Si's current approach, he didn't dare act too presumptuously, and just respectfully said, "Although my Lu family, the Huang family, and the Radiant Light Palace acted together and suffered heavy losses, they brought this upon themselves. They can't blame my Lu family. But because of this, the 8 great families shouldn't be suspicious of us, right? That's just an excuse this old master gave to the young lord of the Yang family." Lu Si smiled. "The 8 great families aren't confused people. As long as we explain what happened, how could they be suspicious of us?" Then, Lu Mu was even more confused. Lu Si sighed faintly and said, "Let me ask you, if we rush to the central capital now, what will the result be?" Lu Mu thought for a moment and said, "We will fight the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. And we will fight the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land, and we will definitely be placed in the vanguard position. Lu Si turned his head and looked around. The Lu family has 35 elites, all of whom are immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. If you were to experience such a battle, how many of you would survive? Lu Mu didn't say anything. 35 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. If even 3 or 5 of them could survive, it would be a stroke of heaven-defying luck. But what if we could act together with young Master Yang and follow his lead to the central capital? Lu Si asked. The Lu family members' eyes lit up, recalling the 9 luxurious lineup they had just witnessed, all of them feeling deeply shocked and expectant. This young Master Yang isn't colluding with evil demons like the rumors say. As far as I know, all of his allies in the Inheritance War have obtained great benefits. If my Lu family can hitch a ride with him, regardless of whether we can obtain any benefits, at the very least, we won't be used as the vanguard and needlessly sacrificed. That's all I hope. The Lu family has cultivated you. It wasn't easy. Elder is wise. Lu Mu finally understood why Lu Si had been waiting in Yang Kai's house all this time. It turned out he had such concerns. Indeed, if Yang Kai could lead them to the central capital, their future would not be as hazy as it was now. During the Inheritance War, he had repeatedly created miracles, so all of them had heard of these rumors. But this young Master Yang, will he go to the central capital? Someone asked. It'll be difficult. Lu Si shook his head sadly. The 8 great families had treated Yang Kai too unfairly. It was likely they had already disheartened him. Otherwise, with so many masters gathered around him, why hadn't he made a move yet? He himself had said that the life or death of the 8 great families and the central capital had nothing to do with him. If he still had any attachment to the central capital and the 8 great families, he wouldn't have just sat back and watched. Let's wait a few days. If it really doesn't work out, my Lu family can only rush to the central capital to help. Lu Si smiled bitterly, his expression helpless. As he was speaking, a person suddenly walked out of Yang Kai's house. Lu Si stared at this person and couldn't help feeling shocked, putting on a warm smile on his face and cupping his fists. Young Master Yang! Yang Kai had actually come out. This was something Lu Si hadn't expected. Everyone from the Lu family also hurriedly saluted and respectfully greeted him. After listening to Lu Si's words, all of them had already regarded Yang Kai as their life-saving straw, so how could they dare disrespect him? Yang Kai glanced over at them and hesitated for a moment before saying, Elder Lu, speaking of which, I have some friendship with the Lu family, and you are a senior among seniors. For you to stand outside like this, I feel a little apologetic. It's fine, it's fine. Lu Si quickly waved his hand, indicating that it was fine. Would you like to come in and sit down? Yang Kai tilted his head. Lu Si's eyes lit up, although he didn't quite understand why Yang Kai's attitude had changed so much. He was still overjoyed and nodded. Very good, then this old man will disturb you. Please. Lu Si had invited Yang Kai into the house to discuss the matter of rushing to the central capital, but after entering, Chiu Yiming took over the Lu family's hospitality while Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. Lu Si was confused, wondering what Yang Kai was up to. He had asked Chiu Yiming several times, but the Chiu family's first young lady didn't know anything, so he couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. Inside Meng Wuya's room, Yang Kai told his thoughts to Meng Wuya, Old Demon, and Ling Tai Su. Young Master, you want to go to the central capital? Old Demon was surprised, not understanding why Yang Kai would suddenly have such an idea. For the past 6 months, everyone in the mansion had been working hard to improve their strength, and everyone had achieved great results. But if they were to be drawn into the central capital's battlefield, who knew how many of them would die? And I want to go to the central capital. Yang Kai nodded firmly. Now that he knew how to use the solitary golden eye and the great benefits it could bring him, Yang Kai naturally had to look for an opportunity. Staying in War City was indeed safe, but his strength would also rise slowly. The central capital was different. There were countless immortal Ascension Boundary Masters there, and every day people died. As long as an immortal Ascension Boundary Master died, Yang Kai would be able to obtain their spiritual energy. You're not such a selfless person. Meng Wuya smiled. Tell me, what is it? I can't say the specific reason, but I can tell the three of you that I have my own reasons. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. The three of them raised their brow and stared at Yang Kai in surprise. Grand Master, are you planning to go to the central capital yourself? Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and looked at Ling Tai Su. Ling Tai Su was startled but didn't deny it, nodding. There are only 2 disciples this old master has ever accepted in his life, so I must go there to settle them. Chapter 578. Tonight, there was no need to wait any longer. Brother Ling. Meng Wuya was shocked. Ling Tai Su's words suddenly made him realize something. Ling Tai Su obviously intended to go all out against Yang Bai, but although he was a second-order transcendent, against Yang Bai, only death awaited him. Ling Tai Su was still brooding over the fact that he had cultivated Yang Bai, so since he couldn't destroy him, he would destroy himself. This was probably what Ling Tai Su was thinking. After understanding all this, Meng Wuya's expression became dignified. Over the years, Treasurer Meng hadn't made many friends. Xiao Fuxing from Medicine King's Valley's hidden cloud peak could barely be considered one, and the only one left was Ling Tai Su. Although he had a good relationship with Yang Kai, he was still a junior. Now that his old friend was going to throw his life away, Meng Wuya naturally couldn't just ignore it. Since Brother Ling has such an idea, we'll go to the central capital together, Meng Wuya said. Brother Meng. Ling Tai Su was slightly moved. If I go with you, I can guarantee your safety. Meng Wuya smiled lightly, turning to Yang Kai and asking, When do you plan to leave? Let's wait a few more days. The 4 blood warriors brought by Big Brother and Second Brother are now at a critical juncture. When they break through, we'll set off, Yang Kai said. At that time, 13 Transcendent Realm blood warriors, plus Meng Wuya, Ling Tai Su, Old Demon, and Li Yuan Chun, would form an unprecedentedly powerful lineup. Today, Lu Si, who was also a Transcendent Realm Master, had also been pulled in. Although such a force couldn't completely quell the chaos in the central capital, in Yang Kai's plan, it was enough to ensure their safety. Unless Demon Lord Yang Bai decided to attack them at all costs. After reaching an agreement, Yang Kai rushed out to inform Lu Si. When he heard that Yang Kai was actually willing to take his people to the central capital, Lu Si was so surprised that he didn't know what to say. Instead, he praised Yang Kai for his righteousness and consideration for the overall situation and expressed that the Lu family was willing to follow Yang Kai. After a few days of peace, the 4 blood warriors brought by Yang Wei and Yang Zhao were still in retreat trying to break through to the Transcendent Realm. It had been half a year since they had arrived in Yang Kai, and during the first 3 months, Yang Kai had vigorously cultivated them, using the myriad drug liquid to help them cleanse their bodies and break through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage. After 3 months, he had given them the myriad drug cream to help them break through to the Transcendent Realm. Now, they were on the verge of success. These few days, the Lu family also rested at the residence. Everything in the manor made Lu Si and the others shocked. 80% of the cultivator who came in and out were in the Heaven's Gate realm. The remaining 20%, even if not in the Heaven's Gate realm, were at least in Yuanqi realm level 8. Many of these cultivators were from the younger generation. These young people who were less than 20 years old had actually reached such a high level. Lu Si was both shocked and envious. How could his Lu family have such a scene? Reaching the Yuanqi realm at the age of 20 was already considered a genius in his Lu family, and would be vigorously cultivated as a disciple. But in Yang Kai's mansion, Yuanqi realm was nothing. 9 Transcendent Realm blood warriors and 4 other Transcendent Realm masters, such a mansion's strength far surpassed any of the central capital's 8 great families. Lu Si and the Lu family's people had been acting very cautiously these past few days. After witnessing the strength and lineup of Yang Kai's mansion, they found that the Lu family was just a small family, and couldn't help feeling inferior. How could they dare act presumptuously? 7 days later, a towering energy fluctuation suddenly erupted. A magnificent heavenly manifestation reappeared and Lu Si rushed out of his room, staring at the huge gathering of energy in the sky, his lips trembling. Someone had broken through to the above immortal ascension boundary. And it wasn't just one person. It was two people breaking through at the same time. But this wasn't over yet as two more tyrannical auras burst forth. Lucy was dumbstruck like a wooden chicken. At some point, Li Yuan-chun of the Endless Sea Island's Supreme Solitary Sect appeared beside Lucy and stared up at the sky with him, letting out a faint sigh. This isn't much. Haven't you seen 9 people break through to the above immortal ascension boundary one after another? There was a hint of sadness in his tone. Hearing this, Lucy glanced over at him and cupped his fists. What is your Excellency's name? Endless Sea Island's Supreme Solitary Sect, Li Yuan-chun. Supreme Solitary Sect? Lucy was surprised. That Super Force Supreme Solitary Sect? Li Yuan-chun's expression became awkward as he waved his hand. Brother Lu is too serious. There's no need to mention super forces here. Compared to my Supreme Solitary Sect and young Master Yang's mansion, haha, there's no comparison. Lucy nodded in agreement. How could Supreme Solitary Sect compare to Yang Kai's mansion? The 8 great families couldn't even compare to Yang Kai's mansion. This was the world's top force. It had completely surpassed the heritage of any sect or family in history. Does Brother Lu have a granddaughter? Li Yuan-chun suddenly asked an irrelevant question. This old man has been obsessed with cultivation all his life and has no direct descendants. Lucy was confused, not understanding why this old man was asking this. Your Lu family is a first-class family. You must have young and beautiful women, right? There are quite a few. Hurry up and marry me. I really envy your inland sects and families. With such a promising young man here, if Brother Lu doesn't try to establish a relationship with him now, how long will he wait? If my Supreme Solitary Sect was inland, let alone a granddaughter, even if it was a daughter, this Li would give her to young Master Yang. Lucy's face went black, thinking that with Li Yuan-chun's age, if he had a daughter, she would be at least 40 or 50 years old, right? Wasn't this an old cow eating young grass? Would Yang Kai be willing? Thinking so in his heart, Lucy fell into contemplation. What Li Yuan-chun said may not be impossible. The Lu family had a large number of young and beautiful girls, each one of them a feast for the eyes. If any one of them could win Yang Kai's favor, the Lu family would be holding on to a thigh that was countless times thicker than the 8 great families. In the end, Yang Kai was still a young man. Which young man wasn't romantic? Men couldn't resist the temptation of beautiful women. Lucy was also a man who had experienced such a period, so naturally, he had experienced such a period. Thinking so in his heart, his expression became ambiguous. Obviously, he was tempted by Li Yuan-chun's words. The 4 blood warriors' breakthroughs lasted for 4 days. After 4 days, everything gradually calmed down, and they all emerged from their seclusion, each of them having reached the transcendent realm. Yang Kai gave them another 3 days to consolidate their cultivations. Tu Feng and the other saints shared their cultivation experiences and the experiences they had obtained from Meng Wuya during this time, allowing the 4 of them to benefit greatly and immediately understand the mysteries of the transcendent realm and the division of realms. Everything was ready. Yang Kai's original intention was to take the 13 blood warriors, the old demon, Li Yuan-chun, and the rest of the Lu family to the central capital. However, Meng Wuya's words stunned him. I can take everyone in the house to the central capital. How? Yang Kai was stunned. Meng Wuya smiled mysteriously, waving his hand and sending out a ray of light that disappeared into the void. The heavenly palace once again appeared, its transparent barrier wrapping around the entire mansion. Atop the barrier, a series of complex spirit array lines flashed, giving off a mysterious aura. Rise! Meng Wuya shouted. With a huge humming and trembling sound, the entire Yang Kai mansion rose up from the ground. Under the protection of the heavenly palace, not a single brick or tile was damaged as it slowly rose into the air, like a small island moving through the sky. This? Everyone was dumbfounded. Feeling that they were rising, the cultivator in the mansion rushed to the edge of the mansion and looked down, all of them shouting in amazement as if they had discovered a new continent. Even the Transcendent Realm Masters were deeply shocked by the means displayed by Meng Wuye at this moment. Did I say the Heavenly Palace couldn't be moved? Meng Wuye glanced over at Yang Kai triumphantly, as if he was very happy to see him suffer. I've been played for a fool. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. No wonder when Yang Kai said he wanted to go to the central capital that day, Meng Wuye didn't oppose and instead supported him, even declaring that he could ensure everyone's safety. Yang Kai had been wondering why Meng Wuye would abandon Xianning Chang and follow him to the central capital. According to Meng Wuye's principles, Xianning Chang's safety was his top priority, so there was no reason for him to act so rashly. It turned out that it wasn't that he didn't care about the safety of his treasured apprentice, but rather that he had already made up his mind. The fact that the Heavenly Palace could be moved was tantamount to having an unbreakable defensive barrier, so Yang Kai's worries were no longer a concern at this moment. That's even better! Yang Kai quickly recovered and grinned towards Meng Wuye. Treasurer Meng, thank you for your hard work. Don't make such sarcastic remarks. Meng Wuye's expression was difficult as he constantly waved his hand and sent a profound light into the surrounding barrier. It was obvious that moving the Heavenly Palace like this was quite taxing for him. Ha ha! Yang Kai laughed. On the ground, Shan Qing Luo and Bai Luo both stared blankly at Yang Kai's mansion, which was slowly moving towards the central capital, unable to recover from their shock for some time. How did he do that? Bai Luo murmured. Last time, she had been injured by a Transcendent Realm Master, but in just a few days she had healed and Shan Qing Luo had taken her away from Yang Kai's mansion. I don't know. The scene in front of her had completely exceeded Shan Qing Luo's knowledge and understanding. Master, what do we do now? Bai Luo asked. Go to the central capital, there's no need to stay here any longer. She and Bai Luo had only stayed here because Yang Bai wanted her to monitor the movements of Yang Kai's mansion, but now that the entire Yang Kai mansion had flown away, there was no need for her to remain. Saying so, her tender body transformed into a stream of light and caught up with Yang Kai's mansion, shouting, Yang Kai, I'm going to the central capital to report to the Demon Lord. Hearing her shout, Yang Kai shook his head and ordered, Old Demon, stop her. Old Demon scratched his head and asked, Can't we send someone else? Old Servant doesn't want to go. The relationship between Yang Kai and Shan Qing Luo was unclear, but anyone could see that this beguiling demon queen had no hostility towards Yang Kai. On the contrary, she had a good impression of him. Yang Kai's attitude towards her was also quite ambiguous. She had deliberately shouted this in the hope that Yang Kai would send someone to stop her. Stopping her without injuring her, Old Demon was naturally unwilling to do such a thankless task. Yang Kai glared at Old Demon, to which Old Demon quickly nodded. Old Servant obeys. Saying so, he rushed out of the mansion with a frown on his face and met Shan Qing Luo. Chapter 579. Neither north nor south, the world's greatest city. These words were originally used to describe the glory of the central capital. But with the large-scale invasion of the ash-gray cloud evil land, these words of glory had become reality. A true north and south cannot see each other. The north of the central capital had been invaded by the ash-gray cloud evil land. In the south of the central capital, the 8 great families, with Yang Kai as their core, defended and counterattacked in an attempt to repel Yang Bai and the 5 evil kings. The battle lasted for half a year, and the situation was deadlocked. In terms of master level, the ash-gray cloud evil land had an absolute advantage with their 3rd order transcendent Yang Bai. However, in terms of number of masters, the 8 great families were far ahead. Even though many transcendents had died in the past 6 months, this gap had not been shortened. Neither side could do anything to the other and could only confront each other, either willing to give up on the central capital. A small battle every 3 days, a big battle every 5 days. For the 8 great families and the ash-gray cloud evil land's cultivator, this was a common occurrence. After fighting for so long, both sides had a good understanding of each other's details. At this moment, on the north-south line of the central capital, a fierce battle was taking place. People were constantly falling down and dying, but a steady stream of people continued to pour into the battlefield, causing the scene to become more and more intense. However, both sides still had some restraint, only sending immortal Ascension boundary masters to the front lines while the Transcendents sat in the rear and commanded. Even Transcendent Realm Masters, after such a long time of tug-of-war, would appear tired and powerless, unable to constantly rush to the battlefield. On the ash-gray cloud evil land side, the 5 great evil kings were indifferently watching the tragic battle. The Ghost King and Poison King were even more gloomy, seemingly quite happy with this bloody scene, not caring about the life or death of their subordinates, constantly sending people to the front lines to cheer them on. On the 8 great families side, Yi Kuangren, Kong Rui, Gao Mo, and Meng Shiping all had crimson eyes, their irreconcilable hatred for the ash-gray cloud evil land. Each of them sent their family's elites into the battlefield, determined to compete with the ash-gray cloud evil land's cultivator. These 4 were the current leaders of the 8 great families: Yi family, Kong family, Gao family, and Meng family. Half a year ago, when the ash-gray cloud evil land invaded, their first stop was War City. The Gao family's Gao Rangfeng had died tragically at the hands of the Ghost King and Poison King, while the Yi family's Yi Xian Ro and Kong family's Kong Zhan had been captured alive and were still imprisoned in the ash-gray cloud evil land, living a life worse than death. At that time, only one person, Meng Shani, was smart enough to disguise himself as an ordinary disciple and escape, but under the influence of the Poison Qi and Ghost Qi, he was reduced to a cripple. After escaping back to the central capital with the help of the Meng family's masters, the Meng family continued to use Meng Shanyi's precious rare treasures to prolong his life, but there was still no sign of him getting better. The heirs of the 4 great clans were either killed, crippled, or captured. As their fathers, the 4 great clans were naturally especially furious. During the war in the past half-year, the 4 great clans were also extremely aggressive. They were even more belligerent than the other 4 great clans. Today's battle was the main force of these 4 families and the 8 great families joining forces to pressure the ash-gray cloud evil land. Suddenly, both parties in the middle of the battle felt a terrifying aura rapidly approaching from the horizon. Sensing the approach of this aura, everyone involuntarily stopped what they were doing and put some distance between them and the enemy, raising their heads to look into the distance. A small black dot appeared in everyone's field of vision, but because it was too far away, no one was able to see what it was for a while. After waiting for a moment, everyone was able to see a faint outline and couldn't help being stunned. Because it was actually a mansion. Floating in the sky, the mansion was rapidly flying towards them like a moving fortress, with an imposing aura. Outside the mansion, there was a palace-shaped barrier. The barrier was dazzling and magnificent. Bright lines were moving around it. The tyrannical energy fluctuation came from this mansion. What is this? The profounding Ghost King stared at it for a while but still couldn't understand. A cultivator could cultivate to the Yuanqi realm and fly, but he had never heard of a mansion that could also fly. Ghost King, don't you think that barrier outside looks familiar? The annihilating Poison King's pair of green eyes flashed like a ghost fire as he asked thoughtfully. Hearing him say this, the Ghost King thought for a moment and was startled. You mean, more or less, it came from that direction? That thing can fly? The Ghost King screamed. Even though he was an experienced and knowledgeable person, the scene in front of him was still somewhat difficult for him to accept. That's a mysterious artifact after all, it's only natural that it has a function we don't know about. Lightning Flash Shadow King suddenly interjected. What about the Dragon Lady? Didn't Master ask her to monitor the situation over there? Why didn't she report such a big thing? The tyrannical Force King shouted, his thunderous voice echoing throughout the central capital. Heh, that Dragon Lady isn't on the same side as us. The Poison King laughed grimly, his words full of meaning. Father knew it. The Thunderbolt Beast King coldly snorted. One day, Father will make that cheap slut submit under my crotch! The 5 great evil kings pointed at the huge mansion as they discussed among themselves. The 8 great families were also speculating. None of them knew what the situation in War City was like, but Yang Kai's mansion. Such a sudden attack naturally made them nervous, fearing that the reinforcements from Ing Hanyan's side might be a trap. Only Yang Yinghao stared at the moving fortress with a dignified expression on his face. He had already learned from Fourth Master Yang that Yang Kai's mansion was safe and sound. Although he didn't know what means Yang Kai had used to protect his mansion, inexplicably, Yang Yinghao felt that he had the ability to do so. Now that he saw this scene, all his doubts were resolved. Soon, Yang Kai's mansion arrived at the top of the central capital city, and the many figures standing in front of it entered everyone's line of sight. After seeing the appearance of these people, the 8 great families suddenly burst into exclamations. "It's Yang Kai, the youngest young lord of the Yang family, Yang Kai! He didn't die? Wasn't it said that there were no survivors in War City? What's going on with this mansion? How can it fly? He brought a lot of people with him." Yang Kai took the lead and stood at the edge of the mansion, overlooking the central capital. Behind him, the 13 Yang family blood warriors, who had all reached the transcendent realm, lined up in a row, like stars surrounding the bright moon. Behind them were Old Demon, Ling Tai Su, Lu Si, and Li Yuan Chun for transcendence. Even further back, there were countless immortal ascension boundary masters. Beside Yang Yinghao, the Blood Warrior Hall's Hall Master Feng Xing stared at the 13 blood warriors participating in the Inheritance War and suddenly frowned, whispering to the Blood Warrior Hall's Vice Hall Master Zhou Feng. "Why do I feel like the auras of Tu Feng and Yu Xian are somewhat different from before? It's said that they have all reached the Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage, probably because they broke through." Zhou Feng also had some doubts. "No!" Feng Xing shook his head. "All of them give me a great sense of pressure. This is not something an Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage cultivator can achieve." As the Blood Warrior Hall's Hall Master, Feng Xing was naturally a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. If Tu Feng and the others were only Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage cultivators, there was no reason for him to feel any pressure. Yang Kai's mansion was surrounded by the Heavenly Palace's barrier, and was isolated from the prying of anyone's divine sense. Feng Xing didn't know what kind of cultivation Tu Feng and the others had, but he faintly felt that they weren't simple. Could they have broken through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage? Feng Xing, who had always been calm, was taken aback by this thought and immediately shook his head, secretly feeling that it was unrealistic. "Brother Yang, what do you mean?" Meng Shiping and the others quickly turned to look at Yang Yinghao, expecting him to give them an answer. "If you want to know, ask him yourself." Yang Yinghao replied faintly. He didn't know why Yang Kai had suddenly come to War City. "Could it be he's here for revenge?" Yi Kuangren asked. Listening to him say this, the faces of the 8 great families' patriarchs all became ugly. It wasn't impossible. Half a year ago, the scene of the 8 great families using all kinds of methods to deal with Yang Kai was still vivid in their minds. He was a young man less than 20 years old, young and full of vigor. It was inevitable that he would hold a grudge and seek revenge. If he took advantage of the current situation of the 8 great families and joined forces with the ash-gray cloud evil land, then, if he dares do this, Father here will make him suffer a fate worse than death. Gao Mo coldly snorted. Kang Rui also said, "Brother Yang, no matter what, he is still a member of your Yang family. You have to intervene." "How can I intervene? When your 7 families joined forces to attack him, my Yang family didn't intervene, but now if he really wants to retaliate, my Yang family will meet him head-on." "Aren't you worrying too much?" Meng Shiping sneered. "Although Yang Kai has a lot of powerful masters under his command, with his little strength, what can he do? If he really wants to retaliate against my 8 great families, he's simply courting death. Besides, aren't his parents in the Yang family?" Yang Yinghao suddenly turned his head and glared at Meng Shiping, his eyes filled with warning. "Don't even think about provoking his parents. If he's angered, he's capable of doing anything." Meng Shiping secretly shook his head, feeling that Yang Yinghao was making a big fuss over nothing. A trivial Yang family disciple, was there any need to take him so seriously? As they spoke, Yang Kai's mansion stopped at the center of the central capital, and then slowly descended to the ground. After a long time, with a loud bang, Yang Kai's mansion, which had been in War City for 100 kilometers, once again settled down in the central capital. Meng Wuya gasped for breath, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Iran was about to collapse. With his peak immortal ascension boundary cultivation, using the heavenly palace, this heaven-defying artifact had taken a huge toll on Meng Wuya's strength. Fortunately, he had only flown a few hundred kilometers. If he had flown any further, he feared he wouldn't have been able to bear it. "Treasurer Meng, you've worked hard," Yang Kai solemnly said. Meng Wuya nodded and immediately adjusted his breathing. The mansion landed in the middle of the square, with the 8 great families in front and the ash-gray cloud evil land behind, like a sharp knife, completely separating the two camps without any scruples. Such an arrogant posture not only showed that Yang Kai didn't put either side in his eyes, but also showed that he wouldn't submit to either side. Interesting. The several evil kings laughed as they stared at Yang Kai at the front of the crowd with great interest. Arrogant! The several patriarchs of the 8 great families coldly snorted, their dislike for Yang Kai increasing. Chapter 580. In the camp of the 8 great families, 2 transcendent realm masters stared at the people from Yang Kai's mansion with bloodshot eyes filled with hatred and dread. They were Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhe. More than 10 days ago, the 2 of them had fled to the central capital and reported their experiences to the 8 great families. But to their disappointment, the people of the 8 great families did not believe what they said. How many masters there were in Yang Kai's house and what kind of strength each of them possessed, the 8 great families were well aware. Even if this information was only half a year old, it was impossible for 9 transcendent realm blood warriors to suddenly appear like Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhe had claimed. That was simply too unrealistic. Although Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhe both swore solemnly, repeatedly swearing that everything they said was true, the people from the 8 great families still didn't believe them and simply thought that they were using this as an excuse to prevent the elites of their families from coming to their aid. For this reason, Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhe were heavily doubted, and not only were they not valued by the 8 great families, the other first-class forces who had come to the central capital were also ostracizing them. This debt had now been placed on Yang Kai's head. If it weren't for Yang Kai's ruthless methods, ordering their 2 families' elites to be killed, how could they have fallen into such a situation? Although the 2 of them were furious, they still had a clear head and knew that with their strength, there was nothing they could do to Yang Kai's mansion. Exchanging a glance with each other, the 2 of them grinned wickedly before quietly moving to the side of the other 2 transcendent realm masters. Like Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhe, these 2 transcendent realm masters also stared at Yang Kai with hatred, their eyes filled with murderous intent, as if they had some kind of irreconcilable enmity with Yang Kai. "Brother Xiang, Brother Nan, that little brat is the one who killed the heirs of your 2 families. Now that the 2 of you have met, don't you 2 have any thoughts?" Huang Xiao said sarcastically. Xiang Ning heard the bewitching intent in his words and couldn't help coldly snorting. "My Xiang and Nan family's enmity with Yang Kai is absolutely irreconcilable. If there is a chance, we will naturally take his life. There's no need for Brother Huang to worry." The Xiang family and Nan family were first-class families, so naturally, they had also accepted the conscription order of the 8 great families and had come to the central capital to provide assistance. After these few days of fighting, both families had suffered heavy losses. The Xiang family's patriarch, Xiang Ning, and the Nan family's patriarch, Nan Shilu, were in a terrible mood. He wanted to withdraw from the central capital, but he didn't have the guts to do so. Now that they had seen the murderer of Xiang Chu and Nanxing, the 2 patriarchs couldn't help feeling jealous. Nan Shilu turned to look at the 8 great families, his expression gloomy as he muttered, "I wonder what kind of attitude they have towards Yang Kai." Huang Xiao sneered. "Yang Kai and the 8 great families have long turned against each other. This is a well-known fact. What are you 2 worried about?" Jiang Zhe also sneered and said, "The enemy is right in front of you. Could it be that the 2 of you are still going to swallow your anger?" Xiang Ning and Nan Shilu coldly snorted at the same time. Although they also wanted to kill Yang Kai personally to avenge the deaths of Xiang Chu and Nanxing, they were not fools. Naturally, he could tell that the heavenly palace outside Yang Kai's mansion was not simple. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to break through that barrier of light with his own strength. If they couldn't break through this barrier, they naturally couldn't take revenge. Just as they were hesitating, though, Yang Kai suddenly moved. Without any hesitation, he stepped out of the barrier, followed by the 13 blood warriors and the old demon. Li Yuan Chun, Lu Si, and the other immortal ascension boundary masters also followed closely behind. This action stunned everyone on the spot. None of them had expected Yang Kai's courage to be so great, actually daring to walk into this chaotic battlefield. Looking around, Yang Kai glanced around and ordered, "Kill!" With this order, all the immortal ascension boundary masters rushed towards the stunned ash-gray cloud evil land cultivator. In an instant, the stalemate was broken. On Yang Kai's side, there were a total of 400 to 500 immortal ascension boundary masters, all of them like tigers descending the mountain. With such an aggressive momentum, the physically and mentally exhausted ash-gray cloud evil land cultivator was unable to resist and was forced to retreat. Screams rang out as blood splashed everywhere. Yang Kai felt the solitary golden eye in his knowledge sea once again produce an inexplicable attractive force, absorbing the collapsed spiritual energy of these immortal ascension boundary masters into his knowledge sea. Filled with excitement, Yang Kai stood quietly in place, enjoying the process of absorbing this spiritual energy. The blood warriors still didn't move, simply standing guard beside Yang Kai to prevent the ash-gray cloud evil land's transcendent realm masters from attacking Yang Kai. After seeing this scene, the patriarchs of the 8 great families all wore strange expressions. None of them had expected that Yang Kai would actually take the initiative to attack and even directly attack the ash-gray cloud evil land cultivator. "Begin!" Yang Yinghao's eyes lit up as he shouted. "Cooperate with Yang Kai and destroy this group of evil cultivators!" Hearing his order, the immortal ascension boundary masters of the 8 great families and the various great forces who had come to assist also took action, taking advantage of the chaos in Yang Kai's cultivator to rush forward. "The opportunity has come, Brother Xiang, Brother Nan, let's see if you can grasp it well." Huang Xiao grinned meaningfully. Xiang Ning and Nan Shilu glanced at each other. Although there was some dread and worry in their eyes, the hatred for their son's death was also burning fiercely, nearly destroying their reason. After a while, the two men's expressions became firm and their figures flickered, disappearing from the scene. The elites of the Xiang and Nan families also followed their patriarchs and rushed forward. Huang Xiao and Jiangzhe stood quietly in place, grinning widely, their faces filled with gloating. They knew that Xiang Ning and Nan Shilu had been convinced by them and were about to experience the tyrannical strength of Yang Kai's forces. These past 10 days, Xiang Ning and Nan Shilu had repeatedly humiliated them, causing them to be filled with resentment, but now, this resentment had finally been vented. Huang Xiao and Jiangzhe felt extremely comfortable. "Yang Kai, hand over your life!" Suddenly, an angry roar reached Yang Kai's ears. Yang Kai, who was in the middle of absorbing the spiritual energy from the dead masters, heard this shout and looked up, only to see 2 transcendent realm masters flying towards him, their murderous intent boiling. This made Yang Kai feel very puzzled, wondering when he had offended these 2. His expression remained unchanged, not even his body moving, simply staring at them indifferently. Perceiving the ridicule in Yang Kai's eyes, Xiang Ning and Nan Shilu threw away the last of their worries. Only the thought of killing Yang Kai to avenge Xiang Chu and Nanxing filled their hearts. Tu Feng and the others just quietly watched Xiang Ning and Nan Shilu approach, waiting until they were within a certain distance before suddenly condensing their true qi and sending out a violent burst of yuan qi. Feeling the tremendous killing intent contained in this yuan qi, Xiang Ning and Nan Shilu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This power was not inferior to theirs in the slightest, in fact it was even stronger. In a flash, Xiang Ning and Nan Shilu didn't even have time to react before they were sent tumbling through the air a dozen times before being pinned to the ground by Tu Feng and Yingjiu, unable to move. Their eyes widened in shock. The patriarchs of the 8 great families all gaped. When the blood warriors hadn't moved, they hadn't realized how powerful these 13 people were, But now that they had taken action, the patriarchs of the 8 great families were shocked to discover that these people were no longer immortal ascension boundary masters but genuine above immortal ascension boundary masters. Sure enough! The Blood Warrior Hall's Hall Master Fengxing's face was filled with joy as he grinned widely. Although he had some guesses, when the facts were placed in front of him, Fengxing still couldn't believe it. Compared to the shock in his heart, he was more happy that these brothers and sisters of his had walked further than he had. While feeling happy, Fengxing also faintly envied them. "Patriarch Xiang, Patriarch Nan, what are you doing?" Lu Si was shocked and hurriedly asked. "Patriarch Xiang, Patriarch Nan?" When Yang Kai heard the way he addressed them, he instantly understood why these two were hostile to him. Xiang Ning and Nan Shilu's faces were ashen. Although they had been pinned to the ground by the Blood Warriors, they still stubbornly raised their heads and stared at Yang Kai in horror and anger. "Little Lord, how should we deal with these two?" Tu Feng asked. "Kill them." Yang Kai's eyes flashed a cold light. Before he knew their identities, Yang Kai hadn't intended to kill them, but after learning their identities, Yang Kai didn't want to let them live in this world. Xiang Ning and Nan Shilu both wore looks of disbelief, never having imagined that with their status, this Yang family little lord would actually dare to issue such an order. Xiang Ning roared. "Yang Kai, leave some leeway so we can meet again in the future." Yang Kai grinned wickedly. "I don't need to leave some leeway, because we will never meet again, and the Xiang and Nan families will no longer exist in this world." Xiang Ning and Nan Shilu's faces suddenly became pale. Tu Feng and Yingjiu didn't hesitate either, their yuan qi bursting forth, instantly killing the two Transcendent Realm first-class families' patriarchs. Under the guidance of the solitary golden eye, two different spiritual energy streams were absorbed into Yang Kai's knowledge sea. Feeling the strength of these two streams of spiritual energy, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling pleasantly surprised. Raising his eyes, Yang Kai stared coldly at Huang Xiao and Jiangzhe, who were standing 1,000 meters away, taking pleasure in his misfortune, waving his hand as he shouted, "Kill those two for me too!" Last time, because he had been investigating the mysteries of the solitary golden eye, these two had managed to escape. Yang Kai had felt quite sorry for them, but now that they had met again, how could Yang Kai let them go? The 5 blood warriors immediately moved. Huang Xiao and Jiangzhe didn't even have time to react before they were surrounded by the blood warriors. Unable to fight back, in less than a dozen breaths of time, they were both killed. Although the blood warriors had only broken through to the Transcendent Realm a short time ago, under the guidance of Meng Wuya, the strength they could display was even greater than an average Transcendent. 5 against 2, how could Huang Xiao and Jiangzhe be their opponent? After the two died, Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he stepped forward, but when he was less than 20 meters away, he felt 2 huge streams of spiritual energy enter his knowledge sea. 20 meters should be the maximum distance from which the solitary golden eye could absorb these spiritual energy. Yang Kai had inadvertently discovered this mystery. "Bastard!" Yi Kuanren roared while the other patriarchs of the 8 great families were also stunned. They had thought that Yang Kai had come to the central capital to join forces with the 8 great families to resist the invasion of the ash-gray cloud evil land, but they hadn't expected him to be so cruel as to not even spare the masters who had come to help the 8 great families. Chapter 581. The death of 4 Transcendent Realm Masters was not only a blow to the central capital's overall strength, but also a blow to their morale. What made the patriarchs of the 8 great families even more confused was that they couldn't figure out Yang Kai's position. 17 above immortal ascension boundary masters! Meng Shiping's lips trembled as he stared blankly at the luxurious lineup around Yang Kai, his eyes dazed. 13 blood warriors, plus the old demon, Ling Tai Su, Li Yuan Chun, and Lu Si, a total of 17 above immortal ascension boundary masters. This huge number made the 8 great families ashamed to the point of being unable to show their faces. Their families had worked so hard for so many years yet only had 4 or 5 such top masters. Compared to Yang Kai's mansion, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. How did the strength of these people suddenly increase so much? No one could understand. Ingzio, follow me, the rest of you act on your own. Yang Kai ordered, immediately leading Ingzio through the chaotic and bloody battlefield. The remaining 16 transcendents silently rushed towards the ash-gray cloud evil land's side. The 8 great families' cultivator hesitated for a moment before cooperating with the masters from Yang Kai's mansion to launch an encirclement of the ash-gray cloud evil land's forces. Have everyone retreat. Yan Bai suddenly appeared and gently ordered the 5 great evil kings. The expressions of the 5 great evil kings were not much better than those of the 8 great families' patriarchs. After seeing the number and strength of Yang Kai's mansion's cultivator, the 5 great evil kings also felt that the situation was far from good. For so long, they had been in a stalemate with the 8 great families, but now with the sudden appearance of Yang Kai's mansion, this stalemate was about to be broken. Whichever side Yang Kai's mansion chose to stand on, the other side was bound to lose. What made the 5 great evil kings feel slightly relieved was that Yang Kai had not only killed their ash-gray cloud evil land's people, but also those from the central capital. It was as if he didn't respect either side and would kill whoever provoked him. After listening to Yang Bai's orders, the 5 great evil kings didn't dare hesitate. A dull sound rang out, like the sound of a horn. Following this shout, the ash-gray cloud evil land cultivators retreated and gradually disappeared. Yang Kai's cultivator and the people from the 8 great families chased after them for a while, but they didn't dare to rashly go too deep, so they all returned home. Since the arrival of Yang Kai, the battle had ended in less than 10 minutes. Both sides had suffered heavy casualties. On the contrary, the cultivator from Yang Kai's mansion who had joined in later had no losses. At most, he had suffered some minor injuries. All of them had smiles on their faces as they calmly returned. Yang Kai wandered around the battlefield a few times, absorbing all the spiritual energy of the dead immortal Ascension Boundary Masters before returning to the house with Ingzio. He directly went into seclusion to purify and absorb the energy, not even bothering to greet the 8 great families. Such arrogance and disregard for the 8 great families' attitude made everyone's heart flutter. Brother Yang, isn't this little brat from your Yang family a bit too arrogant? After withdrawing his troops, Kang Rui looked at Yang Yinghao angrily. He has the capital to back it up. Yang Yinghao gently sighed. But in the end, he is still a member of your Yang family. Can't you use your status as patriarch to suppress him? Nonsense, do you think he'll still give face to my Yang family? Yang Yinghao coldly snorted. Ha! We've probably made a mistake. Meng Shiping sighed. We shouldn't have targeted him and tried to dig out those secrets from him. If only, what's the point of saying this now? Yi Kuangren glanced at Meng Shiping coldly. Now the situation is clear. If we can get the support of Yang Kai, we can defeat the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land in less than half a month. On the other hand, if the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land gets the support of Yang Kai, then the central capital. It's over. But he just killed 4 people from the Nan family, Xiang family, Huang family, and Radiant Palace. How do we deal with this? Gao Mo frowned and asked. This is not a trivial matter. After all, these people were summoned by my 8 great families to help the central capital. If we don't deal with this matter properly, it will only make the world's 8 great families bitterly disappointed. Everyone suddenly fell silent, realizing how tricky the situation was. It stood to reason that Yang Kai killing those 4 people, the 8 great families would definitely not let this matter go. Even if it was just for show, they would still have to give the world an explanation. But if they were to fall out with Yang Kai, the consequences would not be something they could afford. What kind of person is this little brat? Hu Zheng's face was filled with confusion. How can he do such a thing? Hearing what he said, the 7 people all turned their eyes to Yang Yinghao. Yang Yinghao said lightly, Don't look at me, I don't know much about him. I only know that he has a very strong temper. When he was in the Yang family, he was very strong and absolutely refused to suffer a loss. Call his parents over and ask them, they should know more than us. Kang Rui suddenly proposed. That's a good idea. No matter how cruel that little brat is, no matter how much he opposes the 8 great families, he should still care about his parents, right? Yang Yinghao hesitated for a moment before nodding. Call them over, but remember, you must never do anything to harm them. Of course we know, Brother Yang worries too much. Everyone nodded. At this moment, who would dare to offend Yang Kai again? The fourth Master Yang and his wife had been in the Yang family, and had not been sent out to fight the ash-gray cloud evil land. This was also arranged by Yang Yinghao. Although the fourth Master Yang had asked to fight many times, Yang Yinghao had never agreed. This could be regarded as Yang Yinghao's compensation to Yang Kai. Soon after, the fourth Master Yang and his wife were called over from the Yang family. Yang Yingfeng cupped his fists and asked, Patriarch, why have you called me and my wife here? He and Dong Suju didn't know that Yang Kai had arrived in the central capital today and had just fought with both sides, so naturally they had some doubts and thought Yang Yinghao wanted them to fight. It's not a big deal. Yang Yinghao lightly coughed and said, It's just that the patriarchs want to understand Yang Kai's character. Kaier? The fourth Master Yang frowned, a puzzled look on his face. Did something happen to Kaier? Dong Suju suddenly became nervous and hurriedly asked. Yang Yinghao shook his head and said, Yang Kai is safe and sound, sister-in-law doesn't need to worry. If nothing happened, why do you want to see Kaier? Dong Suju was extremely vigilant, her pair of beautiful eyes glancing around and quickly discovering that these patriarchs, who were usually aloof and arrogant, actually looked a little restrained when facing her husband and wife. A few of them even smiled at her. This was not something she could see normally, so Dong Suju couldn't help feeling suspicious, unable to figure out the whole story. Yang Yinghao was helpless and could only briefly explain what had just happened. This unfilial son, fourth Master Yang angrily rebuked. Since he came to the central capital, why didn't he return to the family? Could it be he still holds a grudge against the 8 great families for treating him unfairly? The expressions of the 8 patriarchs suddenly became extremely awkward. Fourth Master Yang seemed to be reprimanding Yang Kai's actions, but anyone could tell that he was venting his dissatisfaction on behalf of his son. If the 8 great families hadn't treated him unfairly before, as a member of the Yang family, how could he have picked up the banner and acted on his own? Patriarchs, please forgive my unfilial son, he is still young and has made some big mistakes. When I see him in the future, I will definitely teach him a lesson. That won't be necessary, Kang Rui quickly said. If Yang Kai was reprimanded by fourth Master Yang and became angry out of humiliation, Yang Kai would completely fall out with the 8 great families. Today, we just want to know more about Yang Kai's character. As the two who raised him, shouldn't you know him better than anyone else? This? Fourth Master Yang hesitated. Speaking of which, I don't mind if you laugh at me, but I haven't had much interaction with my unfilial son. In fact, I don't know much about him. I understand. Dong Suju raised her hand and shouted. Everyone turned their eyes to her, their faces filled with expectation. Dong Suju quickly began to talk about the trivial things that had happened to Yang Kai when he was a child. When the 8 patriarchs heard this, their expressions became strange. After speaking for a full hour, the 8 patriarchs didn't hear much useful information, but they all knew about Yang Kai's experiences over the years. Enough. Seeing that Dong Suju was about to continue, Yang Yinghao quickly interrupted her. We have a general idea. Dong Suju giggled. My son is not a bad person. From a young age I taught him that if people respect him, I will respect him 10 times over. If people destroy my grain, I will rob people 3 times over. The expressions of the 8 patriarchs suddenly became dignified as they all stared at the seemingly innocent and naive Dong Suju. Dong Suju didn't show any fear and simply smiled. Fourth Master Yang stood in place like a puppet, not moving at all. We understand. Kang Rui nodded gently, his expression solemn. Since everyone understands, then the husband and wife will take their leave, Fourth Master Yang said, and then calmly left with Dong Suju. After the Yang family's fourth master and his wife left, the 8 people looked at each other and realized that the fourth madam, who seemed like a young girl, was actually not a simple character. Yang Kai's current behavior was more or less related to her teachings in the past. If people respect him, I will respect him 10 times over? Everyone fell into contemplation. Yang Kai's mansion. After this large-scale absorption and purification with the solitary golden eye, Yang Kai finally broke through to the immortal ascension boundary 5th stage after 2 days of retreat, completely closing the gap between him and Su Yan. Reaching this realm, Yang Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Since he met Su Yan, her strength had always been ahead of his own. As her man, Yang Kai naturally wanted to surpass her. This wasn't a competition, nor was it a manly idea, but because Yang Kai knew that Su Yan's potential was infinite. If he remained stagnant, he would only fall further and further behind her. After exiting his retreat, Yang Kai once again led the many masters in his mansion to attack the ash-gray cloud evil land. However, after suffering a loss last time, the ash-gray cloud evil land had already made preparations. Yang Kai's surprise attack didn't play much of a role, only killing a few immortal ascension boundary masters and a few monster beasts. The harvest was minimal. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry. The solitary golden eye had a huge role, but he only considered it as a supplement to his own cultivation. If he wanted to become stronger, he would have to rely on his own perseverance and unflagging cultivation. Frequent attacks were to obtain the spiritual energy of the immortal ascension boundary masters who died and also to temper himself. Chapter 582. Over the course of this month, the ash-gray cloud evil land had suffered several dozen casualties while the rest had completely holed up under the orders of Demon Lord Yang Bai. During this month of entanglement between Yang Kai's mansion and the ash-gray cloud evil land, the 8 great families had obtained a brief respite. Although they would occasionally cooperate with Yang Kai's actions and attack the ash-gray cloud evil land's forces, they had never dispatched a large number of people. Because of this, the 8 great families still couldn't understand Yang Kai's intentions. The entire central capital had become a tripartite balance of power between Yang Kai's mansion, the 8 great families, and the ash-gray cloud evil land. The relationship between them was also complex, making it difficult to see through. The 8 great families and the ash-gray cloud evil land were naturally like fire and water, and Yang Kai's mansion, which was sandwiched in the middle, often launched attacks on the ash-gray cloud evil land. However, this mansion's people didn't respect the 8 great families, and even sometimes, if the 8 great families' people provoked them, the mansion's people would not hesitate to strike back. Fortunately, the patriarchs of the 8 great families issued orders not to provoke Yang Kai's mansion. Even if there were any conflicts of interest on the battlefield, they had to endure and back down. At this critical moment, the 8 great families didn't want to have any more conflicts with Yang Kai's mansion. As a result, all the spoils on the battlefield belonged to Yang Kai's mansion. The pills and artifacts of the dead ash-gray cloud evil land cultivators were all confiscated by Yang Kai's mansion cultivator. The 8 great families didn't even get a single share. Yang Kai's mansion's illustrious reputation quickly spread. A month later, a large number of cultivators gathered outside Yang Kai's mansion. The movement was noticed by Chiu Yimeng, so after investigating the situation outside, she immediately found Yang Kai. "What's the matter? There are a lot of people outside. Who are they?" Yang Kai frowned, his expression somewhat displeased. He had thought these people were looking for trouble. "They're all here to seek refuge with you." "Seek refuge with me?" Yang Kai was surprised and couldn't help laughing. "This isn't the inheritance war." Chiu Yimeng rolled her eyes at him. "Those forces are all first-class forces. Because we received the conscription order from the 8 great families, we have come to the central capital's aid. The 8 great families were the ones who recruited them. Why did they come to me instead of the 8 great families?" Yang Kai asked with a strange expression. "Don't play dumb!" Chiu Yimeng snorted. "Isn't it because it's safe here? Before we arrived, some first-class forces had already rushed to the central capital's aid. However, the foundations of those forces had been crippled. More than half of the elites of the various clans and sects were either killed or injured. Learning from the mistakes of the past, how could the forces now dare to count on the 8 great families to protect them?" "So you came looking for me?" Yang Kai's expression turned serious. Chiu Meng nodded lightly. Moreover, there is a ready-made example in the house. You mean the Lu family? Yang Kai immediately understood. The Lu family's Jing Rui also came to the rescue of the central capital, but it was under your name. During this time, the Lu family didn't lose a single person and instead killed many of the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land's cultivator. Chiu Meng smiled gloatingly. You set a precedent yourself, now others have come knocking on your door. Let's see how you deal with this. Is that so? Yang Kai's brow furrowed. He had allowed the Lu family to stay because he had some friendship with Lu Si. The Lu family's elites weren't too bad, so he had allowed them to stay in his house. If all the other forces that had come to the central capital's aid were to gather in his mansion, not to mention whether his mansion would be big enough to accommodate all of them, even if it could, with so many people living together, there would always be conflicts. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Kai suddenly grinned. Since they've come to seek refuge, I'll take them all in. Chiu Meng looked at him in surprise. With Yang Kai's personality, she was certain he would drive all of them away. She hadn't expected him to give such an answer. After a moment of contemplation, Chiu Meng wore a playful expression. Your appetite is really big. This is an opportunity. Yang Kai sneered. The central capital's 8 great families. It's time for a change of blood. Chiu Meng's beautiful eyes lit up as she secretly looked forward to it, quickly walking out of the house to make arrangements. Over on the 8 great families' side, looking at the crowded Yang Kai's house, everyone's expression was not very good. These forces had all received the conscription order from the 8 great families and had come to the central capital's aid, but now, they were not willing to be on the same side as the 8 great families and had instead flocked to Yang Kai's side. The patriarchs of the 8 great families couldn't help feeling a subtle sense of loss. The sky is about to change. Kang Rei sighed slightly, seemingly having a premonition of the future situation. The world's forces' rejection and distrust of the 8 great families and their eagerness to join Yang Kai's house formed a sharp contrast. If things continued like this, the prestige of the 8 great families would inevitably be wiped out and replaced by the newly risen Yang Kai mansion. After this crisis passed, whose hands would the central capital fall into? Your Yang family has produced an incredible character. The other patriarchs all looked at Yang Yinghao with envy and jealousy. Yang Yinghao's mouth twitched slightly as he sighed. I hope he still cares about his own bloodline. Yang Kai's house was bustling with activity as all the forces who had come to seek refuge were led into the heavenly palace. After entering this barrier, no matter who it was, all of them couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief, seemingly feeling that their safety had been greatly guaranteed. Taking a closer look at the strength of Yang Kai's forces, all of them immediately became obedient, facing Chiu Meng's commands and arrangements. No one dared to object. With so many people flooding in, the already small Yang Kai's house became even more crowded. The newcomers were all arranged into courtyards according to their respective sects and families. Inside these courtyards, they each found a place to sit cross-legged and meditate, not even having their own rooms or beds. However, no one complained. Being able to find a place to stay in Yang Kai's house was enough to satisfy them. More and more forces asked to join Yang Kai's house, and Yang Kai did not refuse them all. These forces had all come to fight against the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land, so although the 8 great families were annoyed, they could not stop them. As time passed, Yang Kai's house gradually calmed down, and the entire Yang Kai house reached a state of saturation. Inside the house, more than 2,000 masters had gathered. Besides the 17 transcendents who had arrived, 10 more had joined. These 10 were the most powerful trump cards each of the 10 first-class forces possessed. The development of Yang Kai's house's strength was simply too sensational. While the 8 great families could not sit still, the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land also could not sit still. The night wind blew gently as the 2 groups of people arrived at Yang Kai's house one after another. It just so happened that they ran into each other outside. From the left came 2 women, one enchanting and the other charming, the beguiling demon Queen Shan Qing Luo and Bai Luo. From the right came a total of 8 people, the patriarchs of the 8 great families. After they bumped into each other, Yi Kuangren suddenly shouted, "Beguiling demon queen!" As he spoke, Yuanqi surged, apparently intending to start a fight here. The other 7 patriarchs also stared at Shan Qingluo with unkind eyes. Shan Qingluo hurriedly retreated a few steps and secretly condensed her strength, her heart secretly anxious. She had not expected that the other 8 would quietly conceal their auras and come here just like her, causing them to run into each other. "Dragon Lady, what are you doing here?" Kang Rui asked sharply. Shan Qingluo did not say a word, simply staring at the 8 people vigilantly. "Don't waste time talking nonsense with her. Since she's delivered herself to us, we'll just kill her." Gao Mo coldly snorted. Everyone nodded gently, but just as they were about to act, a person suddenly walked out of Yang Kai's house and called out, "Please come in. Yang Kai has said that all who come are guests. Please do not act presumptuously outside his house." Hearing this voice, the patriarchs of the 8 great families all wore strange expressions. Qiu Shouqing even stared blankly at the person who had just walked out of Yang Kai's house and called out with difficulty, "Menger! Father!" Qiu Yimeng's expression was calm as she politely bowed to Qiu Shouqing and said, "You should have come here to discuss something important with Yang Kai, right? He is already waiting in the side hall. Please come in." As he said this, he moved aside half of his body and gestured. "Humph!" Yi Kuangren snorted and stared coldly at Shan Qingluo. "I'll spare your life this time, but don't let me see you again." After saying that, he strode forward. The heavenly palace opened up a crack and the 8 people entered one after another. After the 8 left, Qiu Yimeng turned to Shan Qingluo and smiled. "Elder sister, come in too. Did Yang Kai know why I came here?" Shan Qingluo smiled bitterly. "I don't know, he only said that there were guests outside, so I came to greet them. I didn't expect it would be such a guest." Qiu Yimeng's heart was filled with resentment. If she had known that it was the 8 great families who had come, she would never have come to greet them. After all, her father was among them. "That little bastard, he always acts so mysteriously," Shan Qingluo sneered. Qiu Yimeng's expression suddenly became infatuated as she stared at Shan Qingluo in a daze, her pair of beautiful eyes flashing with a different kind of brilliance. Shan Qingluo's expression changed slightly as she quickly restrained her charm. Qiu Yimeng finally awoke from her stupor, her heart filled with fear as she suddenly realized that the beguiling demon queen's allure was something even women could not resist. Inside the main hall, the 8 patriarchs took their seats. Shan Qingluo also arrived and sat down calmly on the other side. Although there were 8 people here who did not want to see her, she knew that Yang Kai would not allow her to be in danger. At this moment, the 8 patriarchs did not have the leisure to look for trouble with Shan Qingluo, because looking at Yang Kai sitting high above them all, each of them had a complex mood. They didn't know how, but this Yang family direct descendant, who was a generation younger than them, had actually grown to the point where he could sit and talk to them as equals. This rate of growth had only taken him a little more than a year. None of those of his age could catch up with his pace, all of them could only look up to him, perhaps never reaching his height in their lifetime. Even Lu Qingyao, who was once considered the first young master of the central capital, was nothing in front of him. The 8 patriarchs all felt deeply shocked and aghast. One of the house's maidservants served tea, and as the 8 patriarchs drank, they couldn't taste anything other than a bitter taste that spread across their tongues. Chapter 583. After sipping the tasteless tea for a while, the patriarchs of the 8 great families gradually lost their patience. Speaking of which, they were the leaders of the central capital's superfamilies. Whether it was their status, identity, or cultivation, they were far inferior to the average person. Normally, they would act high and mighty, but now that they had come to Yang Kai's house, they were acting so cautiously, naturally they felt some dissatisfaction and resentment. In particular, Yang Kai still had a calm expression on his face, as if he had already eaten all of them. Sitting at the head of the table, his expression was cold, not uttering a single word, seemingly waiting for them to speak first. Gao Mo suddenly stood up and shouted, "Nephew, the patriarchs of our 8 great families have come here to discuss an important matter with you, Yet you have allowed this dragon lady to participate. What is the meaning of this? Dragon lady? Shan Qingluo's beautiful eyes flashed a cold light before she suddenly laughed. Patriarch Gao is too serious. I can't afford to bear such a title. Humph, a dragon lady is a dragon lady. Today, if it weren't for giving nephew some face, this old master would have directly taken your life. Since you don't care about our kindness, why don't you quickly leave? Do you really want to force this old master to act against you here? Gao Rangfeng had died tragically at the hands of the Poisoned King and Ghost King, so Gao Mo and these ash-gray cloud evil lands' evil kings were naturally irreconcilable. In my house, no one can act against me. Yang Kai coldly snorted and snapped his fingers. In the next moment, the faces of the 8 great families' patriarchs all changed dramatically because they simultaneously felt a mysterious energy suddenly appear and envelop their bodies, making it impossible for them to condense their yuan qi. Their expressions suddenly became aghast as they stared at Yang Kai in horror. They didn't know what kind of method Yang Kai had used to seal their above immortal ascension boundary masters, but such a method was simply too sensational. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he gave them a slight warning before signaling Meng Wuya to release their shackles. Within the heavenly palace, Meng Wuya could control everything. Even if a transcendent realm master entered this place, their life or death would be under his control. It was because of this that he had tried to force the tyrannical Force King into the heavenly palace, only to be rescued by the lightning flash Shadow King. His heart filled with anger, Gao Mo glared at Yang Kai, but he knew he couldn't act on the spot, so his expression became ugly as he asked, "Nephew, as a direct descendant of the Yang family, do you intend to stand on the ash-gray cloud evil land's side this time?" The other 7 people's expressions turned solemn as they stared at Yang Kai with concern. Colluding with evil demons, cultivating demonic secret arts, attempting to bring chaos to the central capital, Yang Kai said softly as he listed out one by one. These are all one-sided statements made by the 8 great families. Now that you say I am standing on the side of the ash-gray cloud evil land, these are also your one-sided statements. Uncles, does Yang Kai wish to refute this? Yang Kai stared at the crowd coldly. The expressions of the 8 patriarchs suddenly became awkward, all of them feeling a bit ashamed. At that time, the 8 great families had tried their best to frame and discredit Yang Kai, but Yang Kai had been powerless to resist. But now? Now he had the qualifications to stand on equal footing with the 8 great families. The strength he could gather was enough to sweep away any one of the 8 great families. Yang Kai's cold questioning caused all of them to feel a chill run down their spines. However, there is one thing you are not wrong about. I have indeed colluded with evil demons. The 8 patriarchs all paled as they stared at him in horror. Yang Kai pointed to the beguiling demon queen and smiled. Shan Qingluo and I are old acquaintances. When I was trapped in the ash-gray cloud evil land, she took care of me many times. Kindness must be repaid with kindness, and hatred must be repaid with vengeance. So, if anyone dares to harm her, don't blame me for not showing mercy. The beguiling master's face filled with happiness as a sense of pride rose in her heart. This was the man she had chosen, using such a strong posture to suppress the patriarchs of the 8 great families, making them not dare to show the slightest resistance. Shan Qingluo thought to herself, her beautiful eyes blurring. This should just be nephew and this beguiling demon queen's personal friendship. It can't be considered collusion. Nephew is a person who distinguishes between public and private interests, this we all know. Kang Rui quickly said, taking the initiative to defend Yang Kai. Yang Yinghao sighed softly and said, Yang Kai, about what happened half a year ago, my Yang family and the central capital's 8 great families were the ones who wronged you. Now, that is all in the past. After we get through this crisis, my 8 great families will definitely compensate you. We can satisfy all of your requests. Great uncle. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before saying with a straight face. There's no need to mention what happened half a year ago. I don't care too much about it. If I want something, I will take it myself. There is no need for the 8 great families to compensate me. Yang Yinghao nodded gently, knowing that Yang Kai's words showed that he was truly bitterly disappointed with the 8 great families. But at the same time, it also showed that he really didn't care about what happened half a year ago. After all, those who had tried to deal with him at that time were basically all dead. "What business do all these uncles have here today?" Yang Kai asked. The 8 people exchanged glances before Yang Yinghao lightly coughed and said, "It's not a big deal. Since the beguiling demon queen has come to see you, she must have something to discuss with you. She can speak first." Yang Kai just smiled and didn't insist. He knew that these people were worried about Shan Qingluo's purpose for coming here and wanted to wait and see. Turning his head to look at Shan Qingluo, the latter pursed her lips and smiled, not bothering to hide anything from these 8 people, bluntly saying, "Yang Kai, I came here this time on the orders of the Demon Lord to act as a mediator." Yang Yinghao and the others' expressions suddenly became cold. Although they had already guessed this, when Shan Qingluo actually said it, they couldn't help feeling worried, all of them perking up their ears and listening carefully. "The Demon Lord said that he hopes you can join forces with him to destroy the 8 great families and control the world," Shan Qingluo said bluntly, as if she didn't put the 8 patriarchs in her eyes at all. Yang Kai raised his brow and showed a look of interest. "What are the benefits? After this matter is settled, this world will belong to you." Yang Kai was stunned. "What does the Demon Lord want?" "He only wants to destroy the 8 great families," Shan Qingluo replied with a frown, her tone somewhat strange. Obviously, she didn't think that the Demon Lord had spent so much effort to lead a large number of masters to invade the central capital just for this purpose. Why would he work so hard for something that didn't benefit him in the slightest? "The Demon Lord also said," Shan Qingluo's cheeks flushed red as she glanced over at Yang Kai, "if you can agree with him, he will give you the beguiling demon queen as a thank you gift." "Ha!" Yang Kai laughed as he stared at Shan Qingluo with interest. "Aren't you mine to begin with? What qualifications does he have to give you?" "I think so too." Shan Qingluo smiled and nodded. The faces of the 8 great families' patriarchs all became strange. How could the relationship between Yang Kai and this world-famous beguiling demon queen be so ambiguous and intimate? "Then do you agree or not?" Shan Qingluo asked. "I agree, such a good thing, why wouldn't I agree?" Yang Kai nodded seriously. Yang Yinghao and the other patriarchs all stared at Yang Kai with great vigilance, none of them having expected him to be so easily persuaded by Shan Qingluo. Just as they were about to ask, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became cold and said, "But I have a condition." Shan Qingluo nodded. "Speak, I'm only responsible for passing on your message. Go back and tell the Demon Lord that I want his head. My Grand Master is very interested in his head. As long as he can accomplish this, I will join forces with him." Shan Qingluo's expression remained indifferent as she nodded gently. "Then I'll go back and pass on your message to him, but I don't think he will agree." Saying so, she stood up and left with Bai Luo, as if she really was just passing on the Demon Lord's message and not trying to persuade Yang Kai at all. After she left, the patriarchs of the 8 great families breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that it was absolutely impossible for Yang Kai to stand on the same side as the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord was from High Heaven Pavilion, and was Yang Kai's martial uncle. High Heaven Pavilion's sect master, Ling Tai Su, wanted to take Demon Lord Yang Bai's life. With this kind of relationship, Yang Kai and Yang Bai could only be enemies, never friends. Considering all this, the 8 patriarchs all secretly relaxed. "What business do several uncles have with nephew?" Yang Kai turned to look at the 8 patriarchs. Yang Yinghao hesitated for a moment before replying. "We hope you can return to the Yang family. After all, you are still a direct descendant of the Yang family." Currently, the central capital was divided into 3 factions. Yang Kai's mansion was like a thorn in the throat between the 8 great families and the ash-gray cloud evil land, so naturally the central capital hoped that Yang Kai could draw closer to them. This past month, Yang Kai's mansion had received a lot of elite masters who had come to assist the central capital, including 10 transcendents. As long as they could join forces with the 8 great families, it wouldn't be difficult to expel the ash-gray cloud evil land. Great uncle, I won't go back. Yang Kai shook his head. Why? Only those with strength have the right to speak. If I go back, do you think I can still talk to you like this? Yang Kai sneered. Once he returned to the Yang family, the forces in his hands would be fully taken over by the 8 great families. At that time, what kind of waves could Yang Kai stir up? My Grand Master wants to take Yang Bai's life, so I must help him. If the sect wants to restore its reputation, I must rely on my own strength. Uncles, if I return to the Yang family, can the 8 great families hand over to me? If you can do that, I don't mind returning to the Yang family. Impossible! Gao Mo shouted. At most, we can only give you some right to speak. The deployment and layout of the battle will be decided by us. In Gao Mo's opinion, Yang Kai was too young, impulsive and prone to making mistakes. The central capital was such a big foundation, how could it be handed over to him? Then there's no need to say anything, I like to be arbitrary. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, an expression that said there was no room for discussion. Do you insist? Yang Yinghao asked. Yes. Yang Kai nodded firmly. Yang Yinghao fell into contemplation for a moment before saying, I have to go back and discuss this matter with the Elder Hall first. Handing over the 8 great families to you is impossible, but if I hand over my Yang family to you, I can still fight for it. Brother Yang? Gao Mo stared at Yang Yinghao like he was looking at a fool, seemingly not having expected him to say such a thing. This sentence meant that the Yang family's patriarch was about to change. People can make mistakes once or twice, but they can't always make mistakes. Yang Kai, what do you say? Yang Yinghao asked meaningfully. Great uncle is right. Yang Kai smiled confidently. Chapter 584. Hearing the meaning behind Yang Yinghao's words, the other 7 also fell into contemplation. Then we'll take our leave. Saying so, Yang Yinghao stood up. The other 7 also left their seats, looking towards Yang Kai with complicated expressions, all of them shaking their heads and sighing before slowly walking out. Meeting with Yang Kai this time had dealt them a heavy blow. Great uncle! Yang Kai suddenly called out. How are my parents? You don't have to worry about 4th brother and his wife. Even if the Yang family is destroyed, I won't let anything happen to them. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he solemnly said, Many thanks, great uncle. We're family. Yang Yinghao nodded gently. The 8 people left the side hall and in the corridor met Qiu Yimeng and Hu Xing. It was obvious that these 2 young lords and young ladies from the 8 great families had deliberately been waiting here. Greetings, uncles. Qiu Yimeng politely bowed. Her etiquette and upbringing from a great family was remarkable. On the other hand, Hu Xing's sloppy expression made Hu Deng's eyes burn with anger. In the entire central capital, it was likely that only Xing didn't look like a young lord from a great force. Come here, father has something to say to you. Hu Xing shouted at Hu Xing. Hu Xing grinned meaningfully and obediently followed Hu Xing to the side. On the other side, Qiu Shouqing stared at Qiu Yimeng for a long time before saying, Menger, your vision is much further than mine. Before the start of the inheritance war, Qiu Yimeng had strongly advocated that the Qiu family form an alliance with Yang Kai, but Qiu Shouqing and Qiu Zirua had chosen the Yang family's 6th brother, Yang Xin. Facts proved that Qiu Yimeng's choice was correct. During the inheritance war, Yang Kai suddenly rose up, going from nothing to standing above everyone else. In the later stages of the inheritance war, Qiu Shouqing issued an order to recall Qiu Yimeng and the Qiu Yu Hall, not wanting her to have anything to do with Yang Kai. However, facts also proved that standing firmly on the same side as Yang Kai brought more benefits than the 8 great families joining forces. Nowadays, the central capital is suffering from both internal and external troubles. Qiu Yimeng still remained in Yang Kai's mansion, acting as Yang Kai's right-hand woman. Qiu Shouqing not only couldn't raise any objections, but also secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, Qiu Yimeng had chosen to follow Yang Kai, even going so far as to disobey him. He had gone against his orders. This daughter of his. Indeed, he was able to see further than him. Qiu Shouqing couldn't help but feel the dejection of old age. Father! Chiu Yimeng's beautiful eyes flashed. This was the first time she had heard Chiu Shouqing praise her so unreservedly. Ever since she was young, no matter how outstanding her performance was, Chiu Shouqing had never praised her. His only goal was to nurture Chiu Zirui into the future successor of the Chiu family. Sometimes, when Chiu Yimeng's performance was too outrageous, Chiu Shouqing would show a look of regret. It was a pity that she was not a man. This time, she heard Chiu Shouqing's unstinting praise. Chiu Yimeng suddenly felt a sense of exalted bitterness. Father is old. In the future, the Chiu family will probably need you to take care of it. Chiu Shouqing sighed softly. Chiu Yimeng's beautiful eyes filled with tears. Biting her lower lip, she said, Father, you're still young. Not young. Chiu Shouqing chuckled and turned to look at the others. They're all old. Kan Rui, Meng Shiping, and the others couldn't help curling their lips. On the other side, Huijing and Huixing, father and son, were whispering to each other, but after a long time, Huijing let out a heavy sigh. Old master. Huixing put on a playful look, putting his arm around Huijing's shoulder and saying earnestly, You should abdicate and enjoy life. If you have nothing to do, don't run around on the battlefield. Find a few more concubines and give me a younger brother. I have so many sisters, I'm afraid this dowry will become a burden to the Hua family in the future. Bastard! Huijing reached out and hit Huixing on the head, shouting angrily. How can you talk to your father like that? Huixing rubbed his head and didn't care at all. Grinning, he said, I'm doing this for your own good. If you die on the battlefield, the Hua family will really leave me as the sole heir. You're still young and vigorous. You haven't regressed in bed. Do you want me to teach you a few tricks? Scram! You unfilial son! Huijing was furious. Huixing suddenly put away his playful expression and said seriously, Old master, perhaps I am not suitable to take charge of the Hua family, but I believe in Yang Kai. You should consider it carefully. This will not be a bad thing for the future development of my Hua family. Huijing looked at him gloomily and coldly snorted. You alone don't have the guts to see through the current situation. Who gave you advice? Chiu Yimeng said so. Huixing grinned. I knew it. That little brat is more clever than any of you. Huijing glanced at Chiu Yimeng and thought to himself, with so many daughters, how come none of them could compare to Chiu Yimeng? Chiu Shouqing, that old bastard, only had one daughter, but she was so clever and quick-witted, immediately seeing the crux of the problem. Yang Kai wasn't willing to cooperate with the central capital's 8 great families because he didn't want to let go of the power in his hands. The patriarchs of the 8 great families naturally wouldn't submit to him. If they really did so, wouldn't the 8 great families become a laughingstock? What's more, the current generation of patriarchs of the 8 great families had done many bad things to Yang Kai. But if the patriarch was replaced, there wouldn't be a problem. Especially among the younger generation of the central capital, many of them had some friendship with Yang Kai. For example, Huixing and Chiu Yimeng. Once the Hua family and the Chiu family were in their hands, they could legitimately join forces with Yang Kai. Although the others didn't have any friendship with Yang Kai, they were all young people. Young people didn't need to beat around the bush, and everything could be discussed. Although it seemed like a child's play, it had now become the general trend, unless the 8 great families didn't want to rely on the power of Yang Kai's mansion. The patriarchs of the 8 great families left with heavy expressions, Chiu Yimeng and Huixing escorting them out of the mansion. Everything calmed down again. Since the ash-gray cloud Evil Land's forces had emerged from Yang Kai's mansion, they had become extremely obedient, so the 8 great families naturally wouldn't take the initiative to fight. Although Yang Kai wanted to find some people to kill, he hadn't been able to find an opportunity, so he could only give up and peacefully dual cultivate with Su Yan. Although the progress of his strength wasn't fast, steady progress was of great benefit to him in the future. Those great forces who had taken refuge with Yang Kai's mansion were even more content with the status quo and had come to the central capital's aid. However, no one wanted to have any conflict with the ash-gray cloud Evil Land, so it was naturally best to be safe. A few days later, the patriarchs of the 8 great families suddenly visited Yang Kai's mansion again, bringing him some satisfactory news. Qiu Shouqing had passed the position of patriarch to Qiu Yimeng. He ordered her to set off immediately. She was to head to the Qiu family's temporary residence to prepare for the succession ceremony. At the same time, Huizheng also passed the position of patriarch to Huixing. Meng Shiping passed the position of patriarch to Meng Shani. Lu Chuquan passed the position of patriarch to Lu Qiniao. Kang Rui passed the position of patriarch to Kang Jian. Gao Enmo passed the position of patriarch to Gao Renxian. Yi Kuangren passed the position of patriarch to Yi Jingli. The 7 great families' patriarch positions had all changed hands. Among them, Meng Shani and Lu Qiniao were old acquaintances with Yang Kai. Kang Jian, Gao Renxian, Yi Jingli, Yang Kai didn't know, but they should also be leaders of the younger generation of the 3 great families. Although the chaos in the central capital had not yet subsided, and the ash-gray cloud evil land was still eyeing the northern half of the central capital covetously. However, the succession of patriarch was a major event for any of the 8 great families, so the 8 great families were not prepared to be careless. Of course, it was impossible for them to be too grand, so they could only do as much as possible. This was a scene that had never been recorded in the ancient records before. The super forces had collectively changed patriarchs, and all of them were from the younger generation. Forced by the situation, the central capital's super families had no choice but to do so. Once these young disciples took over the position of patriarch, the central capital's super families would all gather under Yang Kai's command. They would become one big piece of iron. What about the Yang family? Who will be the patriarch? After listening to the words of the 7, Yang Kai turned to Yang Yinghao and asked. Yang Yinghao smiled faintly. Besides you, who else do you think is qualified? The other 7 all nodded deeply. They had no choice but to pass the patriarch position to the next generation, which was why they had allied with Yang Kai. If Yang Kai did not take over the position of patriarch of the Yang family, their relationship would not be so solid. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. I will not be the patriarch of the Yang family, great uncle. I should have told you this at the beginning of the inheritance war. Are you serious? Yang Yinghao was surprised. He had indeed heard Yang Kai say so. Yang Kai had participated in the inheritance war only to restore the sect's reputation. He had no intention of coveting the patriarch position. However, Yang Yinghao had always thought that Yang Kai was just joking, never having expected that he really didn't want to be the patriarch of the Yang family. With his current cultivation and strength, as long as Yang Kai nodded, no one in the Yang family would object. Naturally, I'm serious, Yang Kai said seriously. The patriarch position is too taxing, I don't want to do it. But the power you hold now is even greater than the Yang family. Your position is not the patriarch's, but it's better than that. When this crisis is over, those people will naturally return to where they came from, but being the patriarch is a lifelong thing. I'm not a fool, how could I allow myself to be restrained by the Yang family? Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before recommending. You can let eldest brother and second brother be the patriarch, especially second brother. I think he would be very willing. Yang Zhao is indeed willing and has the ability to do so, but you didn't exist. Yang Yinghao shook his head. Your light is too bright. Since the Yang family has you, it's impossible for anyone else to be the patriarch. Yang Zhao was born at the wrong time. He also felt some regret for his son. If it weren't for Yang Kai's performance being too eye-catching, Yang Zhao would have been a very good candidate for the patriarch position. Even Yang Wei couldn't compare. Yang Wei was a loner who was obsessed with cultivation. Such a person was not suitable to be the patriarch. Don't be in such a hurry to refuse. Yang Yinghao smiled slightly. Do you remember what I once said? What? Being the patriarch of the Yang family isn't without any benefits. The other 7 immediately turned their eyes to Yang Yinghao, seemingly faintly aware of something, a look of envy appearing on their faces. Yang Kai recalled carefully and nodded. Yang Yinghao had indeed said such a thing to him. Chapter 585. What do you mean every patriarch of the Yang family is an above immortal ascension boundary master? Yang Yinghao smiled mysteriously. Because the patriarch of the Yang family has special treatment, and this treatment can only be enjoyed by the patriarch of the Yang family. As long as you accept the position of patriarch, you can learn this secret. Listening to him say this, Yang Kai didn't react, but the other 7 patriarchs all breathed heavily. Obviously, they had heard of this secret of the Yang family but didn't know what it was. Is great uncle trying to tempt me with benefits? Yang Kai smiled. That's right. Yang Yinghao didn't deny it. Yang Kai was a person who would never suffer a loss. To put it simply, he was a mercenary. If he didn't see the rabbit, he wouldn't act. He didn't believe that the Yang family's secret couldn't move him. Can you reveal a little bit? Yang Kai really became interested. Yang Yinghao smiled and opened his mouth. Yang Kai's expression changed, and a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. The patriarchs of the 7 families scratched their ears and cheeks as they stared intently at the silent communication between Yang Kai and Yang Yinghao, but none of them knew what the 2 of them were talking about, causing them to feel as if they were being scratched by a cat. Although I'm a little tempted by this secret, great uncle, I really don't want to be the patriarch. Yang Kai frowned again and said seriously. The future of the Yang family will be created by you. Yang Yinghao's expression was equally serious. The central capital's 8 great families have struggled for so many generations, but after so many years, they have only developed to their current level. When the ash-gray cloud evil land attacked, the 8 great families were unable to resist, and half of the central capital fell. But you, after returning to the Yang family for only 2 years, you have already created a situation that is more prosperous than any of the 8 great families. Your mansion is now the true overlord of this world. I have to say that you are more suitable than anyone else to take charge of the Yang family. If not for this, do you think these old fogies would be relieved to hand over the position of patriarch to a child whose hair hasn't even grown yet? What they are relieved about is not their own children, but you. The 7 patriarchs all nodded and looked at Yang Kai expectantly, no longer showing any contempt. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. When he was the enemy of the 8 great families, Yang Kai didn't care if they lived or died, but now that they had all expressed their desire to make peace with him, they had also made some concrete actions, making Yang Kai somewhat embarrassed to target them. The 8 great families had taken great pains to resist the ash-gray cloud evil land's invasion. Uncle, I still have to let you down, Yang Kai said sincerely. However, given the current situation, I will be in charge of the Yang family for a period of time. After this matter is over, big brother or second brother will take over as the Yang family head. My future is not in the Yang family, nor is it in the central capital. This is just a part of my life, not the end. Yang Kai's eyes revealed a look of yearning and anticipation. Perhaps you won't believe it, but I always feel that somewhere in this world, there is a stronger cultivator, a stronger sect, a stronger family. Compared to them, the 8 great families are nothing. I'm afraid it's nothing. At the very least, Yang Kai knew of a place like Water Spirit Temple that could cultivate a master like Shui Ling. The 8 patriarchs all showed shocked looks as they glanced at each other, seemingly unable to understand the meaning of Yang Kai's words. In this world, what force could be stronger than the 8 great families? Although the ash-gray cloud evil land was powerful, it was only on the scale of the combined territory of the 6 great territories. That's fine. Yang Yinghao hesitated. Nodding gently. If you have greater ambitions, I naturally won't stop you. During this time, you will temporarily take over the position of Yang family head. Yang Kai nodded lightly. I can take over temporarily, but there is no need for a succession ceremony. Yang Yinghao sighed. No longer forcing him, Yang Kai could only agree. When the news of the central capital's 8 great families changing patriarchs at the same time spread out, the world was shocked, especially those who were still in the central capital. The 7 great families held a real succession ceremony to formally hand over the position of patriarch. As for the Yang family, they only issued a statement to the outside world that in this life or death situation, Yang Kai would temporarily take over the position of patriarch. Such a big event should have been treated as the biggest event of all, but with so many masters from the ash-gray cloud evil land eyeing them covetously, the 7 great families decided to hold the succession ceremony of the 7 patriarchs together. This way, they could better guard against the ash-gray cloud evil land's actions. Fortunately, during this time, the ash-gray cloud evil land's cultivator was quite well behaved, and the 7 great families urgently arranged many matters for the ceremony. During this time, the task of defending the patriarchs was handed over to the many masters in Yang Kai's house. With the masters in Yang Kai's house defending, things here could proceed in an orderly manner. Time passed by, and 3 days later, Yang Yingfeng and his wife arrived at Yang Kai's house. After receiving the news, Yang Kai quickly came out to greet them and greet his 2 elders. Su Yan bashfully followed behind Yang Kai, blushing as she greeted them. Yang Yingfeng and Dong Suju were both experienced people, so when they saw Su Yan's shy appearance, they immediately understood the relationship between her and Yang Kai. Dong Suju immediately pulled Su Yan aside and began chatting with her, feeling quite satisfied with her future daughter-in-law who was as beautiful as an ice doll. 4th Master Yang even silently gave Yang Kai a thumbs up, a look of envy on his face. "Auntie, in fact, he has another one," Su Yan suddenly whispered to Dong Suju. "Another one?" Dong Suju heard this and snickered, but her small face quickly became serious as she said to Su Yan, "Don't worry, I'll teach him a lesson. This little bastard, his wings have hardened, he's actually playing with women." She thought Su Yan was jealous and wanted to complain. "No, it's not like that." Su Yan quickly waved her hand. "It's just that junior sister's skin is thin, so she's a little embarrassed to come out, and junior brother has never expressed his feelings to her, so it's not appropriate to waste her life like this, so—" Dong Suju looked at Su Yan with some confusion. "Little girl, you mean, I want her to come and see uncle and auntie," Su Yan said. Dong Suju was secretly surprised, not having expected Su Yan to be so magnanimous. After a while she said, "As long as you don't mind, I'll naturally be happy to see her and give her an explanation. Then I'll bring her over," Su Yan said with a smile, her figure flickering and disappearing. "Mother, where did Su Yan go?" Yang Kai was talking to his father when he saw Su Yan run away and immediately asked. "Humph!" Dong Suju snorted sarcastically. Yang Kai scratched his head, a look of confusion on his face. After a while, Su Yan really did bring Xia Ning Chang over. The little senior sister's cheeks were red as she gracefully bowed to the 4th Master Yang and his wife, then obediently sat to the side, motionless. Only when Dong Suju asked her a few questions would she reply. Looking at this, looking at that, Dong Suju was especially satisfied. One was cold and beautiful, the other was clever and lovely. What kind of good fortune did his son have in his life? 4th Master Yang was very envious, but with a stern face he reprimanded. "Kaier, you can't treat these 2 girls unfairly. Quickly set a date and settle this matter." Yang Kai laughed mischievously. "No need to rush. We're still young." "You are young, but your parents are old," 4th Master Yang said in a muffled voice. "Old what?" "Look at mother, sitting next to little senior sister Su Yan, we're like 3 sisters." Yang Kai smiled and looked to the side, his heart filled with warmth. "Is that so?" Dong Suju liked to hear these words the most. "Of course." Yang Kai nodded. "Good, then we'll be sisters from now on." Dong Suju was very excited and affectionately pulled on Su Yan and Xia Ning Chang. Su Yan and the little senior sister's beautiful faces turned pale as they stared at Dong Suju in shock. 4th Master Yang and Yang Kai's faces also darkened. "Your aunt often goes crazy, don't pay attention to her," 4th Master Yang hurriedly explained. "Father, why did you come here today?" Yang Kai also changed the topic, lest Su Yan and the little senior sister think too much. Yang Yingfeng said, "Your uncle wants you to go back." "Go back to the Yang family?" "And?" Yang Kai frowned. "When?" "As soon as possible." "I know." Yang Kai nodded slightly. "Did uncle say why?" "He didn't say, only that it was an important matter and that you must return to the Yang family in person." "Since that's the case, then I'll go right away." Yang Kai thought for a while and said, Father, Mother, please wait a moment, I'll arrange it. After entering the mansion, Yang Kai informed everyone that he was returning to the Yang family. Chiu Yimeng and Hu Xing were not in the house right now and had returned to their respective families to prepare to take over the position of patriarch. Yang Kai could only let Ling Tai Su and Meng Wuya take care of the mansion for now. Young master, don't blame old servant for speaking out of turn. The Yang family is so eager to invite you back. Is there some kind of conspiracy? The old demon suddenly became vigilant. No. Yang Kai shook his head. Since I've already agreed to join forces with them, they have no reason to target me. That's not necessarily the case. The old demon smiled grimly. The 8 great families are accustomed to being domineering. Now that they are forced to serve under someone else, I'm afraid they are filled with resentment. As long as young master has an accident, the strength of the mansion will collapse, and at that time, the 8 great families will be able to reap all the benefits. We have to guard against that. Meng Wuya also quickly said. If they really do so, then they're too short-sighted. I have nothing to say. Yang Kai sneered. Now that the crisis of the ash-gray cloud evil land occupying the central capital had not yet been resolved, these 8 great families were already trying to carve up benefits from Yang Kai's hands. If such a situation really occurred, the 8 great families would no longer need to remain in this world. No matter what, old servant will go with you, the old demon quickly said. Yang Kai glanced at him and said casually, Good. He always felt that the 8 great families would not be so idiotic this time. The young masters of the 8 great families were also serious about taking over the position of patriarch. In the face of such a great disaster, they had finally done the right thing. This made Yang Kai feel that there was still a way to save them. Yang Kai had participated in this war only because he wanted to absorb the spiritual energy of the immortal Ascension Boundary Masters who had died. Now that a battle had not yet begun, Yang Kai needed to create some kind of opportunity. Merging the 8 great families with his mansion was the best opportunity. Chapter 586. Central Capital, Yang Family. The head of the 8 great families was located directly south of the central capital, so this time, the invasion of the ash-gray cloud evil land had not damaged the Yang family. When Yang Kai returned here again, the entire Yang family had not changed. The only thing that had changed was the Yang family's attitude towards him. As if they knew that Kai Yang was coming back today, the family's guards all straightened their backs and stared intently in front of them, their faces solemn. Just after entering the Yang family, Yang Kai saw a group of people waiting for him, led by Yang Tai, the 3rd brother of the Yang family's younger generation. Greetings, Patriarch! Yang Tai suddenly shouted, and the group of people behind him also hurriedly saluted. Yang Kai's expression became strange as he quickly stepped forward and asked softly, 3rd brother, what's the matter? Great uncle asked us to greet you here. Yang Tai also responded softly. You are now the patriarch of the Yang family, so you should act like one. Acting patriarch. Yang Kai nodded. Same. Yang Tai straightened up again, smiled, and said loudly, Patriarch, please, the elders have been waiting for you for a long time. Yang Kai nodded gently, adjusted his expression, and stepped forward. Behind him, 4th Master Yang, his wife, an old demon followed closely. The faces of the 4th Master Yang and his wife glowed with pride. Yang Kai had become the patriarch of the Yang family, so as his parents, they were naturally proud. Old Demon, on the other hand, was constantly vigilant. He was an old demon, so he was naturally suspicious. He was quite worried that the Yang family had hurriedly summoned Yang Kai back this time for some ulterior purpose. Under the leadership of Yang Tai, Yang Kai and the others soon arrived in front of a large hall. At the front of the hall, 2 rows of people stood quietly. Roughly counting, there were at least 40 of them. These people were all Yang family elders, including Yang Jin and the elders Yang Kai had met before. The several elders who had once ridiculed Yang Kai couldn't help but feel complicated when they saw him again. They were secretly worried that Yang Kai would cause trouble for them, but Yang Kai turned a blind eye to them and directly walked past them, as if he didn't know them at all. Those people couldn't help but sigh in relief. Yang Yinghao clasped his hands behind his back and stood in front of the hall, exuding a dignified aura, his eyes shining brightly as he stared at the approaching Yang Kai. When Yang Kai arrived, everyone saluted in unison. "Greetings, Patriarch!" Yang Kai nodded lightly. Ignoring the discomfort in his heart, he walked straight through the 2 rows of elders with a solemn expression. Arriving at Yang Yinghao's side, Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Uncle! Patriarch!" Yang Yinghao smiled. "Please come in." Saying so, he took the lead and led Yang Kai into the hall. The 3 Yang family grand elders beside him stepped forward and stood in front of Old Demon, the Yang family 4th master, and his wife. "Heh, what's the meaning of this?" Old Demon laughed strangely, his aura gradually becoming more dangerous. "Your Excellency, please forgive us, this is my Yang family's most important place. Besides the Patriarch, no one can enter. Your Excellency, please wait here," one of the Transcendent Realm Grand Elders said lightly. "That won't do, I have to follow the young master at all times." Old Demon slowly shook his head, an expression that said there was no room for discussion. The reason he had come here was to protect Yang Kai's safety, but now someone wanted to separate him from Yang Kai. How could Old Demon agree? "Old Demon, you stay here." Yang Kai turned around and ordered. "Young master." Yang Kai shook his head, indicating that he was fine. "Then young master must be careful." Old Demon frowned and cautioned. Yang Yinghao's expression changed slightly as he laughed dumbly. "Your Excellency is worried that we will harm the Patriarch? You may know a person for a long time without understanding their true nature." Old Demon sneered. "Old Demon, don't be presumptuous!" Yang Kai coldly shouted. "Yes." Old Demon quickly responded. The 3 grand elders looked at each other for a moment before suddenly laughing and directing praising looks towards Old Demon. "Your Excellency's loyalty to the Patriarch is obvious to all of us. May I ask Your Excellency's name?" Although they all knew of the existence of the Old Demon, they never knew his name. Old Demon calmly replied, "This old master is called Old Demon." The 3 grand supreme elders understood tacitly, and did not mind. One of them said, "Then Brother D, please wait here. If it's quick, it'll be 2 to 3 hours. If it's long, it'll be 3 to 5 days. Then, the Patriarch will come out. Someone, serve tea." Someone immediately went to prepare tea to entertain Old Demon. Yang Kai followed Yang Yinghao step by step towards the main hall, and after a while, they arrived in front of it. Looking up, Yang Kai muttered, "Soul Root Temple?" "Yes, Soul Root Temple." Yang Yinghao nodded gently. "This is the most important temple of my Yang family and is also the foundation. Except for the Patriarch, no one is qualified to enter it, even the Yang family's grand elders. If not under certain conditions, they can't enter." Yang Kai nodded gently. He had heard of the name of this temple and knew that it was an important place for the Yang family. Its degree of secrecy and preciousness was even higher than the dragon transformation pond, but he never knew what secrets were hidden inside. "Great uncle, I'm just a substitute Patriarch, and I don't care about any of the Yang family's affairs. It's only because the 8 great families want to unite with my house to resist the Ash-Gray Cloud evil land that I have this title. Is it really okay to go in like this?" Yang Kai frowned and asked. "A substitute Patriarch is still the Patriarch." Yang Yinghao smiled lightly. "Don't worry, go in." Saying so, he reached out and pushed open the door of the Soul Root Temple. With a creak, the door opened and Yang Kai looked inside. To his surprise, the hall was empty, except for the incense burner in the front. There was nothing else. Following Yang Yinghao into the hall, Yang Kai turned his head and looked around, suddenly discovering some unusual things. In the 4 corners of the hall, there were 4 majestic and lifelike stone sculptures standing tall. An azure dragon, a white tiger, a vermilion bird, and a black tortoise, the 4 stone sculptures stood in 4 corners, and there was some vague connection between them. Yang Yinghao led Kai Yan to the central position, curled his finger, and used his fingernail to make a small cut on his palm. With a wave of his hand, 4 drops of blood suddenly flew out and accurately entered the mouths of the 4 stone sculptures. As if there was an incredible reaction, the 4 stone sculptures suddenly lit up with spirit array lines, and an inexplicable energy sprayed out from the mouths of the 4 stone sculptures and quickly gathered in midair. Yang Kai looked up and saw that in the void, a white light suddenly burst out, and as the energy from the 4 stone sculptures poured into it, the light grew brighter and brighter. What you're about to see is the treatment the Yang family patriarch has enjoyed and is also the Yang family's top secret. I asked you before why every Yang family patriarch was able to reach the above immortal ascension boundary. This secret is now right in front of you, so instead of me telling you, it's better for you to experience it for yourself. This is one of the benefits of being the Yang family patriarch. Yang Yinghao looked at the halo in the sky and explained. Great uncle. Yang Kai hesitated. Is this appropriate? What's not appropriate? Yang Yinghao raised his brow. Since it's a benefit, if I take it, when big brother or second brother comes here in the future, won't they lose everything? Yang Kai was a little worried that if he took the benefits, he would have to take responsibility. Yang Kai didn't want to be bound to the Yang family for the rest of his life. Yang Yinghao stared at him blankly for a moment before laughing and shaking his head. Your appetite isn't small, you want to take it all? And if you have the ability, you don't need to worry, take as much as you can, but I don't think you can take it all. Don't ask me too much, after you go in, you will know why I said so. Listening to him say this, Yang Kai became more and more puzzled. But remember, once you enter, there will be a certain amount of danger. If you feel something is wrong, quickly withdraw. I know. Yang Kai nodded gently. At that moment, the halo in the sky suddenly stabilized, and the energy shot out from the mouths of the 4 beasts in the 4 corners of the hall no longer transmitted, everything returning to normal. When he saw the light in the sky again, Yang Kai's eyes lit up, suddenly feeling that the scene in front of him was somewhat familiar. After thinking about it carefully, he finally remembered. The ball of light in the sky now was basically the same as the one he saw in the sealed temple. In the sealed temple, the transcendents of the 8 great families gathered their spiritual energy, and opened up a will space that only they could enter to communicate. In that will space, they exchanged martial skills and comprehended the heavenly way and martial Tao. This way, they could use their full strength without worrying about damaging the surrounding buildings or causing unnecessary casualties. At this moment, the huge ball of light in the Soul Root Temple and the one in the Sealed Temple seemed to have originated from the same source. Faintly, Yang Kai somewhat understood what secrets were hidden inside. You can go in, release your divine sense. After listening to Yang Yinghao's words, Yang Kai did not hesitate and immediately released his spiritual energy and poured it into the ball of light. Yang Yinghao turned his head and glanced at him, secretly looking forward to it. When he entered that place, he obtained a lot of benefits. After coming out, his cultivation rapidly improved without any bottlenecks, climbing to the above immortal ascension boundary step by step. Over the years of the Yang family, only Yang Kai's aptitude was the best. Yang Yinghao was also very curious and looking forward to how much benefits he could obtain from that place. Inside that will space was a collection of the precious experiences of countless generations of the Yang family. Inside that huge ball of light, Yang Kai's soul avatar gradually appeared. Just like when he accidentally broke into the will space of the 8 great masters in the Sealed Temple, this world seemed to be different from reality, a purely illusory world. A strong wind blew past, the blue sky was clear, and everywhere was filled with the sound of birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers. Around him, there were groups of white dots emitting faint light, flying around Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked at these white dots curiously. Suddenly, his expression became dignified as he stared at these white dots, showing a vigilant expression. With a burst of laughter, the white dots quickly spread out and surrounded Yang Kai in a circle. Immediately, these white dots wriggled and transformed into clear soul avatars. Each of these soul avatars was extremely powerful, all of them having reached the transcendent realm. There were both men and women, but regardless of whether they were men or women, all of them had white hair. Chapter 587. The soul avatars of these white-haired old masters all looked at Yang Kai with great interest, some showing interested looks, some gloomy looks, and some even laughed strangely, exuding a dangerous aura. How many years has it been? Suddenly a voice sounded. It's been almost 20 years since that boy named Yang Hao came here, right? A full 20 years. Someone replied. 20 years, in the blink of an eye. It's only been 20 years, how come someone else came in? Is Yang Hao dead? No, if he died, his soul avatar should have come here. Did he die outside? Heh, I already said that boy wasn't patriarch material, and sure enough, it's true. This boy isn't good either, he looks too young. How could he come in when his hair hasn't even grown out yet? Ha, the Yang family seems to be getting worse and worse with each generation, reduced to letting such a young boy be the patriarch. What kind of scandal is this? Hey, you little brat, are you a member of our Yang family? Answer honestly, if you dare deceive us, we'll make you beg for death. Shouts came from all directions as these white-haired soul avatars expressed their opinions, as if they hadn't talked to anyone for many years. Now that they had finally caught a living soul avatar, they began to talk incessantly. Yan Kai remained silent, looking around coldly, his mind turning rapidly, gradually understanding what was going on in front of him. Huh, not talking? Is he mute? I don't think he's a member of the Yang family. Just swallow him, heh. If he's not a member of the Yang family, he can't come here. The 4 sacred beast statues can only be opened by someone with the Yang family bloodline. This boy doesn't show any panic at all, his temperament is quite calm. When that Yang Hao came here, he was scared by us. Yang Hao, rotten mud can't support a wall, I'm afraid he's dead somewhere now. Shut up, all of you! An angry roar rang out, and all the soul avatars immediately fell silent. Yang Kai looked in the direction of the voice and saw an old woman with white hair and a ruddy complexion. She held a walking stick in her hand and silently floated not far from him, staring at him with cold eyes. It was obvious that this old woman had been a beautiful woman when she was young, and an absolutely powerful one at that. Her seniority among these soul avatars should also be very high, otherwise, when she shouted, everyone else wouldn't have fallen silent. Turning around, Yang Kai faced her and cupped his fists. Yang family direct descendant, ranked 9th, Yang Kai greets all ancestors. A look of surprise flashed across the old woman's eyes. You know we are the ancestors of the Yang family? I can guess a little. Yang Kai nodded slightly. The old woman looked at him approvingly. Good, your eyesight is good, better than Yang Hao's. When he first came here, I had to explain to him for a long time. What happened to Yang Hao? Is he dead? Great uncle is still here, he was the one who opened this place and let me in. Yang Kai replied with a straight face. In. The old woman nodded lightly and asked, do you know where this place is? Great uncle said it was the top secret of the Yang family. Yang Kai grinned. In my opinion, this should be the place where the divine senses of the Yang family's ancestors gathered after they died. Everyone's expression changed, all of them staring at Yang Kai with a strange light flashing in their eyes. You can see that? Yes, it must be that little bastard Yang Hao who told him. I already said you can bring people here, but don't say anything. Let me explain, it's rare to be able to talk to a living person, but such a good opportunity was ruined by him. I'm going to come back to life and kill that little bastard. Third Master, please calm down. Yes, I'm afraid your bones have already turned to dust. How can you come back to life? These people seemed to have not said a word for many years, but now that they saw Yang Kai, they were all very excited. Once they had the opportunity, they would talk non-stop. The old woman glared at them fiercely, and everyone quickly shut up. Yes, as you said, this is the place where the divine senses of the Yang family's ancestors gathered after they died. The soul avatars here were all Yang family's grand elders before they died. The old woman paused her walking stick and said in a deep voice, This old woman is the Yang family's second-generation grand elder, Yang Yi. Yang Kai was slightly moved. The second generation of the Yang family, who knew how many years ago this was. The Yang family's above immortal ascension boundary masters, if they perceive that their time is up, will come to the Soul Foundation Temple and escape their divine senses into the 4 sacred beast statues to preserve their life experience for the younger generation to come and absorb. It took countless years to gather to today's scale. Yang Kai turned his head and looked around. He roughly counted and found that there were at least 40 to 50 soul avatars of Transcendent Realm Masters gathered here. Such a huge number, such a huge amount of resources. If they could be completely absorbed, the benefits they could get would be huge. Only the patriarch of the Yang family can enter here and get benefits from the soul avatars of this old woman and others. With our experience, no one will have a bottleneck before they break through to the above immortal ascension boundary. Can you understand this? Yang Kai nodded gently. With their insights, there should be no bottlenecks before they break through to the transcendent realm. As long as their own strength can keep up, they will continue to break through without any worries. Yang Yi said again. Since you were sent here by Yang Yinghao, it means that you are the current patriarch. We are already dead, so we should not care about what happens to the Yang family now, but this old woman still has to ask, why is a young man like you the patriarch? What qualifications do you have? What qualifications do I have? Yang Kai looked strange and thought for a moment. This junior is not yet 19 this year, but he is already an Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Master and has 27 Transcendent Realm Masters under his command. Is this enough qualifications? This old woman can feel your cultivation, and the strength of your spiritual energy is unheard of by this old woman and others. But what do you mean by Transcendent Realm? Yang Yi frowned and looked puzzled. The others also looked at Yang Kai puzzledly. Yang Kai was surprised, only now remembering that the Transcendent Realm was something only the top masters in his family knew about. These Yang family ancestors had probably never even heard of it before. Transcendent Realm is what you call the above immortal ascension boundary, Yang Kai explained. It turns out that the world already has a name for this realm. Yang Yi nodded enviously. Her understanding of the above immortal ascension boundary was very vague. 27 above immortal ascension boundary masters? Someone exclaimed and looked at Yang Kai in disbelief, laughing. Little brat, you have to pay a price for lying. The others also showed a funny look, thinking that Yang Kai was bragging. Is it necessary for me to lie to the dead? Yang Kai looked indifferent and turned his head to look around. Everyone gradually calmed down. Only then did they realize that what he said might be true. However, they still couldn't accept that there were 27 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters under his command. This number was a little too large. Whether what you said is true or not, if you want to get benefits from us, you have to show some ability. Yang Yi coldly snorted. Senior, please enlighten us. The second generation of the Yang family painstakingly created the statues of the 4 divine beasts with the intention of leaving behind some experience for the younger generation. Over the years, we have also done the same. Everyone who has come here has obtained great benefits. But it has been too long. Yang Yi's expression was slightly pained. This old woman can't remember how many years my soul avatar has been trapped here. After so many years of endless silence and nothingness, no matter who it is, there will be some uneasiness and panic. Our will and original intentions have been distorted by this long flowing time, Great Emperor. What do you mean? Yang Kai frowned and suddenly found that the auras of the soul avatars around him were a little different. One by one, they were all exuding a gloomy and terrifying aura, staring at him like a beast staring at a delicious meal. Yang Yinghao should have told you that there is a certain danger in coming here, and this danger comes from this old woman and the others. Yang Yi said coldly. Our greatest wish now is to leave this place, and you are the best carrier. You want to seize my body? Yang Kai was shocked. This is the instinct of our soul avatars after being trapped for so many years. Although we will also restrain it, you have to be careful. Yang Yi reminded him loudly. Since you have come here, either you get experience from us and leave safely, or your soul avatar will be swallowed by one of us, occupying your body and living in your place. Yang Kai looked around and found that, as Yang Yi said, the soul avatars of these Yang family ancestors were all looking at him expectantly, as if they wanted to devour his divine sense, but each of them was struggling to resist the instinctive impulse and restrain their desire to do it. This situation can be severe or mild. Those who have been trapped for a long time have strong desires and instincts, while those who have been trapped for a short time have mild symptoms. Over the years, there have been many soul avatars who have lost their own minds in the flowing time Great Emperor and have become unconscious violent energy. We have destroyed them together, and the fate of all of us in the future is the same. Then you are really sad. Yang Kai looked at them with some pity. Perceiving the meaning contained in his eyes, everyone was secretly surprised. Everyone who entered this place was either ecstatic or frightened, but no one had ever sympathized with them. Yang Kai was the first. Yang Yi's slightly ferocious face suddenly eased, and she stared at Yang Kai for a while before saying, "Sad or not, this is our own choice. Your evaluation is meaningless. If you don't accidentally die elsewhere in the future, your soul avatar will also enter here, leaving your own cultivation experience and insights for the younger generation of the Yang family." "I won't." Yang Kai shook his head slowly, looking firm. "But your sad fate will be ended by me today." Chapter 588. At the place where the spiritual energy gathered, the 40 to 50 ancestors of the Yang family all looked at Yang Kai in amazement, and were silent. After a while, there was a burst of laughter. "Boasting shamelessly." Yang Yi also had a strange smile on her face. "You mean you want to swallow all of us?" Yang Kai nodded. "Ha ha 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 ha." Countless laughter came out, and it seemed that Yang Kai had told a very good joke, which made everyone unable to control themselves. Yang Yi nodded gently. "If you really want to do this, we will be willing to be swallowed by you. After all, this is the biggest wish of our soul avatars, but it is impossible for you to do it. Then, seniors, please wait and see." Yang Kai grinned as he released the throbbing sensation that had been suppressing his soul. Since coming here, his soul avatars had involuntarily produced a strong suction force, which was the attractive force of the solitary golden eye in his knowledge sea. However, before he could figure out the mystery here, Yang Kai suppressed this suction force. Now, he released the restriction of this suction force, and a huge suction force suddenly swept the entire space. The soul avatars of the 40 to 50 Yang family ancestors were all moved, and before they could react to what was going on, they were all sucked into Yang Kai's knowledge sea. There were no clouds in the sky for thousands of miles, and the seawater under his feet was clear. A colorful treasure island stood quietly on the surface of the sea. The sudden change of the scene made the 40 to 50 soul avatars confused for a while. All of them looked around in a daze, and none of them reacted. "Welcome, everyone!" Yang Kai's soul avatars gradually appeared, and with his hands behind his back, he greeted everyone warmly like a master returning home. "This is your knowledge sea?" Yang Yi exclaimed. "Yes, this is Disciple's knowledge sea." "How did you do it?" Yang Yi looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. She clearly couldn't figure out what he did, and actually sucked all the soul avatars into his knowledge sea. "I didn't do it. It's because of this." Yang Kai pointed at the solitary golden eye floating above the island. Following the direction he pointed, Yang Yi and the others turned to look. They didn't know why, but everyone's heart inexplicably gave birth to a sense of uneasiness, as if the unknown object was their nemesis. "What is this?" Yang Yi panicked. After the endless flowing time Great Emperor passed by, she clearly could not remember what she had felt before. But now, she clearly understood what fear was. Not only her, but the other 40 to 50 soul avatars were also the same. Their hands and feet trembled involuntarily, and their expressions became ferocious. They stared at the solitary golden eye like a dormant beast, extremely dangerous. "I don't know what it is, but it can cut off the painful shackles that have bound you for countless flowing time, Great Emperor." Yang Kai gently took a breath, looked at Yang Yi and the others, and said, "I don't know what kind of mood you are in before you die, but since the endless flowing time Great Emperor has distorted your will, then today, let's end it here." As he spoke, the closed solitary golden eye slowly opened. Yang Kai didn't talk nonsense, and was ready to start directly. The majestic golden pupil made everyone unable to help but feel a sense of fear. Brush, a golden light shot out from the solitary golden eye, and a soul avatar standing in the same place didn't even have time to react, and was hit by the golden light. There was a crackling sound, and the consciousness and thoughts contained in this soul avatar were instantly purified, leaving only a large mass of pure energy. Shio shio shio, golden light shot out one after another, and one soul avatar after another was purified. In the face of the supreme majesty of the golden light, these soul avatars didn't even have the strength to resist. Yang Yi's eyes were filled with fear in an instant. She finally understood why Yang Kai had so much confidence to say that he would swallow all of them. This strange golden light could purify their thoughts and consciousness, and the remaining pure energy could be absorbed by anyone. I don't want to be destroyed. Suddenly, there was a roar, and it was unknown which generation of the Yang family's ancestors saw so many soul avatars being destroyed, and the suppressed energy finally broke out. He roared like a ghost, and rushed towards Yang Kai, wanting to restrain Yang Kai and gain a glimmer of hope. Yang Kai looked at him indifferently, and his eyes were slightly complicated, both pity and regret. Pity was that their soul avatars had been imprisoned for so many years, and had suffered countless torments from the flowing time Great Emperor. Pity was that their wishes and original intentions were good, but with the passage of the flowing time Great Emperor, their natures were gradually changed. Stop! Yang Yi suddenly shouted. Hearing her shout, the soul avatar who wanted to attack Yang Kai suddenly stopped, and a pair of eyes were struggling with thousands of emotions. He stared at Yang Kai, and although he was close, he couldn't do anything. Do you want to destroy the pride of the Yang family's ancestors for so many years? Yang Yi said lightly. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, and the man's eyes restored a moment of clarity. With a long roar, he abandoned Yang Kai and turned to rush towards the open solitary golden eye. The golden light shot down and purified him. The next moment, the remaining soul avatars rushed up together, and each of them had a complex expression, both happy and frightened. Shio shio shio, Yang Kai looked down coldly, and did not stop them, nor did he take any action, and let them rush to the solitary golden eye like moths to a flame. Soon, only Yang Yi was left in the entire sea of consciousness, and all the other soul avatars had been completely purified. Yang Yi took a breath gently, and looked at Yang Kai with relief, and said in a deep voice, I want to say thank you to you on behalf of them. Yang Kai's eyes flashed, and he whispered, You're welcome. This generation of the Yang family has a patriarch like you. It must be a big deal. Yang Yi showed a smile, and her old face slowly changed. After a while, she turned into a beautiful woman. She had a head of beautiful hair that gently fluttered in the wind, a pair of supple eyebrows, a pair of charming starry eyes, a straight nose, slightly red cheeks, a pair of sharp cherry lips, snow-white cheeks, and jade-like skin that was as soft as snow. Her figure was absolutely beautiful, to the point that it was suffocating. Yang Kai was slightly lost. This is what I looked like when I was young. At the last moment, I hoped to die in this posture. Yang Yi pursed her lips and smiled. Suddenly she snapped, Junior boy, if you dare to reveal this matter, I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. I dare not. Yang Kai had a strange expression. Yang Yi nodded gently, and her body flickered, turning into a streamer, and rushed up. The solitary golden eye once again shot out a beam of golden light and hit her body. A piercing sound came out, and Yang Yi's thoughts and consciousness were quickly annihilated. At the last moment, Yang Kai seemed to see a look of serenity appear on her face. The solitary golden eye slowly closed, and the sea breeze blew. Above the entire sea of consciousness, there were 40 to 50 pure energy clusters floating. Yang Kai waved his hand and gathered all of this energy into one place. The ancestors of the Yang family painstakingly escaped their soul avatars into the statues of the 4 sacred beasts before they died, hoping to give some help to the younger generation. However, no matter how good the wish was, no matter how thorough the arrangement was, it was still eroded by the flowing time Great Emperor. Yang Yi said that in this endless flowing time Great Emperor, there have been many soul avatars who could not stand the torture of time and became unconscious, leaving behind brutal energy that was destroyed by them. In this case, I am afraid that this is the final ending for each of them. The Yang family's move was to help the living, but to blaspheme the dead. Not knowing whether it was right or wrong, Yang Kai did not want to comment, nor was he willing to comment. After a long time, Yang Kai came to the pure energy cluster, sat down cross-legged, and began to absorb. Gradually, he found a problem. The increase in strength that this energy could bring to him was too little, so little that it was almost negligible. The ruthless and endless flowing time Great Emperor made the spiritual energy of the ancestors of the Yang family constantly deplete. Now, how much energy was left in their soul avatars? It was probably less than 1,000th of their peak. This kind of energy naturally could not bring about a rise in power to Yang Kai. However, the insights and understandings of the heavenly way and martial Tao that belonged to the Yang family ancestors that were hidden in this mysterious power had been completely preserved. Just these insights alone were enough to benefit Yang Kai greatly. Indeed, as Yang Yi said, after absorbing these, anyone would not have a bottleneck before breaking through to the transcendent realm. With the rise of the immortal ascension boundary, Yang Kai found that it was quite difficult to break through each layer. It was not that his strength could not keep up, but that his understanding of the immortal ascension boundary was too little. Now that he had absorbed the insights of these Yang Kai ancestors, this was no longer a problem. Coupled with the spiritual energy of several transcendents and their insights, Yang Kai estimated that he would not have any bottlenecks for a long time in the future. Perhaps, all the way until he broke through to the third-order transcendent realm. Yang Kai was ecstatic. This surprise diluted the faint sadness in his heart, so naturally, he spared no effort to absorb it. 2 days later, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and felt a little. His realm had not changed much, still at the immortal ascension boundary 5th stage, but his understanding of the immortal ascension boundary had reached a level that no one could reach. These were all treasures left behind by the Yang family ancestors. Not only did Yang Kai have an unparalleled understanding of the immortal ascension boundary, but he also had a strong understanding of the transcendent realm. He was still standing in the middle of the Soul Foundation Temple, and there was a life aura behind him that belonged to Yang Yinghao. However, at this moment, Yang Kai felt that his uncle's aura was a little strange, as if his heart was extremely unsettled. Stretching his body a bit, Kai Yang turned around and called out, "Uncle! Did you succeed?" Yang Yinghao asked nervously. Entering the Soul Foundation Temple was also a test for the patriarch of the Yang family. If he could not get benefits from the Soul Foundation Temple, then he was not suitable to continue to be the patriarch. Seeing that Yang Kai had finally recovered, Yang Yinghao naturally asked quickly. Chapter 589. In fact, Yang Yinghao also felt that Yang Kai should have succeeded, but he couldn't understand what happened in the past 2 days. And sure enough, Yang Kai nodded gently. Yang Yinghao hesitated for a while before asking, "How many did you absorb?" "All of them." "All of them?" Yang Yinghao's eyes almost popped out as he looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. "How did you withstand it?" Yang Yinghao was dumbfounded. He had entered that space himself and knew what opportunities there were inside, but he also knew what dangers he would encounter there. When he entered that space with his immortal ascension boundary 7th stage cultivation, he only managed to absorb the soul avatars of 2 Yang family ancestors. Even so, it took him a full 2 to 3 years to get rid of the thoughts and consciousnesses of the 2 soul avatars. After all, when he obtained their comprehension of the heavenly Tao and martial Tao, he would also inherit the torment they had suffered for countless years. It was as if he had personally experienced it, and the pain was unbearable. This sort of thing had to be removed, otherwise it would affect his life of peace. If there was one more, Yang Yinghao estimated that he wouldn't be able to bear it, and at that time, even if he didn't die, he would become a cripple. But now, Yang Kai told him that he had absorbed all the soul avatars of the Yang family ancestors. Yang Yinghao couldn't believe it, but he had to believe it. Because the 4 sacred beast statues had all cracked, the space where the consciousnesses gathered no longer existed. Such a situation meant that the space where the soul avatars of Yang Kai's ancestors gathered had disappeared, which also meant that those soul avatars had been absorbed by someone else. From now on, the Soul Foundation Temple would no longer be able to play its previous role, unless the 4 sacred beast statues could be repaired and Yang Kai's soul avatars escaped into it before they died. Yang Yinghao's expression was complex as he stared at Yang Kai, his eyes filled with respect. This kind of demeanor was not something an elder should have when looking at a junior, but Yang Yinghao couldn't help showing it. He knew that at this moment, he might be standing a little higher than Yang Kai, but with the passage of time, Yang Kai would definitely climb to a height that he could never hope to reach. At that time, he would be standing on the clouds, overlooking all living things. I'm sorry for destroying the Yang family's foundation. I will compensate you later. Yang Kai frowned, also aware of the destruction of the 4 sacred beast statues. No need, this place was originally prepared for the head of the Yang family. Yang Yinghao shook his head and respectfully said, Patriarch, the succession ceremony for the 7 great families has been prepared. It will be held at the Yang family's heaven altar. We are only waiting for you to begin. Oh? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, thinking that his current status and identity were indeed somewhat different in the eyes of those people. Such a big matter had actually been waiting for him. He grinned and said, If that's the case, then let's hurry over. We can't let them wait for too long. Yang Yinghao nodded slightly and led the way. Arriving outside the Soul Root Temple, Yang Kai found that the elders and the Yang family 4th master were no longer there. Only Old Demon was still there, waiting. Seeing Yang Kai walk out safely, the old demon grinned meaningfully. Yang family's heaven altar. Nearly 2 years ago, the Yang family's inheritance war began here. The 8 brothers of the Yang family gathered here to listen to Patriarch Yang Yinghao's impassioned speech, riding cloud-treading colts to War City in high spirits. Nearly 2 years later, the succession ceremony for the 7 great families was also held here. When Yang Kai arrived, all the preparations had been made, and with a loud shout, The Patriarch of the Yang family has arrived! Everyone stood up and respectfully greeted him. Yang Kai's expression remained calm as he quickly walked up to the heaven altar, looked around, and declared, Junior is still young, so although I am temporarily acting as the Yang family patriarch, I am not familiar with the etiquette and procedures of this succession ceremony. Today's matter will be handled by Great Uncle. It was impossible for him to preside over the succession ceremony. Although he wouldn't make a fool of himself, this was still a major event for the 7 great families. If he made a mistake in the procedures, it would be too hasty. Yang Yinghao nodded lightly and his figure flickered as he flew up to the heaven altar. While Yang Yinghao was speaking, Yang Kai quietly retreated and approached Xiao Yimeng and the others. How do you feel? Yang Kai glanced at the 7 young people and smiled. Terrible. Hua Xing curled his lips. When I think about this young master becoming the patriarch of the Hua family, I feel like dying. You really aren't suitable. Yang Kai laughed. Yang Kai, thank you? Xiao Yimeng suddenly said. Thank me for what? Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her. Don't play dumb, you and I both know that the reason you so generously accepted all the great forces that came to join you was to create pressure on the 8 great families and force them to abdicate. Xiao Yimeng's face bloomed with a wise smile. Others think you're just using this opportunity to gather strength, but I know your purpose is to maintain the current situation. Yang Kai was stunned but didn't deny it, nodding. That's part of the reason. I've always wanted to inherit the Chiu family. And now that my wish has been fulfilled, naturally I want to thank you. Xiao Yimeng's face showed a trace of emotion. Tell me, what do you want as a thank you gift? If you want it, I can do it. Hua Xing and the others trembled as they stared at Xiao Yimeng strangely. Meng Shani coughed violently and after a long time, his face pale as he gasped for breath. Xiao Yimeng, you are now the patriarch of the Chiu family. It's not good to say such things in public. It will affect the reputation of the Chiu family. Brother Meng, haven't you recovered from your injuries? Yang Kai glanced at him, grateful that he had changed the subject. Meng Shani smiled bitterly. I'm afraid I won't be able to recover in this lifetime. Meng Shani had been poisoned by the Ghost King and Poison King's Ghost Qi, and although he had managed to escape with his life, he had been bedridden for the past 6 months. If it weren't for the inauguration ceremony being held today, he wouldn't have come out. Yang Kai frowned and thought for a moment before leaning over and whispering, Open your mouth! Ah? Meng Shani was surprised. In the next moment, he felt something being flicked into his mouth by Yang Kai, and he swallowed it involuntarily. A warm current spread through his abdomen, giving him a trace of strength, and even his pale face became a little rosy. Meng Shanyi's mind quickly flashed a few speculations and his face filled with joy as he cupped his fists and said, "Many thanks, Brother Yang." Yang Kai smiled and shook his head, no longer saying anything. At this moment, Yang Yinghao finished his speech and shouted, "The inauguration ceremony begins now!" Gongs, drums, and pipes rang out, creating a lively atmosphere. Yang Kai's mouth curled into a strange smile as he turned his head to look towards the northern sky. Amidst the sounds of gongs and drums, several silhouettes rapidly shot over from the north. A palpitating panic suddenly spread in everyone's hearts. "Sure enough, they've come." Chiu Yiming stood up and stood beside Yang Kai, staring into the distance. "They have no choice but to come." Yang Kai coldly snorted. The sounds of gongs, drums, and pipes continued, but the elite masters of the 8 great families were all secretly gathering their strength and moving quickly, their faces filled with excitement and eagerness. Although they were aware of the abnormality here, the figures from the north were not afraid and still approached like lightning. Although Yang Kai had been staying in the Soul Root Temple for the past 2 days, this situation had long been anticipated by him. The inauguration ceremony of the 7 great families was just a pretense. The real ceremony of inheriting the patriarchs had been secretly held by the 7 great families last night. In other words, Chiu Yiming and the others were now the rightful patriarchs of the 7 great families. The young people becoming the patriarchs of the 7 great families represented the official establishment of an alliance with Yang Kai. If the ash-gray cloud evil land did not act now, after today's inauguration ceremony was over, they would be attacked by Yang Kai and the entire central capital's elite forces. The one who struck first had the advantage. Everyone knew this truth. Even if Yang Bai knew this was a trap, he had no choice but to fall into it. Not long after, the figures of the 6 great evil kings appeared in front of everyone's eyes. They stood in a hexagonal formation, quietly suspended mid-air, each of them emitting a strange aura. Bursts of strange laughter came from the mouths of the Ghost King and Poison King, making everyone's blood boil. "The 6 great evil kings!" Yang Yinghao and the others stared at the 6 great evil kings with burning eyes, each of them revealing an incomparable hatred. Among them, Yi Kuangren and Kang Rui stared at the 2 people held in the hands of the profound Yin Ghost King. They were Yi Xianro and Kang Zhan, who had been captured half a year ago. At this moment, the 2 of them looked sluggish, their clothes in tatters, their appearance haggard, their yuan qi seemingly completely drained away, reducing them to the level of ordinary people. It was obvious that over the past 6 months, they had suffered some inhumane torture at the hands of the ash-gray cloud evil land. Perceiving the gazes of these 2 people, the Ghost King laughed sinisterly. "The succession ceremony of the 7 great families is a grand occasion for the world. The Lord ordered us to come and congratulate you, so we offer a trifling amount of money as a token of our respect. Please accept it." Saying so, he reached out and threw Yi Xianro and Kang Zhan down. Yi Kuangren and Kang Rui roared and rushed up, preparing to catch Yi Xianro and Kang Zhan. "Don't!" Yang Yinghao shouted. The Ghost King's actions were mysterious, so it was impossible for him to return Yi Xianro and Kang Zhan without any reason. These 2 must have been tampered with. However, to everyone's surprise, after Yi Xianro and Kang Zhan were picked up by Yi Kuangren and Kang Rui respectively, nothing special happened. The 2 young men's faces were dull, as if they had lost their souls, their eyes dull and lifeless. Although they were still breathing, they were no different from walking corpses. Yi Kuangren and Kang Rui carefully examined their situation and found nothing unusual, but they still didn't dare relax and handed them over to their family members, quickly ordering, "Take them away and imprison them." After arranging this, the 2 men raised their heads and stared at the 6 great evil kings. "Old Patriarch Yi and Old Patriarch Kang really are vigilant people." The Ghost King laughed sarcastically. "Enough nonsense. Since you dared show yourself here today, I'll make sure you die without a burial!" Yi Kuangren roared. A figure suddenly appeared in front of the 6 great evil kings, interrupting Yi Kuang-ren's words. After seeing this figure's appearance, everyone paled. Evil Lord Yang Bai. Chapter 590. No one knew how he had appeared or whether he had been here all this time. It wasn't until he appeared that everyone saw him. Two old patriarchs are too serious. We did not come here today to start a war with you. Yang Sun looked around at the crowd indifferently. You don't want to start a war? Yang Yinghao coldly snorted. Then why did the Demon Lord and 6 evil kings come here today? Yang Bai replied indifferently. We came here to seek peace. Seek peace? Everyone's expression became strange, none of them having expected Yang Bai to say such a thing. Yang Bai no longer paid attention to these people and instead focused his attention on Yang Kai, his expression becoming dignified as he said, Martial nephew, it's been a long time. Martial uncle, I trust you've been well since we last met. Yang Kai grinned. Yang Bai nodded lightly. Martial uncle has underestimated you. I didn't expect you to become my biggest enemy. Being able to accomplish this much, Martial nephew really isn't simple. Martial uncle's praise is too high, heroes are made of time. Martial nephew must thank Martial uncle for giving me this opportunity to display my abilities. We're family, there's no need to be polite. Yang Bai's face was gloomy, and he looked somewhat unhappy. Although his means were heaven-defying, he really had misjudged this young man. He hadn't expected that a young man like Yang Kai would actually be able to stir up such a big storm, even forcing him to take the initiative to appear today. Martial nephew, Martial uncle came here today because he really wanted to make peace with you. Yang Bai said sincerely. Although the strength you've gathered now probably exceeds that of my holy land, if a fight really broke out, how many people do you think will be able to survive? Why don't we all stop here? Good. Yang Kai nodded firmly. Since Martial uncle has such intentions, how could Martial nephew disobey? I don't want to be enemies with a master like you. Martial nephew really is easy to talk to. Yang Bai chuckled. Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed as he coldly said, But before we begin, can Martial uncle offer me his head? My father and Grand Master are both very concerned about Martial uncle. Impudence! The tyrannical Force King roared. You little brat! Before he could finish speaking, though, he was interrupted by Yang Bai raising his hand. Yang Bai slowly shook his head and said, Martial nephew seems determined to be my enemy. He had a pained expression on his face, as if he regretted Yang Kai's decision. Martial nephew, your decision will affect the life and death of countless people. Countless people will be separated from their families. I hope you will consider it carefully. Yang Bai made a final effort. Ask the 8 great families, ask the central capital if they are willing to make peace with you. Yang Kai coldly shouted. Yang Bai sighed softly. Since that's the case, there's no need to say more. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's aura began to fluctuate. Yang Kai stared deeply at Yang Bai for a moment before suddenly roaring. Begin! The masters from the 8 great families all rushed forward. The cultivator from Yang Kai's mansion who had been hiding nearby also emerged from the crowd. The 13 blood warriors Lu Si, Li Yuan Chun, Ling Tai Su, as well as the 10 transcendents who had joined in later, all released their Yuan Qi and charged towards the 6 great evil kings. A strange cackle rang out as the Poison King's figure flickered and a large green poisonous mist descended from the sky, enveloping the group below. From the Ghost King's body, a series of resentful souls continuously shot out, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves, stirring up the entire central capital. The lightning flash Shadow King transformed into a bolt of lightning, his figure so fast that it was almost impossible for anyone to follow him. Only a single shadow was able to follow him closely. Naturally, it was Ying-Jiao. After breaking through to the transcendent realm, Ying-Jiao's speed was still inferior to the lightning flash Shadow King's, but he was still able to slightly restrain him. The tyrannical Force King let out a heaven-shaking roar as he sent out a ferocious punch. Although it was a simple punch, the force behind it smashed the Yang family's heaven sacrificial altar to dust, and the ground several dozen meters around it instantly caved in. The Thunderbolt Beast King let out a roar as countless 5th Order and 6th Order monster beasts quickly approached from the distance, led by the 7th Order monster beast Spider Mother. The masters from the ash-gray cloud evil land were either flying through the air or riding on monster beasts, all of them rushing over with great momentum. 5 of the 6 great evil kings did not hesitate to attack. Only Shan Qingluo wore a hesitant and complicated expression as she quietly retreated some distance and casually released her Yuan Qi, sending out waves of bewitching energy. She didn't want to fight, but with Yang Bai here, she had to act. Traitorous disciple, today is the day you die. Ling Taisu's target was Demon Lord Yang Bai, joining forces with some of the 8 great families' transcendent realm masters to attack him. Honored master. Yang Bai looked at him with pity but did not confront them head-on. Instead, his figure flickered, transformed into a blue streak, and disappeared. No one knew where he had gone. An unprecedented battle broke out in an instant. The central capital 8 great families, the masters from Yang Kai's mansion, and the invaders from the ash-gray cloud evil land poured almost all of their forces into this battle. With the Yang family as the center, a variety of brilliant martial skills and artifacts bloomed, causing the world energy aura to become chaotic. Although the new patriarchs of the 7 great families also wanted to participate in this battle, they were closely guarded by the masters of their respective families. Before the situation was clear, the 7 great families would not allow them to rush out. Only Yang Kai led the old demon through the battlefield. Inside his knowledge sea, the solitary golden eye continued to emit a huge attractive force. Once an immortal ascension boundary master died, as long as they were within 20 meters of Yang Kai, he would be able to absorb their spiritual energy into his knowledge sea. Yang Kai didn't go looking for trouble with the Transcendent Realm Masters. His goal was only the immortal ascension boundary masters. Even without the old demon taking action, even a peak immortal ascension boundary master wouldn't be Yang Kai's opponent. The ash-gray cloud evil land only had a dozen or so transcendents left. Such a small number, in front of the joint forces of the 8 great families and Yang Kai's mansion, was simply not enough. Yan Yinghao was right. As long as Yang Kai's mansion joined forces with the 8 great families, it wouldn't be difficult to expel the ash-gray cloud evil land. The battle began at noon and lasted until the early hours of the next day. Both sides suffered countless casualties. Although the 8 great families in Yang Kai's mansion also suffered losses, the ash-gray cloud evil land's Yuan Qi suffered heavy losses. It was likely that after this battle, the ash-gray cloud evil land would not be able to recover. Seeing hope, the 8 great families in Yang Kai's mansion cultivator fought bravely while the ash-gray cloud evil land's cultivator and monster beast were forced to retreat. Shan Qingluo, who was dealing with several masters from the 8 great families, suddenly felt a strange aura approach, and before she could react, Yang Pa suddenly appeared in front of her. "Qingluo, come with me!" Yang Pa faintly commanded, not allowing any explanation as he sent out a palm strike towards the masters who were besieging Shan Qingluo. With a 3rd order transcendent master taking action, the masters from the 8 great families didn't even have the ability to resist, all of them coughing up blood as they were sent flying like paper kites. Shan Qingluo's expression was filled with shock as she gently nodded her head and followed Yang Pa up into the sky. Yang Bai waved his hand and isolated himself from Shan Qingluo's aura, only coldly watching the battle below, seemingly having no intention of intervening. "Master, what is your purpose?" Shan Qingluo stared at Yang Bai and waited for a long time, but seeing that he had no intention of speaking, she took the initiative to ask. "My purpose?" Yang Bai glanced over at her. "The Holy Land's disciples have suffered heavy casualties. Ghost King and the others are gradually unable to hold on. Why don't you take action to rescue them?" "Why should I rescue them?" Yang Bai smiled lightly. "What does their life or death have to do with me? Sure enough, the Holy Land is just a chess piece to master." Shan Qingluo's beautiful eyes flashed a complex emotion. "You've never cared about the survival of the Holy Land. It's ridiculous that Ghost King and the others always thought that under your leadership, the Holy Land would eventually destroy the 8 great families and replace them as the world's top existences. That's their wishful thinking. I never told them that. Yang Bai nodded without hesitation. If that's the case, why did Master call me up here? Shan Qingluo's chest heaved up and down as she asked with some dissatisfaction. Because I need a woman to stand behind me. Yang Bai glanced at her with interest, his eyes clear and without the slightest trace of lust. Shan Qingluo smiled and said, I never thought Master would be interested in women. I'm a man, and a man needs a woman. Yang Bai said, but the only woman in this world who is worthy of me is you. You can rest assured I won't do anything to you, I just need you to accompany me and witness everything. A single person is always lonely. Witness? Witness what? Shan Qingluo asked curiously. Soon. You'll know in a while. Yang Bai smiled mysteriously, Shan Qingluo clearly seeing some excitement flash across his eyes. This kind of excitement was something he had never shown before, as if something exciting was about to happen. Qingluo, your relationship with my martial nephew seems to be quite deep. Yang Bai said, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally. Shan Qingluo's heart clenched, but she quickly calmed down and quickly said, because of this relationship, I am already his woman. Yang Bai was surprised, but he didn't care, nodding. Then from today onwards, forget about him. Although he is strong, by following me, you will realize that this world is not as simple as you think. You will see many things and scenes you have never imagined. Shan Qingluo stared at him blankly, not quite understanding what he meant. What about Master? A violent voice suddenly called out. It was the tyrannical Force King, who was being besieged by Yang Kai's forces. Although his methods were powerful and his strength reached the heavens, it was still difficult for 2 fists to resist 4 hands. Being attacked by so many masters from Yang Kai's forces, he was still somewhat overwhelmed. Seeing the Holy Land's people die one after another, but still not seeing Yang Bai make a move, the tyrannical Force King suddenly hesitated. The ash-gray cloud evil land daring to attack the central capital was mainly relying on Yang Bai, otherwise, why would these evil kings run here to seek their own deaths? I'm afraid Master won't care about us. The Ghost King's expression was ferocious as a massive black cloud wrapped around him. That black cloud transformed into the shape of a human face, vivid and lifelike. It opened its bloody mouth and flew out, swallowing a large number of martial artists. Chapter 591. On the other side, Annihilating Poison King was displaying his poison secret art to its fullest, but under the siege of so many masters, he seemed to be a little powerless, panting heavily for breath as he laughed loudly. Yes, Master won't care about us, otherwise why wouldn't he help us? I'm afraid he has already fled. Bullshit! The Force King roared hysterically. How could Master flee? He must be preparing some kind of killing move to destroy the central capital in one fell swoop. Idiot! The Poison King and Ghost King both snorted disdainfully. Those who could sit in the position of Evil King were not simple characters. Naturally, their schemes and shrewdness were incomparable. Only this tyrannical Force King, in addition to his brute strength, was a simple-minded person with no schemes to speak of. Even now, he still firmly believed that Demon Lord Yang Bai was planning to destroy the central capital in one fell swoop. Not only did the evil kings not know where Yang Bai was hiding at this moment, but even the 8 great families had no idea. Many people were searching for Yang Bai's figure, but no one could find him. The barrier set up by a third-order transcendent master was impossible to break. This led many people to believe that Yang Bai had really fled after seeing the situation turn bad. However, Yang Kai had a very bad feeling about this, as if something big was about to happen. Not bothering to absorb the spiritual energy of the immortal ascension boundary masters who had died, Yang Kai quickly searched for the old patriarchs of the 8 great families. After the great battle, these old patriarchs had all been meditating, preparing to deal with the next round of fierce battles and completely annihilate the ash-gray cloud evil land. When Yang Kai arrived, they were almost done with their preparations. Great Uncle! Yang Kai walked over to Yang Yinghao and asked with a dignified expression, Do you know why Yang Bai decided to invade the central capital? What is his purpose? Yang Yinghao heard this and quickly asked, What do you mean? Yang Kai took a deep breath and explained. It seems that because the last time the 8 great families besieged the ash-gray cloud evil land, Yang Bai and the 6 great evil kings are holding a grudge, so this time they are retaliating. After all, after so many years, the 8 great families and the ash-gray cloud evil land were like fire and water, and the hatred between them had reached an irreconcilable level. However, I don't think Yang Bai will rashly attack the central capital for this reason. He should know that even if he succeeds, the price he will have to pay will not be small. If it isn't because he is too bored, then the 8 great families must have something he wants. Hearing him say this, the old fogies all fell into contemplation. After exchanging glances with each other, Yi Kuangren said, "The only things that can be targeted by him are probably the secrets of your Yang family. And although the heritage of our 8 great families is quite good, there's nothing that could interest a character like Yang Bai." Yang Kai frowned. He knew they were talking about the secrets of the Hall of God's Roots. If Yang Bai had set his sights on the Soul Foundation Temple, that could barely be explained. But soon Yang Kai shook his head. No, if he was after the secrets of the Yang family, he wouldn't have invaded from the north, but from the south. The combat strength displayed by the ash-gray cloud evil land in the early stages could be said to be irresistible. No matter which side they attacked from, the families there were unable to resist. If Yang Bai had set his sights on the Yang family's Soul Foundation Temple, he definitely wouldn't have invaded from the north. What's more, the secrets of the Soul Foundation Temple were only known to the Yang family's patriarch and the Transcendent Realm Master who was about to die. So where did Yang Bai obtain this information? Think about it carefully. Is there something in each of your families that he has set his sights on? Yang Kai swept his eyes over the 8 old men. The 8 old men all wore dignified expressions, but after thinking about it carefully, they still couldn't figure it out. The situation had developed to this point, so if there really was something in each of their families that Yang Bai had set his sights on, they wouldn't hide it anymore. Yang Kai observed them carefully, and couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Could it be that his guess was wrong? What was Yang Bai's purpose for invading the central capital this time? At that moment, Yang Bai's aura, which had been unreachable for so long, suddenly appeared out of thin air. Everyone's expression became solemn as they looked up and saw Yang Bai floating quietly mid-air, coldly overlooking the central capital, a burst of thunderous laughter erupting from his mouth. Everyone involuntarily stopped what they were doing and turned towards the source of this voice. "The time has come!" Suddenly, Yang Bai's smile faded and he said softly. Yang Kai's heart clenched as a trace of uneasiness filled his heart. He didn't know when Yang Bai had said the time had come, but since he dared to appear, he must have achieved his goal. 8 great families, ridiculous, they're nothing more than ant-like existences, yet they dare to call themselves such. Martial nephew, although you're not bad, your vision isn't far-sighted enough. Today, allow Martial Uncle to show you what it means to say that there is always a heaven beyond a heaven. This world is not what you see, there are many things you don't understand. However, no matter what, Martial Uncle must thank you. If not for your sudden appearance, today's battle would not have resulted in so many deaths. If not, Martial Uncle would have had a headache. Yang Bai's expression was calm as he floated midair, speaking with confidence and assurance, as if he didn't place anyone in this world in his eyes. Yang Kai's expression changed as he stared at Yang Bai ran in surprise. From what he had just said, Yang Kai understood something quite strange. Did Yang Bai know something about Shigao? Not waiting for Yang Kai to think about it, Yang Bai suddenly shouted, "Evil kings, protectors!" Tyrannical heavenly force Wang Chaoyang rushed over without hesitation. The Poison King, Ghost King, Shadow King, and Beast King all looked hesitant, not knowing whether they should act or not. Yang Bai glanced over at them faintly and chuckled. "What's wrong? Do you want to disobey my orders?" The Poison King smiled grimly and said, "Master, I just want to ask, since yesterday's battle began, why haven't I seen you take action? The Holy Land's casualties aren't light. Because I want them to die. If they don't die, how can I achieve my goal?" Yang Bai replied casually. "And?" The Poison King nodded, suddenly cupping his fists and saying, "Master, take care of yourself, I won't be playing with you any longer." They had followed Yang Bai to attack the central capital in order to replace it, but now seeing that there was no hope and Yang Bai acting so ruthlessly, how could these evil kings be willing to remain? They were selfish, insidious, and deceitful people. Loyalty, honor, and disgrace had nothing to do with them. Saying so, the Poison King, Ghost King, Shadow King, and Beast King turned to leave. Yang Bai didn't care about the deaths of his subordinates, so they naturally didn't care either. As long as they could survive, nothing else mattered. Yang Bai sneered, "None of you can leave! Protectors!" As soon as these words fell, the four evil kings who were preparing to leave suddenly paused, their expressions filled with pain, as if they were resisting something. A moment later, their expressions gradually eased and they flew over to Yang Bai's side, surrounding him in a tight circle to protect him. The masters from the 8 great families all paled. Although they didn't know what had happened to the 4 evil kings, anyone could see that Yang Bai was using some kind of overbearing method to control them. Yang Bai finally took action, waving his hand and releasing a mysterious energy wave that covered the entire central capital. "Stop him!" Yang Kai shouted. No matter what Yang Bai's purpose was, he had to be stopped. With this order, all the transcendents who were still capable of fighting rushed out, their target being Yang Bai and the 6 great evil kings. "Too late!" Yang Bai laughed. "Now that I've shown myself, there's nothing you can do." As he spoke, the blood from the corpses of the central capital's dead corpses and the blood on the ground all began to flow and seep into the ground. A series of obscure energy waves began shuttling through the ground, searching for something. Suddenly, Yang Bai's expression lit up and he turned his eyes to a certain spot, waving his hand. The blood that had seeped into the ground all rushed towards that spot. A shocking bloody aura filled the air. Old Demon, who was following beside Yang Kai, wore a dignified expression and quickly said, "Young master, this should be some kind of blood sacrifice." Old Demon also knew how to perform a blood sacrifice, so naturally he was able to see some clues, but his method was somewhat different from Yang Bai's. The only similarity was that they both needed blood and people to die. The number of people who had died in the ash-gray cloud evil land and the central capital these past few days was incalculable, so the amount of blood that had flowed out was like a river. Yang Bai now using this blood as a blood sacrifice could only be described as a grand gesture. Compared to this, Old Demon's Demon Spectre Saint technique was simply incomparable. Suddenly, a violent sound came from the depths of the earth, and the entire central capital began to shake. Everyone's expression became aghast. Yang Yinghao suddenly seemed to think of something and exclaimed, "Damn, could it be that Yang Bai is eyeing something underground?" "What's underground?" Yang Kai hurriedly asked. Yang Yinghao nodded. "This is only something recorded in the ancient books of the 8 great families. No one has ever confirmed it. It is said that there is a huge earth vein underneath the central capital, and it is because of this earth vein that our 8 great families have been able to take root here for so long. Not only does the Yang family have such a record, the other 7 families should also have such records." Qiu Shouqing thought about it for a moment before nodding. "And this old master has read about it in the ancient books of the family. However, it is said that a generation of people once tried to find this earth vein, but after countless years, they finally failed. Could it be that it really exists and we haven't found it yet?" Meng Shiping's expression became ugly. The 8 great families had been stationed in the central capital for countless years, and although there were records of earth veins, they had never been able to find one. However, Demon Lord Yang Bai had now accurately found it, making Meng Shiping feel somewhat ashamed. "Earth vein?" Yang Kai muttered. Yang Kai had seen earth veins before and had even absorbed the energy contained within them. In the past, in the outer sea hidden island, there was an almost dried-up earth vein. He absorbed all the remaining energy, and his strength increased tremendously. Underneath the central capital, there was a huge intact earth vein. If one could find it, they would obtain incredible benefits. "His purpose is most likely this." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Yang Bai was a 3rd-order transcendent, and had already reached his limit. If he wanted to improve his strength further, he would need to rely on external forces, and the huge amount of energy contained within this earth vein was his best choice. Although this was only a guess, it should be close. Chapter 592. The entire central capital city shook violently as large swathes of buildings collapsed and dust filled the air, making it seem like the end of the world had arrived. Even those who weren't clear about the situation realized that this place was no longer safe. The masters from the 8 great families in Yangkai Mansion all erupted with their full strength, fiercely attacking Yang Bai in an attempt to interfere with his actions. However, the 6 great evil kings were closely guarding him, so unless they could break through their defenses, they couldn't cause any harm to Yang Bai. Of the 6 great evil kings, with the exception of Shan Qingluo, the remaining 5 were all second-order transcendents. Among them, Shadow King and Force King Iran had both reached the peak of the second order, so regardless of their own safety, they had desperately tried to protect Yang Bai, creating an impregnable defense. Shan Qingluo's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light. Suddenly, the mysterious grade Qingluo fan appeared in her delicate hand and poured her yuanqi into it, causing it to glow with a brilliant light. The lifelike portraits of the beauties on the Qingluo fan flew out one by one, as if they had been given life, each of them displaying an extremely dissolute and flirtatious expression, their clothes half undone, revealing large tracts of seductive skin. A series of whispers resounded throughout the heavens and earth, seemingly capable of awakening the deepest desires in everyone's hearts and turning them into beasts. This mysterious grade artifact had been passed down from generation to generation by the beguiling Demon Queen, and when combined with the beguiling Demon Queen's boundless beguiling technique, few could resist. Even a transcendent realm master would fall into a daze for a brief moment, unable to extricate themselves from such a state. At this moment, Shan Qingluo displayed the power of her Qingluo fan, targeting the 5 great evil kings and Yang Bai. The Force King, whose mind was the purest, instantly had his eyes turn red and his breathing become heavy, his lower body bulging like a tent. The other 4 great evil kings all frowned, obviously also affected. Cheap slut! The Herculean king suddenly regained his senses. It was precisely because of his simple-minded mind that he was quick to fall for the trick. He was also quick to escape from Shan Qingluo's seductive technique. With a roar, he ferociously threw a punch at Shan Qingluo. The beguiling Demon Queen's beautiful face turned pale, not daring to resist, and hurriedly retreated, but half of her body was still swept away by the Strength King's fist, causing her to scream miserably as she fell to the ground. Yang Bai stared at Shan Qingluo indifferently, and shook his head. Qingluo, you disappoint me, is this your choice? Shan Qingluo's expression was indifferent. She let her body fall and said softly, I told you, I am already his woman. Naturally, I can't help you deal with him. You will regret this. Yang Bai sighed slightly. The peak of the martial Tao really is lonely at the top. As he spoke, his hands did not stop moving. Some of the masters from the 8 great families wanted to chase down and take Shan Qingluo's life directly, but Tang Yuxian was the first to act. The blood warriors all knew about the delicate relationship between Yang Kai and Shan Qingluo, so naturally they wouldn't make things difficult for her. Tang Yuxian simply wanted to rescue Shan Qingluo. Seeing Tang Yuxian catch the beguiling Demon Queen, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. **Shio. Massive bursts of energy suddenly shot out from the ground, the density of this energy far beyond anyone's imagination. Each of these bursts of energy was visible to the naked eye, as if they were pillars of light rising from the ground and covering the entire central capital. Looking down from above, one could see that the chaotic and fragmented central capital city was now shining with pillars of light that shot straight up into the sky. Those pillars of light were exuding a terrifying energy. Yang Bai laughed loudly, his figure flickering as he randomly found a pillar of light and dove down, soon disappearing, leaving behind only the 5 great evil kings who were still desperately defending their original position. There really is an earth vein! Yang Yinghao exclaimed. Seeing this scene, the old patriarchs of the 8 great families immediately understood. The records in their ancient books were not groundless, there was indeed a huge earth vein under the central capital. Now, this earth vein had been discovered by Yang by using his own methods. No matter what he wants to do with this earth vein, we can't just ignore it! Yang Yinghao's expression became ugly as he shouted, following Yang Bai along with the other 7 old patriarchs, searching for a nearby pillar of light and following its source into the ground. Yang Kai frowned. Let's go take a look. The old demon hurriedly followed. Yang Kai's mansion. Meng Wuya, who had been guarding Yang Kai's heavenly palace and protecting Yang Kai's rear base, suddenly wore a look of pleasant surprise and excitement. His figure flickered as he flew up into the air and stared down at the desolate yet abundant scene of the central capital, his brow bursting with joy as he exclaimed, "An earth vein!" After a moment of silence, Meng Wuya suddenly laughed, wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search only to find it without any effort. "Ning Chang, come with Master, it's time for Master to unlock the first seal." Hearing this, Xia Ning Chang's mind shook as she quickly nodded her head. She had been adopted by Meng Wuya since she was a child and had been vigorously cultivated in order to one day find an opportunity to unlock the shackles and seals on Meng Wuya's body. Xia Ning Chang also knew that if she wanted to break Meng Wuya's first seal, she would need an incomparably large amount of energy. No matter what the source of the energy was, as long as there was enough, she would be able to use her special physique to use Meng Wuya's body as a cauldron to refine the first seal. Refining a person into a pill was something only those with the sacred spirit medicine body could do. The master and disciple pair also found a nearby light pillar and, under the protection of Meng Wuya, entered the ground. Above the central capital, the masters from the 8 great families and Yang Kai's mansion were still besieging the ash-gray cloud evil land's cultivator. The invaders had suffered countless casualties, and now there were only a few hundred people left, including some monster beast. Although the 5 great evil kings still had the strength to fight, they were surrounded by dozens of transcendent realm masters, so there was no way for them to escape. Once they exhausted themselves, they would be able to kill them. The situation gradually became clear. Below the central capital, Yang Kai and Old Demon continued to fall towards the source of the light pillar, seemingly endless. Although they were wrapped in a rich world energy aura, this kind of descent inevitably made them panic, not knowing when they would reach the end. After a stick of incense worth of time, the two finally set foot on the ground. He didn't know how deep he was underground, but he could no longer sense the sounds of battle and energy fluctuations in the central capital. Looking around, he could only see pure and rich energy flowing in all directions, flowing like a clear river. This energy gathered together and exuded a faint glow, so even though they were deep underground, the light wasn't too dim. Where did those 8 people go? Old Demon turned his head and looked around, but couldn't find any trace of Yang Yinghao. This way. Yang Kai gestured in a certain direction. On the ground in front of them, he saw some messy footprints. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai was only able to sense 1,000 meters or so. Such a rich world energy aura isolated the range of his divine sense. After walking for a short time, several forks appeared in front of them, causing Yang Kai to frown. The earth vein under the central capital extended in all directions, and the underground passages were also long and winding. Under the circumstances where Yang Kai's divine sense was restricted, it was not easy to find the old patriarchs and Yang Bai of the 8 great families. Yang Kai could only rely on the shallow footprints they had left behind. After taking a few turns and taking a few forks in the road, even the footprints of the 8 people had disappeared. Yang Kai and Old Demon had completely lost track of them, so in desperation, Yang Kai could only rely on his instincts to move forward. Suddenly, Yang Kai's footsteps came to a halt, and he turned around. "Young master, what's wrong?" Yang Kai didn't answer, but after a short time, a slender figure rushed over. Old Demon was shocked and was about to attack when Yang Kai stopped him. When this figure came close, Old Demon discovered that it was actually his young master's senior sister, Su Yan. "Why did you come down here?" Yang Kai quickly pulled Su Yan closer. She and the other brothers and junior brothers of High Heaven Pavilion had been staying inside the Heavenly Palace and had not participated in the war against the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land, so when Yang Kai saw her appear at this moment, he was naturally a bit surprised. I was chasing after Treasurer Meng and junior sister Ju, Su Yan explained. I sensed your aura, so I came to take a look. Treasurer Meng and little senior sister also came down. Yang Kai was stunned. What about the mansion? The mansion is fine, the Heavenly Palace's barrier is still there. Yang Kai nodded gently, but couldn't help feeling a bit confused. Why did Treasurer Meng come down here? He even brought little senior sister with him. This made Yang Kai quite confused. Although Meng Wuya could reach the second-order transcendent realm after unlocking his seal, it would still cause him some damage. So unless it was absolutely necessary, Yang Kai had no intention of letting Meng Wuya participate in the battle. As long as Meng Wuya stayed in the mansion and maintained the Heavenly Palace's operation, it would be fine. Yang Kai had never imagined that Meng Wuya would actually take the initiative to come out. Since you've come, let's go together. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Su Yan nodded gently. The group of three continued to search the depths of the earth, carefully probing their surroundings, but still unable to detect the aura of others. Su Yan was only able to detect Yang Kai's existence because she and Yang Kai shared a heart and soul connection, so she was able to accurately pinpoint his position. This method was only limited to the two of them. Just as Yang Kai was pondering, he suddenly felt that the flow of energy in the earth vein underground was somewhat unusual. The energy from all directions was converging fiercely in one direction. It seemed that there was a huge suction force that was madly swallowing the energy in the earth vein. Let's go take a look. Yang Kai's expression sank as he quickly followed the direction of the energy flow. Half an hour later, Yang Kai noticed the auras of two people. Startled, Yang Kai quickly stepped forward. In a fork not far away, Yang Kai suddenly found Meng Wuya and Xia Ningchang. Meng Wuya was sitting cross-legged on the ground with a happy expression on his face while Xia Ningchang stood in front of him, his hands constantly forming a series of mysterious seals. As these seals were formed, the energy in the earth vein was continuously flowing into Meng Wuya's body. As if he had noticed someone approaching, Meng Wuya nervously glanced over, and even Xia Ningchang's movements became somewhat sluggish. After seeing Yang Kai's face, both of them couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. Treasurer Meng, what are you doing down here? Yang Kai looked around in surprise and asked curiously. Unlocking the seal, Meng Wuya replied softly. Chapter 593. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he was pleasantly surprised. Although Treasurer Meng didn't say much, Yang Kai could somewhat guess. There was a seal on Meng Wuya's body, and because of this seal, his cultivation was only at the peak immortal ascension boundary. If he could unlock this seal, he would be able to maintain his second-order transcendent cultivation all year round. Congratulations, Treasurer Meng. Yang Kai was also very happy that Meng Wuya was able to find an opportunity to unlock this seal. It seemed that Demon Lord Yang Bai's actions this time had brought him some benefits. Treasurer Meng, have you seen any trace of Yang Bai or the 8 great families? Yang Kai hurriedly asked. Meng Wuya shook his head and said, If you want to find them, Ning Chang can help you. Yang Kai quickly turned his eyes to his little senior sister. Xia Ningchang gently nodded but didn't say anything, simply waving her hand and sending out a burst of energy. This burst of energy shot out like a bolt of lightning and disappeared into the underground tunnel. After waiting for a while, this burst of energy returned. Xia Ningchang casually pointed in a certain direction. Yang Kai grinned and walked towards the direction she pointed. Yang Kai, I'll stay behind to protect Treasurer Meng and junior sister Xia, Su Yan said hesitantly. She really wanted to act together with Kai Yang, because up until now, all the dangerous matters and all the battles had been shouldered by Kai Yang alone. But now that she saw that Meng Wuya and Xia Ningchang were in the middle of something important, and there was no one around to protect them, she couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. If she stayed behind, she could at least protect these two in times of danger. Yang Kai nodded. Then you be careful. You too. Su Yan smiled. After bidding farewell to Meng Wuya and Xianning Chang, Yang Kai and the old demon followed the direction the little senior sister had pointed out, constantly scanning their surroundings with their powerful spiritual energy. Soon, some life auras entered Yang Kai's perception, causing Yang Kai to shake and lead the old demon over. In front of them, there were 9 figures. 8 of them were the old clan leaders of the 8 great clans who had chased the evil lord all the way here. Naturally, it was Yang Bai. When Yang Kai and the old demon arrived, the two sides were in a standoff. Although the 8 old patriarchs also had transcendent realm cultivations and had the advantage in numbers, facing a character like the demon lord, they still didn't dare act rashly. This gave them a lot of pressure. On the other hand, Yang Bai's expression remained calm. There was still a hint of excitement in the depths of his eyes. Although his methods were exceedingly powerful, he was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he calmly looked at the 8 people with a mocking gaze. Seeing Yang Kai and the old demon suddenly appear here, Yang Bai's eyes lit up and he smiled. Martial nephew also came. Good, good. Martial uncle was worried that no one would witness this moment. It's good to have more people. Yang Kai coldly snorted, stepped forward, and stared at Yang Bai solemnly. Martial uncle, you've spent so much effort, not hesitating to sacrifice the lives of all the masters of the ash-gray cloud evil land just to find this earth vein under the central capital? Why? Yang Kai asked. This earth vein belongs to the central capital. Even if you find it, you won't be able to absorb all the energy here in a short time and will only benefit the 8 great families. Martial uncle doesn't seem to be a fool. He wouldn't make such a bad deal, would he? Yang Bai's expression became interested as he nodded lightly. It seems that Martial nephew is smarter than these 8 people. They all thought my purpose was to occupy this earth vein. But in fact, they were wrong. I am not so ambitious as to absorb the energy from this earth vein under the noses of everyone in the central capital. Yan Yinghao and the others all wore confused expressions. They all thought Yang Bai was eyeing this earth vein's energy. None of them had expected him to deny it now. So what was he doing now? No matter what your purpose is, today, this place will be your burial place. Yan Yinghao coldly shouted, interrupting Yang Bai's chatter. Yang Bai chuckled. With just you lot, such a thing is impossible. As long as I want to, I can take your lives at any time. Then why hasn't Martial uncle acted yet? Yang Kai asked sarcastically. As I said, I needed someone to witness it. Shan Qingluo was the best candidate. I was prepared to share it with her, but unfortunately, she didn't know how to appreciate kindness and missed such a good opportunity. Yang Bai slowly shook his head, a look of disappointment filling his face. Martial uncle's interests are truly vile. It doesn't matter. Yang Bai shrugged his shoulders casually. Because I'm about to leave here and go to a higher world. A higher world? The 8 old men were stunned, none of them understanding what he was talking about. The old demon grinned wickedly while Yang Kai wore a thoughtful expression. Ignorant. Yang Bai's face showed a trace of pity. Do you think the above immortal ascension boundary is the peak of the martial Tao? You're wrong, the above immortal ascension boundary is not, and it's not called that, it's just a name you give to this realm. The 8 old patriarchs all stared in shock, as if they had just heard something incredible, all of them staring expectantly at Yang Bai, hoping to understand what kind of realm the above immortal ascension boundary was. It's called the transcendent realm, a realm beyond the mortal realm. Yang Kai said with a look of disgust, interrupting Yang Bai's self-display and shaking his head. Martial uncle, I thought you were a great character, but now it seems you're nothing more than a clown. Yang Bai's eyes went cold, seemingly not having expected Yang Kai to know so much about this realm, but soon his expression relaxed and he nodded. Was it that little brother behind you who told you this? The old demon snickered, not saying anything, staring at Yang Bai with ridicule and disdain. Yang Bai showing off his knowledge of the transcendent realm in front of him was like showing off one's slight skill in front of an expert. Looking at the old demon, Yang Bai sincerely said, Little brother, you and I share the same origin, my achievements all come from your current body. Everyone should be closer to each other. If you're willing, why don't we join hands? No need. The old demon grinned meaningfully. This old master still believes following young master will be more promising. Do you really think so? Yang Bai was somewhat disappointed, emphasizing. Although my martial nephew's aptitude is extraordinary, I'm afraid his life's achievements will be limited to this. If you come with me, I can take you to see a wider world. Saying so, Yang Bai suddenly stretched out his hand and slapped the nearby cave wall, pouring a fierce amount of yuan qi into it, causing the energy of the entire earth vein to surge and converge towards him. A short time later, at the position Yang Bai had just slapped, a small black dot suddenly appeared. This small black dot rapidly expanded, and after a few breaths of time, it had transformed into a black hole several meters in diameter. This black hole was so deep that it seemed capable of swallowing everything in its path. The faces of the 8 great families' old patriarchs all changed greatly as they hurriedly retreated, none of them understanding what this black hole was. On the other hand, Yang Kai and the old demon's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as they simultaneously exclaimed, "A void corridor?" Yang Bai stared at them in surprise, not having expected them all to recognize this thing, nodding. It is indeed a void corridor. The other side is a higher world, far different from this one. This is just a barbarian land where world energy is scarce and masters are rare, but the other side is different. The world energy there is abundant, making it more suitable for a cultivator to sense the heavenly way and martial Tao. Little brother, as long as you agree, I am willing to let you enter with me and share the resources there. So that's how it is. The old demon nodded solemnly. It seems that you not only inherited the inheritance of this body, but also its memories. Yes. Yang Bai nodded without hesitation. The demon lord's corpse in High Heaven Pavilion's coiling dragon stream was now being used by the old demon as his body, but before that, Yang Bai had obtained its inheritance and thoughts, allowing him to understand the mysteries of the transcendent realm and improve his strength so quickly. It should be the memories contained in the demon lord's corpse that led Yang Bai to the earth vein under the central capital and to the location of this void corridor. His goal was not the central capital, nor was it this earth vein, but rather this void corridor in front of him. He wanted to escape this world and enter another place in order to pursue a higher realm and cultivation. However, the memories you obtain don't seem to be complete. The old demon grinned strangely. Why does little brother say that? Yang Bai frowned slightly. Do you think the resources there are at your disposal? Do you think the masters there are easy to bully? What a joke! Although this place is a barbarian land, the other side is also filled with dangers. Your cultivation is not bad, you can call yourself a tyrant here, but if you were to go to the other side, at most you'd be a sect elder. If I were you, I'd choose to live a carefree life here, the old demon said calmly. How do you know so much? Yang Bai was finally surprised. That's impossible, all the memories of that body have been completely inherited by me, it's impossible for you to obtain its thoughts. This old master doesn't need to obtain its thoughts, because this old master's body came from that world. The old demon laughed and pointed to himself. The original owner of this body, if we really want to compare, is this old master's junior's junior. Yang Bai's expression suddenly changed as he stared at the old demon like he was some kind of monster, a thick sense of dread flashing across the depths of his eyes. Yang Bai's current achievements were only possible because he obtained the inheritance of that body. But now the old demon was saying that this demon lord was his junior's junior, a look of disdain appearing on his face. This caused Yang Bai to feel somewhat at a loss, all of his previous understandings being completely overturned. You want to deceive me? Yang Bai's expression became cold. No matter what you say, I won't be fooled. Since I've come this far, I'll go and see for myself what the other side of the world is like. The old demon slowly shook his head. You're the most ignorant one here. It's not up to you to judge. Yang Bai shouted, his aura suddenly becoming dangerous as a rich demonic chi rushed out from his body, his entire face becoming ferocious, as if a demon had descended from the heavens. I'll become the demon race. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pointed to his forehead, the massive amount of energy inside his unyielding golden skeleton fiercely bursting forth, covering his body in a layer of demonic qi. The richness of his demonic qi was no less than Yang Bai's, perhaps even greater. Chapter 594. Yang Bai's expression became solemn as he stared at Yang Kai, his gaze finally becoming dignified. Martial nephew, you actually possess such strength. Good, it seems you have some kind of external force to rely on. However, your immortal ascension boundary 5th stage cultivation is still too weak. Is that so? Old Demon took a step forward and stood guard by Yang Kai's side, the same incomparably rich demonic qi gushing out from his body, the same aura as Yang Bai's, seemingly drawing in each other. The 8 old men shouted at the same time, pushing their strength to 0.1%, their expressions filled with anger, as if they were ready to fight Yang Bai to the death. Yang Bai laughed. You think you can win against me by relying on so many treasures? You're all too naive. Fine, before I leave, I'll show you what a third-order transcendent is. Brother, I gave you a chance, but unfortunately you didn't appreciate it. Today, I'll accept your demonic qi. These last words were directed to the old demon. When Yang Bai had emerged from the coiling dragon stream, his cultivation hadn't yet reached the third-order transcendent realm, so he was unable to fully absorb the energy from the demon lord's corpse. Yang Bai had wanted to wait for a period of time before he could do so, but he hadn't expected the old demon to take advantage of him. Now that such an opportunity was in front of him, he naturally wanted to take back his own strength. Saying so, he gently waved his hand, and a layer of 7-colored light film covered his body like a treasure armor. The old patriarchs of the 8 great families also released their martial skills and artifacts, bombarding Yang Bai's body. These attacks should have been able to overturn rivers and seas, but all they did was cause the light barrier around Yang Bai's body to ripple slightly, unable to even break through his defenses. Although they already knew that Yang Bai's methods were extraordinary and his strength was formidable, after seeing this scene, the 8 old patriarchs still couldn't help feeling a bit of shock. The old demon also took action, sending out a blood mist towards Yang Bai, wrapping him up. This blood mist contained the old demon's many years of comprehension and cultivation, enough to erode anything in this world. However, Yang Bai only lightly shook his body to disperse this blood mist. The old demon coldly snorted and took 3 steps back. His expression was extremely solemn. The absolute gap between their realms was not something his experience could make up for. If there was a lot of blood here, he could still use his demon spectre saint technique, but all the blood that flowed out from the dead had been used by Yang Bai, so the old demon couldn't cook without rice. A loud dragon roar came out, and a huge dragon head appeared behind Yang Kai. It shook its head and tail, opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Yang Bai. Flood dragon? Yang Bai disdainfully waved his left hand and summoned a huge 7-colored poisonous python. This poisonous python's scales were brilliant, and as it bared its fangs ferociously rushed towards the black flood dragon, opening its mouth and spitting out 7-colored rays of light. These rays of light contained a terrifying amount of evil energy, and in an instant the black flood dragon was blown to pieces. That's all there is to it. Yang Bai sneered, his expression calm as he coldly declared. Release your full strength, I'd like to see who can stop me. I, Yang Bai, have lived a miserable life, all I ever pursued was strength. So what if it was righteous, so what if it was evil? As long as I can become stronger, I will kill anyone who stands in my way. Even if it was your honored master who raised you? Yang Kai stared at him coldly. Although the situation was critical, he didn't show the slightest sign of panic, instead maintaining a calm expression. The old demon carefully observed. Although he didn't know what Yang Kai was relying on, after following him for so long, the old demon knew that Yang Kai wouldn't do anything he wasn't confident in, so he quickly suppressed his desire to flee and quietly stood guard beside Yang Kai. Honored master? Yang Bai sneered. I don't have an honored master anymore. Saying so, Yang Bai once again pushed the evil energy in his body, causing the old patriarchs of the 8 great families to all groan as their knees went soft, and they all fell to the ground. Their faces all became 7-colored as their yuan qi and physical strength rapidly drained away, all of them madly converging towards Yang Bai's body. The absolute suppression in terms of cultivation made them deeply realize just how terrifying Yang Bai was, and they also realized that it was impossible for them to do anything to him. Yang Kai, you have to leave quickly. I'm afraid we won't be able to escape. Yan Yinghao suddenly called out, his voice growing softer and softer as he spoke. If they had known that Yang Bai's strength was so terrifying, they would never have come here with only 8 of them. They had thought that by relying on their strength, even if they died in battle, they would at least be able to drag Yang Bai down with them, but in reality, this idea was nothing more than a joke. Now, all they could do was risk their lives to protect Yang Kai. You can leave now! Yang Bai's expression remained calm as he lightly shook his head, stretching out his hand and sending out a sharp gust of wind that pierced through Yang Yinghao's shoulder, causing blood to flow out. Yang Bai, you deceived your master and destroyed your ancestors, bringing shame to the sect. Today, I will clean up your sect on behalf of Grand Master. Yang Kai was like an enraged beast, suddenly becoming violent as he roared. Yang Bai was stunned, glancing over at him strangely, contemptuously saying, "A trivial immortal ascension boundary 5th stage brat dares to speak such arrogant words. You really don't know how high the heavens are. Martial nephew, you're going to die soon. Are you planning to turn into an evil ghost and clean up your sect on behalf of that old fart?" Although they were from the same sect, Yang Bai looked down on Yang Kai from the very beginning, believing that his current strength was only because he had borrowed some kind of external force. Ha ha! Yang Kai let out a strange laugh, his grin fading as he shouted, "Old demon!" The old demon responded immediately, not hesitating as he rushed towards Yang Bai like a madman. Yang Bai's expression was filled with disdain as he waved his hand towards the old demon, sending out a burst of violent energy. The old demon's yuan qi flickered for a moment before it was destroyed and he was sent flying backwards, crashing heavily to the ground, but he immediately stood up without a care in the world, completely unscathed. This scene not only stunned the old patriarchs of the 8 great families, even Yang Bai wore a look of shock. After recovering, he nodded. "This body is truly amazing." The old demon laughed. "Although this old master can't beat you right now, you can't kill this old master either. This body is not something you can shake." The body the old demon possessed had been left under the coiling dragon stream for hundreds of years, so it had not been damaged. Obviously, it had been tempered to a certain limit by that demon lord. With Yang Bai's current cultivation, he really couldn't shake this body. "I thought you had something to rely on, but it turns out it's just this." Yang Bai snorted. "If that's all you have, then I won't play with you any longer." The old demon didn't say anything, but instead rushed towards Yang Bai with an unstoppable momentum. Yang Bai spat disdainfully and coldly said, "You're just a brute. You have an empty shell, but you can't use it to its full potential. You should just return it to me." Saying so, an even fiercer burst of qi than before as Yang Bai formed a claw with his hand and directly grabbed towards the old demon's head. To his surprise, the old demon didn't even try to evade and simply let Yang Bai grab him. Courting death! Yang Bai was overjoyed and quickly circulated his secret art, madly absorbing the power from the old demon's body. This demonic qi was the same as the secret art he cultivated, so he could absorb it without any hesitation. Once he absorbed the old demon's power, Yang Bai's strength would definitely rise again. Yang Bai could even use a secret technique to refine the old demon's body into a puppet. "Young master!" The old demon struggled to resist, but was still unable to stop the loss of power from his body, so he had no choice but to call out. Regardless of what Yang Kai was planning, now was the time to act. It was because he trusted Yang Kai unconditionally that the old demon was acting so recklessly. A golden chain suddenly appeared, and along with its appearance, an aura of pure yang descended. Whether it was the old demon or Yang Bai, the demonic qi in their bodies seemed to have encountered its nemesis and became restless. This golden chain wasn't very long, but it had a kind of power that could not be ignored and directly wrapped around Yang Bai. "Demon sealing chain?" Yang Bai was shocked, his face filled with panic as he quickly released the old demon and retreated. Yang Kai sneered, and with his will, the golden demon sealing chain seemed to have a life of its own and instantly wrapped around Yang Bai, firmly binding him. Si la la. With a sound like salt being sprinkled into hot oil, the demonic chi in Yang Bai's body madly resisted, but it was still unable to break free from the demon sealing chain's shackles, black smoke constantly rising from his body. On the other hand, the golden demon sealing chain seemed to have no physical form and gradually disappeared into Yang Bai's body, leaving behind only a faint glimmer of light. "Martial uncle, you've been too careless," Yang Kai sneered. "Since we've already obtained that demon lord's body, how could the demon sealing chain not be in my hands? This thing should be your nemesis." Yang Bai's expression was filled with anger, as he glared at Yang Kai with hatred, his face twisting in anger. The devil sealing chain was used to restrain evil devil chi. Whether it was Yang Bai or the old demon, all of their current achievements were because they had inherited the demon lord's body. Seemingly suppressed by the demon sealing chain, Yang Bai's arrogant aura quickly converged and most of his strength was suppressed inside his body, unable to be used. The situation had taken a sharp turn and everyone was pleasantly surprised, none of them having anticipated such a change. The old demon stared at Yang Kai in both horror and joy, secretly thinking that his trust in his young master had been correct. He had even forgotten about the existence of the demon sealing chain, but now Yang Kai had taken it out. "Martial uncle, how much of your strength can you use now?" Yang Kai took a step forward, his momentum rising steadily. "Because of you, the great High Heaven Pavilion is now in a miserable state. Grand Master almost lost his life, and my father has been plagued with a chronic illness for many years. You destroyed the central capital, but you destroyed High Heaven Pavilion, so you must pay the price. Now it's time for you to repay your debt." "Wishful thinking!" Yang Bai roared hysterically. "You think you can seal me with a trivial demon sealing chain? Perhaps if you were stronger you would be able to do so, but with your current strength, it's still not enough. The power of an artifact can only be displayed through one's foundation. Didn't I teach you this?" Saying so, Yang Bai clenched his fists, and once again released a burst of seven-colored light, covering the surrounding area like a violent storm. At the same time, his figure leapt backwards towards the void corridor. He obviously wanted to leave here first before making any further plans. Chapter 595. "Where do you think you're going?" Yang Kai's face filled with malice as his body flickered and his speed reached its limit, blocking the entrance to the void corridor, as he glared at Yang Bai coldly, his yuan qi surging fiercely. "Scram!" Yang Bai roared, raising his hand and sending a palm strike towards Yang Kai's chest. This palm strike was filled with a dangerous aura, like a snake slithering in and out of its mouth. Kong. With a loud bang, Yang Kai's body shook and a trace of blood leaked from the corner of his mouth while Yang Bai was also forced back a few steps. "Ha!" Yang Kai laughed loudly and shouted. "Martial uncle, you're only a first-order transcendent now, let's see how you're going to escape." Saying so, a huge amount of spiritual energy poured out from the small sword in his knowledge sea, and under the influence of this spiritual energy, it exuded a cold aura as it shot towards Yang Bai. Yang Bai was shocked and didn't dare resist, hurriedly retreating. The old demon cackled strangely as he transformed into a bloody light and flew around Yang Bai, attacking him fiercely. The old patriarchs of the 8 great families who had also recovered also contributed their strength. In an instant Yang Bai was thrown into a panic and was struggling to cope. With most of his cultivation sealed by the demon sealing chain, he was now only able to display the strength of a first-order transcendent, so he wasn't Yang Kai's opponent at all. Every time he tried to escape into the void corridor, he would be intercepted. Yang Bai's expression became fierce. Since he obtained the inheritance and partial memories of the demon lord under the coiling dragon stream, he had always yearned for a higher world. Conquering the entire ash-gray cloud evil land and invading Medicine King's Valley was just a prelude to a war with the 8 great families. After planning and scheming for so long, just as he was about to achieve his goal, a single demon sealing chain had ruined his plans, so the madness and anxiety in his heart could be imagined. But in the end, he still had the foundation of a third-order transcendent, so even if he was caught in a dangerous situation, Yang Bai wouldn't be defeated in a short time. Yang Bai displayed a variety of divine technique, shocking everyone present. Yang Kai's heart clenched, but he didn't dare to clash head-on with Yang Bai, instead focusing on controlling his small sword as he watched Yang Bai fight like a trapped beast. Suddenly, an extremely tyrannical aura rapidly approached from not far away. Sensing the source of this aura, Yang Kai was overjoyed and quickly turned his head to look. Sure enough, Meng Wuya's silhouette slowly appeared. Treasurer Meng's face was filled with joy and excitement, and the aura around his body was completely different from before. In fact, it was even stronger than when he had unsealed himself. Behind him, Su Yan and Xia Ning Chang also quickly appeared. Obviously, the seal on Meng Wuya's body had been lifted, and now he had truly restored his strength to the transcendent realm. Yang Kai estimated that Meng Wuya might even be a third-order transcendent master. It was just a feeling, but Yang Kai firmly believed it. Meng Wuya didn't waste any time and simply clenched his hand, sending out an invisible force that pressed down on Yang Bai like a mountain, making it difficult for him to even move. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the old demon and the old patriarchs of the 8 great families all used their killing moves, instantly riddling Yang Bai's body with thousands of holes and blood. How is this possible? Yang Bai stared blankly at Meng Wuya, who had suddenly appeared, unable to believe that this brat actually possessed the same cultivation and strength as him when he was at his peak. "Martial uncle, it's time for you to die!" Yang Kai shouted coldly. Yang Bai's face went ashen as a thick madness flashed across the depths of his eyes. Even though he was at the end of his rope, he still let out a hearty laugh. "Ignorant fool! Even if I die, I won't let you off easily!" Saying so, his yuan qi and aura suddenly became extremely dangerous, and his body also grew larger, becoming extremely bloated. Yang Bai's face flushed red as blood poured out of his 7 orifices. The air rapidly filled with a sense of unease. Meng Wuya's expression became cold as he shouted, "Stop him! He's going to explode the yuan qi in his body!" Yang Kai's expression changed greatly as he sent out his soul-type artifact into Yang Bai's mind. However, the other party's spiritual energy was surprisingly tough and powerful, so the small sword was unable to break through his knowledge sea defenses. Meng Wuya twisted his hand, and with a great force, Yang Bai's head was directly twisted half a circle. Yang Bai's laughter froze in his throat and the light in his eyes quickly faded, but the violent true qi from his body still burst out fiercely. Kong. The old patriarchs of the 8 great families who had gathered around Yang Bai all coughed up blood and were sent flying. The old demon also let out a pitiful scream as he tumbled through the air several times before plunging into the void corridor and disappearing. In the next moment, the huge amount of energy in the central capital's earth veins seemed to have a chain reaction, and from the place where Yang Bai had exploded his yuan qi, it began to explode outwards. At the same time, a strange force swept over. Meng Wuya was stunned as he hurriedly glanced around, his eyes soon landing on the void corridor and calling out in alarm. How could there be a void corridor here? Even someone as strong as Meng Wuya, at this moment, seemed to have seen something terrifying and was instantly thrown into disarray. Slightly dazed, Meng Wuya hurriedly retreated, arriving beside Su Yan and Xia Ning Chang like a bolt of lightning. Grabbing one in each hand, Meng Wuya released his yuan qi to protect them, shouting, "Yang Kai, come with this old master!" Saying so, his figure had already disappeared into the void corridor. Although Yang Kai didn't know why Treasurer Meng was so panicked, he knew that the situation wasn't good. Yang Bai's explosion of his yuan qi had caused the central capital's earth veins to undergo a massive change. This kind of change was a catastrophic disaster that even Meng Wuya wouldn't be able to resist. Now, if he wanted to survive, his only option was to enter the void corridor and go to the other side. Hearing Meng Wuya's shout, Yang Kai didn't hesitate and quickly flew over. 8 seniors, come with me!" As soon as his voice fell, he entered the void corridor. At that moment, the pitch-black void corridor seemed to collapse as countless cracks appeared all around it, causing a series of cracking sounds to ring out incessantly. That mysterious and strange power came straight at him. Yang Kai had seen how terrifying the power of a collapsing void corridor was. When he was escaping from the void corridor under the coiling dragon stream, several immortal ascension boundary masters from the Chiu family and Purple Fern Valley were unlucky, and their bodies were directly cut in half by the eruption of void force. Half of them were sent to the ash-gray cloud evil land while the other half disappeared. The scene was terrifying and vivid. This kind of void force was not something that could be resisted. But now, the void corridor in front of him was about to collapse under the impact of the earth vein energy. Yang Kai's face went pale as he quickly summoned his bone shield to protect himself, while his yuan qi madly poured into it. An anxious message came from the front. It was from Meng Wuya, but when Yang Kai looked around, he couldn't see his figure. A strong light hit him, causing Yang Kai to be unable to open his eyes. He only felt that his bone shield had to bear a huge impact and was forced to retreat. Accompanied by severe pain and dizziness, Yang Kai's consciousness quickly blurred. It had been half a year since the ash-gray cloud evil land was defeated, the 4 great evil kings died, and Demon Lord Yang Bai disappeared. During this half a year, the entire central capital had many things to do. During that battle, some unknown event had occurred underground, causing the entire central capital city to collapse several dozen meters. Now, looking around, the huge central capital city seemed to be located in a mountain valley. Countless houses had collapsed, and countless people had died or been injured. Only Yang Kai's mansion, which was protected by Heaven's Palace, remained intact. In that battle, the old patriarchs of the 8 great families had also gone missing. No one knew where they had gone, but everyone knew that most of them had perished. What made the 8 great families even more distressed was that Yang Kai had also disappeared. This rising star of the central capital, since the beginning of the Inheritance War, had been blooming with extraordinary brilliance, repeatedly creating incredible miracles. He had led his allies to fight against the other Yang family young lords, resisted the 8 great families, and finally led the 8 great families to resist the invasion of the ash-gray cloud evil land. Although he was not even 20 years old, he had already become a legendary figure. The Yang family acting patriarch had disappeared, and now the huge Yang family had been taken over by the second young lord, Yang Zhao, along with the other 7 young patriarchs, to oversee the reconstruction of the central capital. If they wanted to rebuild this huge central capital, it would take at least a decade or so. The only thing that made Yang Kai feel gratified was that after that battle, the central capital's world energy aura had become abundant, making it very suitable for cultivation. Because of this, it had attracted countless disciples from various sects and families to come to the central capital to help. While carrying out the reconstruction of the central capital, they also cultivated here. Among the ruins, Chiu Yimeng stood alone, her eyes filled with sadness as she stood quietly. Behind her, the central capital wolf young lord Hu appeared. Hu's stars seemed to have matured a lot, standing side by side with Chiu Yimeng for a moment before saying, "Good people don't live long, scourges live for 1,000 years. Don't worry too much, young Lord Kai is definitely hiding somewhere, secretly watching us." Chiu Yimeng murmured, "Really? Then why hasn't he appeared for half a year?" Hu's stars fell silent. If Yang Kai was really fine, he should have appeared long ago, but now, half a year had passed and no one knew where Yang Kai was. Not only was Yang Kai's whereabouts unknown, but the mysterious Master Meng Wuya, High Heaven Pavilion Su Yen, Xian Ningchang, and even the old demon had all disappeared. It was as if during that great change, they had all agreed to disappear together. Chiu Yimeng couldn't even find someone to ask. "What stars, do you think he's dead?" Chiu Yimeng's beautiful eyes flashed with tears as she bit her lower lip and asked. "Young Lord Kai can die?" Hu Xingchen laughed. "If young Lord Kai died, everyone in this world would probably have already died. You don't need to worry about him, just feed yourself until you're white and fat. When he comes back one day, you can just feed yourself to him." "Shameless!" Chiao Meng glared at him fiercely. Huastar's grinned meaningfully before turning his gaze to the ruins in front of him, the Hua family young lord's eyes showing a slight confusion. Young Master Kai, where the hell are you? If you're dead, then so be it. Everyone will give up on looking for you. But if you're not dead, then hurry up and come out and shout, many people are worried about you. The corners of the Hua family young lord's eyes were slightly wet, and his mood was somewhat gloomy. Chapter 596. Early morning, Ancient Cloud Island. Ancient Cloud Island was one of the few first-class forces in the Endless Sea Islands. The sect had more than a dozen large and small islands under its jurisdiction, rich in world energy and countless precious treasures. Its disciples were also conscientious and diligent in their cultivation, so their future was bright. Although Ancient Cloud Island was not as strong as Supreme Solitary Sect, what it lacked was only transcendent realm masters. Since a few years ago, Ancient Cloud Island had found the Broken Moon transformation art, the sect's hallowed scripture that had been lost for more than 300 years. Island Master Gu Feng had devoted himself to cultivating his disciples, hoping that one day a few of his disciples with outstanding aptitude would be able to cultivate to the transcendent realm and stand on equal footing with Supreme Solitary Sect. Although this goal was very ambitious and would take time, Gu Feng believed that with the assistance of the Broken Moon transformation art, there was always hope that his disciples would be able to achieve this goal. A gentle sea breeze blew in, clear and natural. Ancient Cloud Island's youngest disciple, Zhong Miaoke, woke up from a night of meditation and lightly jumped out of bed, quickly washing her face and rinsing her mouth before opening the door and walking out. Arriving at a simple house nearby, she gently knocked on the door and called out softly, Junior brother, wake up!" The door opened, and a young face appeared from inside. Looking at the other party's deep, seemingly weathered eyes, Zhong Miao couldn't help feeling a little dazed. She couldn't understand. This junior brother of hers was obviously less than 20 years old, yet he seemed to have experienced many things. Whether it was his demeanor or his style of doing things, it didn't seem like something a young man would do, and the words he occasionally said were always thought-provoking. "Senior sister, good morning." The young man smiled and greeted her. Zhong Miao gently nodded, her pair of full peaks slightly rising and falling, causing one's imagination to run wild. Chuckling lightly, she said, "I thought you were still sleeping. Quickly prepare. Today the elder will come to see the peacocks. We need to help those little guys wash up, otherwise the elder will see. He'll definitely punish us." Yang Kai nodded and returned to the house to begin preparing. In a remote corner of Ancient Cloud Island, Zhong Miao's job was to take care of a few noble peacocks. These peacocks weren't precious exotic beasts, just ordinary peacocks owned by one of Ancient Cloud Island's elders, Han Chao. Han Zhao was an immortal Ascension Boundary 7th-stage cultivator, either high nor low. However, on Ancient Cloud Island, he was famous for his love, because these peacocks were raised by his late wife. After Mrs. Han passed away, Han Zhao treated them like treasures and specially arranged for people to take care of them. Together with Zhong Miao, the two of them came to the place where the peacocks were. Yang Kai brought some water and helped these noble and proud peacocks clean the stains on their feathers. Looking at the familiar island, Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect that he would be teleported here by the collapsed void corridor. Half a year ago, Zhong Miao had come from the territory near Ancient Cloud Island. He fished himself out. The collapsing power of the void almost cut his body into countless pieces. If it weren't for the protection of the bone shield, he would have died long ago. After being rescued by Zhong Miao, Yang Kai spent half a month recuperating before his injuries gradually improved. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry to return to the central capital. The situation there had already been settled. It didn't matter whether he returned or not, he could just stay here with peace of mind. Zhong Miao had even used her connections to beg Elder Han Chao to arrange for the seemingly useless Yang Kai to enter Ancient Cloud Island as an honorary disciple to help her take care of the peacocks. What a coincidence! Yang Kai thought to himself. That year, he had come to Ancient Cloud Island before. "Senior sister, you are an elite disciple of the sect. You should be able to cultivate in a better place. What do you mean by staying here to take care of the peacocks? Isn't that a bit like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Yang Kai said slowly, while talking to Zhong Miao. Zhong Miao nodded gently. She didn't look very beautiful, with some freckles on her face, but she was quite beautiful and pleasing to the eye. Her figure was also quite wonderful, so working with her wasn't boring at all, especially since this cheap senior sister had a particularly good heart. If not for this, she wouldn't have fished Yang Kai out of the sea and used her connections to arrange for him to enter ancient Cloud Island. Yang Kai's explanation to her was that he was just a fisherman who accidentally fell into the sea. Although the island master and the several elders all want me to enter Divine Wind Island to cultivate, and the world energy there is much more abundant than here, I don't really want to go. What? People walk towards higher places, water flows towards lower places. Senior sister, could it be you are reluctant to part with these peacocks? Yang Kai teased. That's not it. Zhong Miao slowly shook her head, a look of reminiscence flashing across her beautiful eyes. After a long time she said, I stayed because I hope one day I can repay this kindness. Repay this kindness? Yang Kai was surprised. Have I ever told you that senior sister used to be very unimportant in the sect? My status was also very low, many people even bullied me. Yang Kai nodded lightly. One day, this situation changed. Zhong Miao said, straightening her back, wiping the sweat from her forehead as she recalled. That morning, when I got up and was about to feed the peacocks, I found a dagger stuck in the door, and on the dagger was a letter. A letter? Yang Kai raised his brow. What was written on it? There was a line of words and a yellowed page. Zhong Miao smiled faintly. The meaning of that line of words was for me to hand these things over to the island master and the elders. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange, suddenly feeling like this scene was quite familiar. Then I did as I was told. Zhong Miao smiled. Guess what? The island master and the elders followed the instructions in the letter and actually found the broken moon transformation art, which had been lost for more than 300 years. Because of this, the island master specially rewarded me by letting me go to the pill hall to receive a lot of pills and arrange for me to cultivate in the profound spirit cave for more than a year. This is the reason why my current cultivation is so high. Zhong Miao talked endlessly. The more she spoke, the more excited she became, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes, her cheeks blushing slightly as she clasped her hands on her chest. If it weren't for that letter, I would definitely still be the same as before, bullied everywhere and disliked by everyone. I don't know who put that letter on my door, but I know that because of him, my status changed. I am very grateful to him from the bottom of my heart. Yang Kai couldn't help but cough lightly, his face twitching slightly. That's really a coincidence. Zhong Miao nodded repeatedly. What a coincidence. Ancient Cloud Island is so big, yet he left that letter here with me. So even though I've become Jingying's disciple, I don't want to go anywhere else. I want to stay here and wait for that person to show up again. What do you want to do? Yang Kai's face went black. Say thank you to him personally. Zhong Miao said softly, suddenly wearing an embarrassed expression. If he is willing, I want to marry him. That's it. Yang Kai was shocked. You don't even know if he is a man or a woman. Zhong Miao recovered and thought for a moment before saying, If he is a woman, I will be her little sister and listen to her for the rest of my life. If he is a man, Kai Yang hurriedly said, maybe he already has 3 wives and 4 concubines, so he doesn't lack women. Or maybe he's a vicious and evil person, with a ferocious face, big and burly, killing people like scything flax, and cruel by nature. You're not allowed to speak ill of him. Zhong Miao glared at Yang Kai. No matter what kind of person he is, he gave me this opportunity. For me, he is the best person. As long as he appears again, I will definitely follow him. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and muttered, Then he probably won't appear in front of you again. Junior brother, what do you mean? Zhong Miao's aura became dangerous as she aggressively walked towards Yang Kai, her small face gloomy. Are you saying senior sister can't enter that person's eyes? I didn't say that. Yang Kai felt wronged. Then what you mean is senior sister is ugly? Humph, although senior sister isn't beautiful, she can still be his maidservant, right? Absolutely. Yang Kai nodded firmly. That's right, hee. Zhong Miao smiled with satisfaction, no longer looking for trouble with Yang Kai, instead saying, Hurry up and clean them, Elder Han will be here soon. Yang Kai was about to nod when his expression suddenly changed, staring up at the sky for a moment before a bitter smile appeared on his face. Senior sister. Yang Kai called out. What? Zhong Miao raised her head in confusion, but after meeting Yang Kai's eyes, her head suddenly became heavy and endless fatigue overwhelmed her, causing her tender body to fall limply to the ground. Yang Kai stepped forward, supported her, and carried her into the room before walking out the door. Two slender figures suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai, the one in front of him enchanting and charming, as if all the beauty of all the women in the world had been concentrated on her body. This was the beguiling demon queen, Shan Qing Luo, and the one following behind her was naturally Bai Luo. Staring at Yang Kai, after a moment of silence, Shan Qing Luo ground her teeth and said, Little bastard, the entire central capital is worried about you, all of them are looking for you, yet you're hiding here and fooling around with other women. You really are a playboy by nature, but your lust still hasn't changed. As she spoke, a look of rebuke appeared on her face. What do you mean? Yang Kai angrily retorted. Don't try to slander me. Humph, master, just kill him and end all troubles. Bai Luo bared her fangs and brandished her claws, glaring at Yang Kai like a little tiger. Yang Kai glanced over at her, his eyes locking onto her delicate little mouth, grinning wickedly as he said, I haven't touched a woman in a long time, so don't provoke me. If you provoke me, I'll use force on you, it won't be good. Bai Luo's beautiful face went pale and she quickly hid behind Shan Qing Luo, the fox assuming the tiger's might. My master is here, don't be so presumptuous in front of me. Enough. Shan Qing Luo snorted, stepping forward and staring at Yang Kai. Everyone thinks you're dead, only I know you're still alive. You little bastard, you're really a troublemaker. Yang Kai had Shan Qing Luo's soul-seeking seal in his body, and although Yang Kai could easily destroy it with his current cultivation, he didn't do so, allowing Shan Qing Luo to find him. Chapter 597. What happened to that little girl? Shan Qing Luo asked cautiously, her beautiful eyes glancing towards the room. I have some kind of relationship with her, and she was the one who rescued me. Yang Kai explained casually. You didn't touch her, did you? Shan Qing Luo's mouth curled into an ambiguous smile. How could I be so bored? Yang Kai snorted, his expression becoming solemn again as he asked. How is the central capital? Everything is fine, except for your disappearance. Moreover, all the people close to you have disappeared. They wanted to ask you about your situation but couldn't find you, so they're all a bit confused. Yang Kai nodded lightly. This situation was also within his expectations. Seeing Yang Kai not show much sadness, Shan Qing Luo suddenly realized that the people close to him who had disappeared were probably not in any danger, otherwise, he wouldn't have such an expression. That day, what happened under the central capital? What about Yang Bai? Shan Qing Luo hesitated for a moment before asking nervously. It's a long story. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and shook his head, not wanting to say more. As for Yang Bai, he's dead. Dead? Shan Qing Luo's pair of beautiful eyes flashed with joy and excitement. And he's dead, I saw it with my own eyes. Yang Kai grinned. Bai Luo clenched her fists and shouted excitedly. Great! Yang Bai is dead, but you're safe and sound, so why haven't you returned to the central capital for more than half a year? Shan Qing Luo stared at Yang Kai faintly. What are you running away from? I'm not running away. Yang Kai shook his head and said casually. If I were to return to the central capital, I would have to shoulder everything. Xiao Yimeng and the others would only regard me as the backbone of the family and would have no opinions of their own. If I went there, they would be able to exert their abilities and act as the patriarchs of the 8 great families. Moreover, Yang Kai also needed time to think things over and sort out his thoughts. That was why he hid overseas for half a year. Do you want to fade out of the central capital? Shan Qing Luo asked thoughtfully, understanding the meaning behind Yang Kai's words. You could say that. Yang Kai didn't deny it. Because I'm afraid that I'll have to leave soon. I've given them too much to rely on. Once I leave, it won't be good for them. Where are you going? The beguiling demon queen suddenly became nervous. She didn't know why, but she had a feeling that once Yang Kai left, they would never see each other again. Involuntarily, her heart was filled with sadness. I'll tell you when the time comes. Yang Kai smiled slightly. But since you've come here today, I should return to the central capital and take a look. As he spoke, he suddenly turned to the side and said, Elder Han, since you're here, why don't you show yourself? Shan Qing Luo pursed her lips and smiled, her beautiful eyes also turning in the same direction, her expression calm. Han Chao had arrived a long time ago. Almost as soon as Shan Qing Luo arrived, he had also arrived. However, the sudden appearance of such an enchanting woman like Shan Qing Luo on ancient Cloud Island had inevitably alerted Han Chao, so he had secretly hidden himself and spied on them. He had wanted to figure out the identity of Shan Qing Luo. However, he hadn't expected that this woman had already noticed his aura. Han Chao was shocked, only now realizing that the other party's strength was much higher than his. Otherwise, how could she have seen through his concealment? Not even thinking about it, his figure flickered and he fled. At the same time, he issued a loud whistle, quickly conveying his intentions. Yang Kai wore a helpless expression as he shot a glance towards Shan Qing Luo. Shan Qing Luo waved her hand and sent out a strand of energy that wrapped around Han Chao, who had been sent flying into the air. Ping. Han Chao fell to the ground, his yuan qi imprisoned in his body. When he got up again, his eyes trembled violently as he stared at Shan Qing Luo in disbelief, calling out, Above Immortal Ascension Boundary? Han Chao was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage cultivator. Even a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master wouldn't be able to completely imprison him with a single strike. Only an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master could accomplish this. Han Chao wasn't stupid and immediately guessed Shan Qing Luo's true cultivation. His heart suddenly panicked. He didn't know why this enchanting woman with such extraordinary strength had suddenly come to ancient Cloud Island. Yang Kai walked over to him and stood 10 meters in front of him, staring at him calmly. Release him. Yang Kai ordered the beguiling demon queen. Shan Qing Luo pursed her lips and with a single thought, the spider silk binding Han Chao disappeared. Han Chao stared at Shan Qing Luo with a look of dread, his heart uneasy. Realizing that the other party wasn't hostile, he couldn't help relaxing, hesitating for a moment before asking, Who are you and why have you come to my ancient Cloud Island? She's looking for me, Yang Kai replied. Elder Han doesn't need to be nervous, she won't harm ancient Cloud Island. Looking for you? Han Chao was dumbfounded, staring at this seemingly ordinary registered disciple in front of him in shock, his mind unable to process what was happening. Since Yang Kai entered ancient Cloud Island, his appearance had been ordinary, without any trace of cultivation, leading Han Chao to think he was just an ordinary fisherman. Because of Zhong Miao's request, he had agreed to let Yang Kai live on ancient Cloud Island and take care of his peacock, but he hadn't expected that such a person would actually cause an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master to come looking for him. At this moment, this above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master was completely subservient to him. What is his identity? Looking at Yang Kai again, Han Chao seemed to see a vague and huge mountain-like shadow behind him, one that made him feel heavy and unstoppable. As he spoke, the sound of fluttering clothes came from the distance. It was Han Chao calling out to ancient Cloud Island's island master, Gu Feng, as well as several elders. Gu Feng was a tall and sturdy man with a sturdy face. He had a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary cultivation, and most of the other elders were Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage or 9th stage cultivators. These elders were the foundation of ancient Cloud Island and were its most powerful group of masters. Elder Han, what's the matter? As soon as Gu Feng arrived, he asked in a stern voice. The other elders were also filled with vigilance, their faces filled with hostility. Not waiting for Han Chao to answer, Gu Feng's eyes suddenly lit up as he stared at Shan Qingluo, a look of excitement flashing across his face as he called out, "Is there such a woman in this world?" Not only was Gu Feng attracted, but the other elders were also dazzled. Shan Qingluo's charm and allure were irresistible as long as one was a man. As he spoke, Gu Feng laughed. "Where did Elder Han find such a woman? Island Master has accepted her. Taking her as a concubine is not bad." Saying so, he rushed towards Shan Qingluo. "Island Master, you can't!" Han Chao's face instantly turned green as he hurriedly tried to stop him. Ping. A muffled sound rang out, and before anyone could react, Gu Feng was sent flying like a cannonball, letting out a panicked scream as he crashed into the nearby territory, splashing water everywhere. No one knew how he was sent flying, only vaguely seeing Shan Qingluo's hand move slightly. "An above immortal ascension boundary master?" The several elders exclaimed at the same time, their faces filled with shock, no longer daring to underestimate Shan Qingluo. Han Chao's jaw dropped as he stared towards the spot where Gu Feng had fallen, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. "It's over." The island master had actually dared to flirt with an above immortal ascension boundary master. Today, ancient Cloud Island would likely be bathed in blood and be completely wiped out. "Elders, if anyone dares to covet my woman again, it won't be as simple as just being sent flying." Yan Kai stepped forward and coldly glared at the masters of ancient Cloud Island. The sound of grinding teeth rang out, causing Han Chao to be stunned for a moment before he suddenly recovered and quickly nodded. "Understood." At the same time, the doubts in his heart became even stronger. This young man actually said that this enchanting woman was his woman? The other party didn't deny it either. What was going on? Quietly glancing over at Shan Qingluo, Han Chao was surprised to find that her face was filled with happiness and joy. "If this Han may be so bold, may I ask what your excellency has come to my ancient Cloud Island for?" Han Chao felt a chill run down his spine as he courageously asked. The other party had been lurking on ancient Cloud Island since half a year ago, only revealing his ferocious face today. What did he want? What could ancient Cloud Island possibly have that could catch the eye of such a monster? The other elders' hearts were also filled with anxiety, none of them even having the courage to rescue the island master who had fallen into the sea. "I just accidentally fell here. I don't want to do anything to ancient Cloud Island, please rest assured, Elder Han." Yan Kai hesitated for a moment before continuing. "Good, now I need to see Li Yuan Chun. Which one of you can help me find him?" "Li Yuan Chun?" Han Chao frowned, but immediately reacted and exclaimed. "Supreme Solitary Sect Senior Li?" "Yes." "He should have returned to Supreme Solitary Sect by now, right?" Yan Kai asked. "A month after that battle, Li Yuan Chun and the Endless Sea Island's great sects couldn't find you, so they left the central capital." Shan Qingluo replied softly. "It's good that he's back." Yan Kai nodded slightly before turning to look at Han Chao. Han Chao broke out in a cold sweat. "Your Excellency, please forgive me, this Han doesn't even know your true identity. How can I meet with Senior Li? What's more, a great force like Supreme Solitary Sect is not something we can casually step into, and Senior Li is even more respected, I'm afraid. I won't be able to invite him. If Your Excellency really has something to discuss with Senior Li, why don't you go to Supreme Solitary Sect in person?" He couldn't wait to send Yan Kai away. "You only need to tell him that Yan Kai wants to see him. Whether he comes or not, that's his business. Why aren't you going?" Shan Qingluo glared at him and shouted. "Yes." Han Chao braced himself and nodded before flying off in the direction of Supreme Solitary Sect. The pressure he felt here was too strong, and everything he saw and heard was beyond the scope of Han Chao's understanding. He also wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. As he flew, a cold wind blew, and Han Chao realized that his back was wet. After Han Chao left, the remaining elders exchanged glances with each other. One of them, seeming to be the wiser one among them, said, Before Elder Han returns, Your Excellency might as well condescend to the Healing Spirit Temple and rest for a while so we can show you the hospitality of a good host. Yang Kai nodded gently. Please. Chapter 598. Inside the Healing Spirit Temple, Yang Kai sat at the head of the table while Shan Qing Luo stood to his left and right, like two beautiful maidservants, a feast for the eyes. The several elders of ancient Cloud Island sat below, each of them wearing a cautious expression, not even glancing around. A maid served them tea and the several elders exchanged a few words, but upon discovering that Yang Kai didn't like to speak, all of them fell silent awkwardly. This silent and strange atmosphere made everyone feel a great pressure, all of them staring towards the door, spreading out their divine senses, praying that Han Chao would return soon. After waiting for a full 2 hours, Han Chao was still nowhere to be seen. The several elders felt as if there was a thorn in their back, their palms sweating profusely, but they had no choice but to sit here and wait. Outside the hall, Gu Feng poked his head out, a look of fear on his face, hesitation filling his face. Previously, he had been tempted by Shan Qing Luo, but he had not expected that she would send him flying with a single blow, causing him to almost faint on the spot. After returning to ancient Cloud Island, Gu Feng learned that this woman had entered the Healing Spirit Temple. Unable to guess her identity and origin, Gu Feng didn't dare to rush in, secretly blaming himself for having eyes but failing to see, actually daring to have thoughts about such a woman. All of a sudden, Gu Feng suddenly felt two auras rapidly approaching each other. Looking up, Gu Feng saw Han Chao and Supreme Solitary Sex Li Yuan Chun flying over. Gu Feng was overjoyed, his face filled with respect and worship, but before he could even greet Li Yuan Chun, he heard the other side angrily shout. Gu Feng, how dare you! What? Gu Feng was dumbfounded, not understanding why this Supreme Solitary Sex Senior Li would suddenly question him like this. In a flash, Li Yuan Chun had already arrived in front of him, stretched out his hand, and slapped him a dozen times, causing Gu Feng to become dizzy, his face swollen black and blue. Humph! This is just a small lesson, Li Yuan Chun said coldly. How you'll be dealt with will depend on that young lord's mood. You'd best pray you can live to see the sun tomorrow. Senior Li. Gu Feng touched his swollen cheek and stared at Li Yuan Chun in confusion. In his mind, since Li Yuan Chun had come to ancient Cloud Island, he would naturally stand on his side. After all, they were all part of the Endless Sea Islands. With him here to fight against this enchanting woman, the other party wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. However, Li Yuan Chun's first sect master had no other choice. Even though he was treated like this, Gu Feng didn't feel the slightest resentment, because in the Endless Sea Islands, Supreme Solitary Sect was the largest sect. The three above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters of Supreme Solitary Sect were legendary existences in the Endless Sea Islands. Ordinary cultivators would find it difficult to even meet one of them. Today, Li Yuan Chun taking the initiative to set foot on ancient Cloud Island was already giving ancient Cloud Island a great deal of face. Sex immortal. Just now, when he went to the Greater One Sect to ask Li Yuan Chun to come out, as he expected, he was stopped outside the Greater One Sect. No matter what he said, the Greater One Sect disciples would not let him in. In desperation, Han Chao could only force his way in, but the result was that he was instantly captured by the sect elders. The commotion finally alarmed the Supreme Sect elders. After Han Chao explained the whole story, one of the sect elders immediately untied him and hurriedly called for Li Yuan Chun. Among the group of Endless Sea Islands disciples heading to the central capital, there were no ancient Cloud Island disciples because they had already obtained the sect's hallowed artifact, the Broken Moon Transformation Art, so there was no need for them to go to the central capital. However, among that group of Endless Sea Islands disciples were from Supreme Sect. Ancient Cloud Islands disciples weren't clear about the identities of Yang Kai and Shan Qing Luo, but those from Supreme Sect were. As soon as Li Yuan Chun heard that Yang Kai had come, he flew over in a hurry, constantly scolding Han Chao along the way, saying that his words were incoherent and that he didn't understand the main point, nearly ruining this important matter. Seeing Li Yuanchun's solemn demeanor, Han Chao realized how unusual the identities of Yang Kai and Shan Qingluo were. At this moment, even his own island master had been beaten. It was obvious how much weight this man and woman held in Li Yuanchun's heart. What kind of background did they have? Why did Senior Li treat them so seriously? "Come with this old master, you bastard!" Li Yuanchun shouted angrily as he stepped into the divine healing temple. Gu Feng touched his cheek and didn't say a word, following behind Li Yuanchun with an extremely aggrieved expression. Han Chao sniffled and also followed. Inside the temple, everyone had heard the commotion outside. The several elders of ancient Cloud Island all wore awkward expressions, but since the one who had beaten their island master was Li Yuanchun, they naturally didn't dare to hold any grudges. However, when they turned to look at Yang Kai and Shan Qingluo, their expressions inadvertently became dignified and respectful. Yang Kai, on the other hand, couldn't help laughing. Li Yuanchun beating Gu Feng like this was obviously trying to resolve the grievances in his heart, and also to protect Gu Feng. Because he knew that if he didn't handle this matter well, he would directly destroy ancient Cloud Island. Although it was shameful to be beaten, it was still better than being killed. Yang Kai shook his head, thinking that Li Yuanchun was being overly sensitive. He didn't have any intention of haggling over this matter. Hearty laughter came from outside as Li Yuanchun quickly walked into the divine healing temple. After seeing Yang Kai enter, his eyes couldn't help lighting up as he happily called out, "Sure enough, young Master Yang has graced us with his presence. This old master knew that with young Master Yang's means, you must have been blessed by the heavens since ancient times. It is impossible for you to die so young. Now that I have seen young Master Yang safe and sound, this old master is relieved. Many thanks for Senior Li's concern. Yang Kai was also lucky enough to escape this calamity." Yang Kai stood up and greeted him with a smile. "Young Lady Shan!" Li Yuanchun cupped his fists towards Shan Qingluo. "Senior Li is too polite." Shan Qingluo gracefully bowed. Seeing Yang Kai and Li Yuanchun greet each other as if they were old friends, the several elders of ancient Cloud Island couldn't help glancing around at each other in confusion. Li Yuanchun's status in the Endless Sea Islands was extremely respected. Even Gu Feng had to be obedient in front of him, yet this young man actually greeted him so casually. What kind of background does he have? All the elders were even more surprised. "You bunch of blind fools!" Li Yuanchun's old face suddenly became serious as he scolded the crowd. "Do you know who this young lord is? Please enlighten us, Senior Li." All the elders respectfully said, "This is the young lord of the Central Capital's Yang family, the patriarch of the Yang family." "Central Capital's Yang family?" Exclamations sounded as the gazes towards Yang Kai suddenly became somewhat different. "Last time, when we went to the mainland, your ancient Cloud Island didn't participate, so you don't know the details. This old master doesn't blame you, but you should have heard that the Central Capital's Yang family has produced a rare genius, and that genius is the young lord in front of you." Li Yuanchun laughed strangely. "The Yang family has more than 20 top above immortal ascension boundary masters under their command. You're quite interesting, actually allowing young Lord Yang to become a registered disciple here and raise peacocks. Just how noble are those peacocks? Why would young Lord Yang raise them? Han Chao, do you admit your crime?" Han Chao broke out in a cold sweat and quickly stepped forward, trembling as he said, "Senior Li, I didn't know this young Lord Yang's background was so great. I thought he was just an ordinary fisherman." "You thought?" Li Yuanchun sneered. "Short-sighted. Senior Li, please calm your anger." Han Chao grit his teeth and grit his teeth. "Later, this Han will go and kill those peacocks." "That won't be necessary." Yang Kai shook his head faintly. "I just wanted to conceal my identity and find peace here for half a year. It's not Elder Han's fault." "Many thanks, young Lord Yang. Many thanks, young Lord Yang." Han Chao was moved to tears. Although those peacocks weren't precious, to Han Chao, they were more important than his life. If he had to kill them, he wouldn't be able to bear it, so when he heard Yang Kai defend him like this, he was naturally grateful. "Since young Lord Yang says so, I won't hold you responsible." Gu Feng, get up here! Li Yuan Chun turned his head and glared at the ancient Cloud Island master. Junior knows his wrongs. Gu Feng didn't wait for Li Yuan Chun to question him and took the initiative to admit his mistake. If Senior Li wants to punish me, Junior will not complain. As he spoke, Gu Feng glanced up at the Shan Qing Luo above him and shuddered, quickly averting his eyes. Bastard! Li Yuan Chun laughed in anger. You think you can settle this peacefully just because you say so? What a joke! I think you don't want to be Island Master anymore. If you really don't want to be Island Master, just say the word and this old master will send you on your way. Gu Feng trembled in fear and didn't say a word. Senior Li, these are all trivial matters, there's no need to pursue them. Yang Kai tried to mediate, not wanting to make things too awkward. In the end, this matter was caused by him hiding his identity and staying here for half a year. Although Gu Feng had eyes but failed to see, it wasn't to the point where Yang Kai would take offense. Li Yuan Chun hesitated for a moment before nodding gently. Since young Lord Yang says so, then let's turn big things into small ones and small ones into nothing. Gu Feng also hurriedly said. Many thanks for young Lord Yang's magnanimity. Yang Kai gently nodded, no longer saying anything, instead turning to Li Yuan Chun and saying, Senior, this time I called Senior here. Senior should know why I called you here, right? Li Yuan Chun smiled happily and nodded quickly. I know. When this old master heard that young Lord Yang had come to the Endless Sea Islands, he had already guessed why you had come here. Young Lord Yang is truly a man of his word. On behalf of all the Endless Sea Islands sects, this old master thanks young Lord Yang for his great kindness. You're too polite, since I said before that I would return everything to you after passing this crisis. Naturally I won't go back on my word. Li Yuan Chun smiled happily and said, Please wait a moment, young Lord Yang. Before this old master came here, he had already sent a message to all the Endless Sea Island sects. I'm afraid it won't be long before all of them arrive. There's no need to rush. Yang Kai smiled lightly. After the previous small grievances were resolved, the atmosphere inside Healing Temple was harmonious. The elders of ancient Cloud Island also realized the terrifying power in Yang Kai's hands and didn't dare underestimate him in the slightest, ordering the servants to prepare a banquet and raising their glasses to toast him. Yang Kai didn't refuse any of them and began drinking to his heart's content. Soon, everyone discovered that this Yang family young lord actually didn't put on any airs. As long as one treated him well, he would be very easy to talk to. This discovery caused everyone to become even more eager to curry favor with Yang Kai, hoping to establish a good relationship with him. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.